I keep expecting to come on to my shift at night and find a bunch of them dead because the roof collapsed. You mean they never investigated the hallway? At the pace they're going, they'll never get outside the door. At least not in my lifetime. Maybe in yours. Then the Clopirian laughed, a squishy, rather sickening sound. It had followed them all the way out. Once they were outside, it closed what remained of the door. You better get back to your masters before I report you missing. That's standard, you know, for wandering droids. Maybe on Cloper, 3PO said, but not on Coruscant. No one's updated your files lately, have they, Protocol Droid? There's a curfew for everyone at night, and that includes droids. This place has been different since the bombing, I tell you. You could trust folks once, at least the ones not associated with the Empire. But not anymore. To attack the government like that. I'm just glad it happened during the day. If it had happened on my shift dash, no one would have gotten killed, 3PO said. R2 made his little chuckling beeps. The Clopirian blinked its fishy eyes at him, and then uncrossed two of its tentacles. You got a point, don't you, droid? I never thought of it that way. Guess that's why you have logic circuits and I don't. I've been thinking of myself again. The wives always accuse me of doing that too. I'm sure they do, 3PO said. Ah, thank you for rescuing me. My counterpart hadn't even noticed I was in trouble. He was too busy scavenging parts, the Clopirian said. Don't think I didn't notice. I may not have any logic circuits, but I know when a droid works for smugglers. Next time I won't go so easy on you two, if you catch my meaning. We don't really work for smugglers, 3PO started, but R2 interrupted him with a bleep. 3PO shot him a glare. R2 bleeped again. Really, R2 dash. I don't care who you work for, the Clopirian said. I was just telling you. Don't come back here, at least not on my shift. Oh, don't worry, 3PO said. We won't. Come along, R2. He put his hand on R2's round head and pushed him forward. They crossed the restricted line into the street. The Clopirian watched from the doorway. I hadn't heard of the curfew, had you, R2? R2 bleeped, then chirped, and ended with a blat. I'm not fond of it either, 3PO said, but I do think we should return home. R2 swiveled his head, his own small version of no. He extended his service arm, and in it, he held 4 more detonators. R2! 3PO yelped. Then he forced himself to lower his voice. If we're caught with those, you and Master Cole will be charged with sabotage for certain. R2 bleeped. I don't care if they are smaller. There's still evidence, aren't they? R2 chibled. I think that's the best suggestion you've had all day, 3PO said. Do let's find Mistress Leia. She'll be able to help us. And in the future, do not interrupt me when I'm about to give her name. Had we done that the first time we met with the Clopirians, we wouldn't have gotten into that fix. R2 gave him a raspberry. And don't use language like that with me. You've gotten quite persnickety in your old age. I dare say you're even more peculiar than you were on Tatooine. R2 bleebled indignantly. Yes, I know you were on a mission. But you're not on one now, are you? You're trying to give yourself an importance because you're insecure now that Master Luke no longer needs you to navigate his X-Wing. R2 beeped. There's no guarantee that the detonator is in all the X-Wings, 3PO said. I'm sure Master Luke will upgrade when he returns. They say the new X-Wings are much better. R2 whined. 3PO stopped walking. What do you mean if he returns? R2 beeped an explanation. Oh, 3PO said. I see. I hadn't thought of that. But you don't think Master Luke would take an X-Wing with a detonator, do you? He would know, wouldn't he? R2 moaned. Good heavens, 3PO said. This is a much bigger mess than I thought. By his best guess, he had been treading water for most of a day. But he had no real way to tell time. He could only judge by how often Nandreason ate. And Nandreason ate a lot. A sweet fly here, a mouthful of gnats there, a garbage snipe as a snack. Lando had never seen so much disgusting food. He was using it as a barometer, a way of keeping himself occupied. He had to. Treading water was strenuous, but it didn't occupy the mind. Although his mind had turned to survival a while back. He could tell because his concentration would move from his limbs to his stomach to his desperate need for sleep. He didn't float much because he was afraid he would doze. Yet he needed to rest. When he floated on his back, he counted the Wadumba bats on the ceiling. They were gray, constantly shifting, and provided quite a challenge. He believed there were 350 of them, but the insect population in the room belied that. Wadumba bats ate algae and rock dust. They acted as hosts for several flying parasitic bugs, including the parfum gnats that swarmed near the ceiling. If there were 350 Wadumba bats, the cavern would be black with parfum gnats. Perhaps Nandreason had eaten them all. Lando's arms felt as if they had grown in size. His legs ached, and his lungs burned. He was hungry, too. At least the water, disgusting as it was fresh enough to drink. No salt, which would poison him, and no other trace minerals that would make him even thirstier. The water would sustain him until he came up with a plan. It had something to do with the Wadumba bats. Something about Wadumba bats, glottophibs, and sweet flies. Something he couldn't quite remember. But it would come to him. 2 glottophibs guarded the pool, as they had since the Rex had thrown him in. Nandreason spent much of his time there, but he would leave on occasion to conduct his business. Lando saw that as a good sign. If Nandreason truly believed that Lando was going to die, he would conduct business in front of him. But Nandreason had enough doubt to go to a different cavern. And Nandreason's doubt gave Lando confidence. Lando dipped his head underwater. The pool's heat also lulled him, so he dunked himself on occasion to keep himself awake. Surfacing always cooled him a bit. He floated on his back, the glottophibs watching his every move. If Nandreason had doubts, that meant the plan wasn't foolproof. There was a way out of the pool besides the steps carved near Nandreason's couch. Or perhaps Nandreason just believed that Lando would find a way to overwhelm his guards and escape. Maybe Nandreason had, over the years, remembered Lando as mightier than he truly was. Lando hated to disappoint. He would have to prove that he was worthy of Nandreason's fear, worthy of Nandreason's hatred over all the years. If only he could think of a plan. He was dozing. He could feel his body sink into sleep. He rolled, dousing himself in the smelly liquid. It no longer shocked him. The exhaustion was taking its toll. Lando was a healthy man in good physical condition. But Nandreason was right about one thing. Human beings were not meant to spend a long time in water, especially with no food and no sleep. Eventually Lando would lose consciousness, sink beneath the water, and drown. Not a very glamorous way to go. Not even very exciting. But satisfying for Nandreason. Lando rolled off his stomach and onto his back. The Wadumba bats were swarming across each other. He had to concentrate. He had to find a solution soon. Or he would die. 31. Leia paced in her chamber. Still no response from Han. She checked her messages every few moments, but she knew nothing would come. Han still had to be on Smuggler's Run. He wouldn't ignore her message unless he hadn't received it. Imish was too far away for him to have been on it when Queller took everyone's life. At least she hoped so. Han would have contacted her when he left the run. She had meant what she said to him just before he left. Sometimes she wished they were a normal couple with normal concerns. Then sitting down to dinner at night with her children would be routine, not the unusual. Sleeping beside her husband would happen every night instead of a few nights every other month. But she was as loath to give up their life as he was. Except at moments like these. The chamber computer bonged. Mistress Leia. It said with 3 pious inflections in Han's voice. She hadn't bothered to repair Anakin's tampering. Somehow the absurd prank he had pulled made her feel closer to her son. Mon Mothma is here to see you. Let her in, Leia said. She took one more glance at her messages. Only updates from Admiral Akbar. All communication with Imesh had ceased. No one could raise anything from PY2IR either, although on PY2IR, the communication system was not blocked. Attempts to contact Queller on Almania were met with a reproduction of his Death's Head mask, and silence. Leia? Mon Mothma stood at the door. She looked older. The pain she had suffered when Ambassador Furgon poisoned her still showed in her face. I came as soon as I could. Leia nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Of all of her friends on Coruscant, only Mon Mothma would understand the dilemma Leia faced. And not even Mon Mothma, for all her savvy, could know how deeply the destruction of Imesh affected Leia. It brought all the feelings about Alderaan back. Feelings that then, as now, Leia had no time to deal with. Child, what can I do? Leia swallowed, then made herself smile. That's what I want to talk with you about, she said. I need your help. We'll catch this man and before he attacks your family, Mon Mothma said. Leia's hands were clammy. She wiped them on her fatigue pants. Hear me out, she said. Mon Mothma nodded. Queller contacted me. Not the government. Me. He holds my brother prisoner. Have we verified that? Mon Mothma asked. Luke last reported into Yavin 4 after he had left a planet named Telti. He said he was heading toward Almania and would check in as soon as he arrived. No one has heard from him since. Mon Mothma let out a sigh and sank her elegant body onto Leia's vanity chair. I had hoped that Queller was bluffing. He still might be, Leia said. Luke might be near him, and threatening him instead of imprisoned by him. We're too far away, and we have none of our people there. We have no way to verify this. Mon Mothma nodded. It seems to me, Leia said, that Queller has made this personal. He will destroy my family if he doesn't get his way. It was only as an afterthought that he threatened the people of the New Republic. Akbar showed me a tape of the holocording, Mon Mothma said. It seemed that way to me as well. Leia sat on the edge of the bed. I think Queller was trained as a Jedi. Mon Mama's eyes widened. Have you evidence of that? Nothing concrete, Leia said. But he's contacted me before. In ways that Luke would train his students to use. And he managed to shut off communication between me and Luke. Aya Salamri would do that, Mon Mothma said. Yes, and so could someone versed in the dark side. Leia let her words hang for a moment. There is no record of a Queller from Almania on Yavin 4. But Luke has lost the number of students. Jedi training is hard, and it wouldn't be inconceivable that some of them would go to the dark side. But why threaten you? Leia frowned. This was hard to articulate. We're the most visible Jedi, Luke and I, she said. Luke has brought back the Jedi Knights, and I am raising new Jedi. Luke has shown again and again that his powers will defeat someone strong in the dark side. But if Queller destroys you, he scatters the Jedi, and becomes the strongest in the Force in the galaxy. Or so he thinks, Leia said. It sounds plausible. Yes. Then Leia smiled at herself. But I am rattled. It might be much more simple than that. Queller might misunderstand the way the New Republic works. He might think I'm an autocrat and that my word is law. Then threatening my family might get me to force my hand. He doesn't know you well, does he? Mon Mothma said softly. Threats to your family always make you stronger. Leia's eyes burned. She rubbed at them. She didn't want sympathy. Not yet, anyway. Later, when she had time. In either case, she said, choosing not to respond to Mon Mothma's last sentence, the solution is the same. I need to step down as Chief of State. Mon Mothma clasped her hands in her lap. You can't do that now, Leia. I have had word from my sources in the Senate. Unless you campaign, you'll lose that no-confidence vote. They're looking to blame someone, anyone, for that bombing, and they'll blame Han, which means they'll blame you. I've thought this through, Leia said. She rubbed her hands together, nervous habits she hadn't used in years. If I step down, the vote is no, right? Well, technically it's no only if you resign, Leia. A temporary standing aside will allow the vote to go forward. Leia nodded. She had been afraid of that, but it didn't matter. Luke mattered. Protecting her children mattered. Han mattered. For the first time since she had become head of the New Republic, she could serve her family better as a private citizen than as a public one. I'll resign then, she said. The vote's called off, and Queller can no longer use the New Republic as his excuse for targeting my family. What if he's really after the New Republic? Mon Mothma said. Then we'll find out. He'll threaten something else. But I'll wager he doesn't know as much about the other leaders of our government. I'll wager my resignation throws him into a panic. You're probably right. Leia licked her lips, then turned. I want you to take my place. I'm no longer an elected official, Mon Mothma said. You weren't one when you restarted the Provisional Council either, Leia said. We have no proviso other than elections for a situation like this. We just had emergency elections. We don't need another. I want you to step in. No one will fight you. You're too respected for that. A few days ago, someone could have said that about you. Leia shook her head. The opposition to my government began when the Imperials were elected to the Senate. This isn't really a surprise to me, much as it hurts. Everyone loses power eventually. This new Senate isn't going to stand for a leader arbitrarily chosen. Probably not, Leia said. But you can convince them of the crisis. Set a date for an election, and say you're stepping in until then. I'll turn over my government to you in a formal recorded presentation. Recorded, Leia? Why not hold a special session tomorrow? Because, Leia said, I won't have time. Mon Mothma tilted her regal head. What are you planning, my child? Leia met her gaze squarely. I'm going after my brother. Skip 6 was shaped like a giant seething mud hole, floating in the middle of the asteroid belt. The top of the skip oozed slime along its surface, leaving particles on its ride through space. Landing the Falcon there would have been impossible. But Han hadn't brought the Falcon. Instead, he had appealed to sinewy Anna Blue's conscience, or what was left of it, and got to use her skipper. Smugglers who spent a lot of time in the run built ships perfect for the asteroid belt. They were small, narrow vehicles that didn't carry a lot of cargo, but helped smugglers move from place to place. The ships could land on any surface, including mud, and could take off in most conditions, even the constant swirling rock storms around Skip 52. Blue's ship had been specially modified for her personal needs. It had a wider cargo bay than most, and larger crew quarters. Still, it was a land speeder compared to the Falcon. Chewie had to bend double just to fit inside. The fit was tight for all of them. Han had brought Zine, Kid, Winnie, and Chewie. Blue came, she said, because she had hated giving Lando to those wrecks. Han had to badger Zine and Kid, at Blaster Point, into remembering how much they owed Lando, including all the new furnishings in their personal rooms. Lando could fight to refit the Lady Luck if and when he returned from his rendezvous with Nandreason. Winnie came because Chewie was along. Chewbacca had complained about that, but Han warned him to put up with it. Rescuing Lando came first. Dealing with unwanted romance was second. Still, as Han was pressed against the unfinished metal wall of Blue's skipper, he wondered if he had made the right decision. He couldn't breathe through the 2 pelts of Wookiee fur in front of him, and he couldn't see over Winnie's back. The crew quarters, about the size of the Falcon's head, stank of sweaty humans and excited Wookiee. The heat was intolerable. Blue had landed the skipper delicately in the mud swamp. It wouldn't have mattered if she had landed hard. They were packed in so tight that nothing short of an explosion would free them. To make matters worse, it took her a long time to open the crew door. Zine and Kid staggered out, but Winnie was holding Chewbacca back. He was trying to shake her off. "Winnie," Han said in his driest voice, "you might want to wait for some privacy." Her fur stood instantly on end, the Wookiee version of a blush. She let go of Chewie's arm and he ran out of the room as fast as a doubled-over Wookiee could move. Winnie roared at Han, and he shrugged. "I'm not trying to interfere with romance, Win," he said. "But Chewie has a mate, and I just want to get Lando out in one piece." Winnie growled about the likelihood of that. Han ignored her assessment. Winnie had never liked Lando much, but she was an artist with a bowcaster, and bowcasters seemed to have a wonderful effect on glottophobes. Han had been here once before, in an encounter with Nandreason that he had done his best to forget. This had been before the rebellion, even before Chewie. As he and Blue had pored over a map of Skip 6, it had become clear that the skip hadn't changed. There were tunnels leading to Nandreason's lair, but he would have those guarded. The only other entrances were mud slides. Chewie had already lodged his complaint about those. Wookiee fur would get matted, and when it dried, it would limit his movements. Winnie had brought special suits for both of them, but she wouldn't let Chewie get his until he agreed to let her help him remove it. He had given Han a trapped look. Han had grinned, and Chewie had growled at him. But he had agreed. Han later promised that he would help Chewie get out of the agreement, although he wasn't sure how. Yet. The Wookiees were in the cargo bay, putting on the suits. Han wished he had one too. He went to the door. The rest of the crew was already there, peering at the hole that led into the slide. Warm, wet mud bubbled around the opening. Steam rose from the sides. "You want us to go through that?" Zine asked. "You'd rather face the wrecks?" Han asked. I'd rather wait for you here. There's no guarantee Calrissian survived, Kid said. Lando made Nandreesan mad for years, Han said. There's no way he'll give Lando the satisfaction of a quick, easy death. Han's right, Blue said. Lando hasn't been gone that long. He'll be alive. He may not have much of a body left, but he'll be alive. If we do this, Scene said, we'll never be able to face Nandreesan again. Is that a problem? Han asked. I just don't want the scaly butcher to come after me, Scene said. If he comes after anyone, Kid said sweetly, it'll be our dear sinewy Anna Blue. It's her ship we've landed on this mud hole. Thanks, Blue said. That means Han and I are going. You guys better come too. Your life would be miserable without me. It would certainly be less interesting, Scene said. And probably safer, Kid said. Chewbacca roared indignantly from the cargo bay. Two large hairy paws grasped the edge of the bay and levered Chewie out. He looked like a giant baby trussed up in the naming clothes Leia had insisted on using for the children, only his was silver and had no lace. His fur was combed back and hidden in the outfit's hood. Ties around the neck, wrists, and ankles were done so tightly that Han grinned. If I put helium into that outfit, will you turn into a giant Wookiee balloon? He asked. Chewie snarled. His mood was bad just from the proximity of Winnie. Han's jokes wouldn't make it any better. Charming look, Chewbacca, Blue said. A bit overdone, don't you think? Chewie growled again, and reached for the hood. No, Han said. I don't care what indignities you have to suffer. You leave that thing on. Put the face mask down. Chewie shook his head. Put it down, Chewie. You want to be able to see, don't you? Chewie growled. Han put up his hands in a submissive/protective gesture. Okay. No need to get testy about it. It's your fur, and your decision. The bowcaster is wrapped, just like you requested, Scene said, handing it to him. I've got Winnie's here too. Where's she? She growled from below. Han suppressed a grin. What did you do to her, Chewie? Chewie shrugged, took his bowcaster, and slung it over his shoulder. The weapon itself was protected, but the strap remained. Blue pushed past him and looked into the cargo bay. Chewbacca! That's not funny. Untie her. Chewie gave Han a pitiful glance. We need her, pal. Sorry. Chewie pressed the button beside the bay. The floor rose, slowly, revealing a pink package of female Wookiee, face mask down, arms wrapped around her chest in a mock hug, the wrist ties holding her hands behind her like rope. Her legs were crossed and tied together at the ankles. She was cursing, the mask poofing with each breath, the Wookiee words coarser than anything Chewie had ever used, even under extreme duress. Blue went behind her to untie her. Wait, Han said. He yanked up her face mask. Her blue eyes were narrow. She cursed him, his ancestors, his wife, his children, and his ship. Watch it, Han said. No one talks about the Falcon that way. Not in my presence. Winnie snarled. Blue shoved her from behind. If you want out of this, you'd better shut up. Promise to leave Chewie alone, and we'll untie you, Han said. Winnie clamped her muzzle shut. Promise, Blue hissed. Winnie nodded once. Chewie, you promised to leave Winnie alone, Han said. Chewbacca howled. Promise, Han repeated. Chewie crossed his arms, straining the fabric over his shoulders. he growled. That's that then, Hans said. Untie her, Blue. Blue pulled the strings, and Winnie's arms dropped. Her paws slid out of the sleeves and she lunged at Chewbacca. He moved backward. She tripped. Han and Blue caught her before she hit the ground. She was heavy. Han staggered under her weight. She was snapping, growling, and snarling. Apologized, Chewie. Chewbacca shook his head. Winnie grabbed at Han's leg, missed, and swiped again. Apologize, blast it, she's going to kill me. Chewie wailed an apology. Winnie stopped moving. Then she used Han and Blue to brace herself as she stood. She growled, and Zine bent to untie her feet. I think we should leave the Wookiees here, Kid said. Chewie yelled. I think that's a bad idea, Han said. He stretched. Winnie was strong, stronger maybe than Chewie. I think you two need to settle your differences when we return to Skip One. Until then, you have a truce. Is that clear? Chewie nodded. Winnie glared. Her pink hood had come askew, and her fur hung over her eyes. She brushed it away. Winnie? Is that clear? She nodded. Good, Han said. Let's hope this little diversion didn't give the Rex time to get here. You think Nandreason knows we're here? Zine asked. You think anything happens on this skip without Nandreason knowing? Han asked. Good point, Zine said. He handed Winnie her bowcaster. Let's go, then. Someone needs to head this mission, Han said. You're the only one with military experience, General, Blue said. It's all yours. Han felt an internal relief. Chewie and Winnie had just acted out his worst nightmare. The last thing he wanted was for all of them to get down below, and to fight among themselves as to the right thing to do. All right, he said. Into the mud. You take us such exciting places, Blue said as she grabbed her nose with one hand and leaped out the skipper's door. She landed in the center of the mud hole and slid in, her long hair disappearing last. Man, this is a dream day for me, Zine said. First we get all muddy, then we face off with Nandreason. All over Calrissian, whom I just love. Next time, Solo, bring your government friends. Zine jumped and landed on the edge of the hole. He lost his balance and slid, back first, down the opening. Kid stepped into place at the door, but Winnie shoved him aside and jumped without saying anything. She landed so hard she splattered mud into the skipper. The splatter hit Han in the face. The mud was hotter than he had expected, and smelled vaguely of rotten eggs. He wiped the mud off with the back of his arm. Chewie, he asked sweetly, you want to go next? Chewie yowled. I'll go, Kid said and jumped. He slid into the hole as if it had been greased just for him. Better you than me, pal, stuck between two Wookiees, Han said under his breath. Chewie growled. Han shook his head. I'm last, Chewie. It's better that way. I can face any problems we might have on the surface. If I don't make it down, you guys can get Lando out. Chewie snorted, brought a paw up to his nose, and grabbed it. Somehow his look was less elegant than Blue's had been. He closed his eyes, stepped out, lost his balance, and belly flopped into the mud. The splat doused Han, and made Chewie roar in surprise. He staggered, tried to stand, and then slipped into the hole. Han wiped his face again, set the door on automatic as Blue had showed him to do, and jumped. The mud was hot and slimy. It coated him instantly, but he was sliding right away. There was air in the tube, swampy, stale, foul air, but air, which he could breathe as long as his nose and mouth were clear. He slid round and round and round, corkscrewing his way deeper into the mud hole. The light from the top faded, and he was in complete darkness, surrounded by stinky mud, and sliding faster and faster toward the bottom. Maybe he had made a mistake. Maybe these tubes were longer than he thought. Maybe they narrowed and all of his friends were stuck in the middle, piled on top of each other, and suffocating. He had a horrible vision of Chewie and Winnie coming to blows as the oxygen left them, killing Zine and Kid in the process. Blue, of course, would have been squished almost from the start. Then he slid out in a gush of mud, tumbled through comparatively cool air, and landed, face first, in the dirtiest water he had ever seen. He sank like a boat with a hole in its bottom, his eyes open. Sediment swirled around him. Sediment, algae, and long black hair. Blue was still below, her foot caught in a hole. Her eyes were wide, her cheeks bulging with air, but she wasn't panicked, not yet. Her hands were pulling at the weeds clinging to her ankle. Han pulled the small vibroblade from his boot and dove down beside her, touching her arm for reassurance. He cut the weeds away, then yanked her foot. She let out a mouthful of air, bubbles surrounding them, and then she did panic, using his back as leverage to propel herself to the surface. The force of her shove sent his arm into the hole that had caught her foot. The heat made his skin prickle, but his arm wasn't trapped. He pulled free and kicked to the surface, his lungs bursting. He gasped a mouthful of air. It was warm and humid and tasted good. But he didn't seem to be able to get enough. It was thin. "Nice place, Solo," Zine said. He was treading water next to the kid, whose bald head was covered with green algae. "Yeah, you should have warned us we'd be swimming," Kid said. The air in Chewie's suit kept him afloat. Apparently Winnie had gotten a hole in hers. Both their hoods were off. Wookiees looked smaller when wet. Han felt a smile begin on his face, and Chewie growled it away. "Where's Blue?" Han asked. "Here, you son of a garbage scow." She was furiously treading water. She would lose all her air quickly if she continued the rapid flailing motion. "I nearly died down there." "Ah, Blue, you'd have gotten yourself out. And for no reason." She spat as she spoke. Her black hair streamed around her face, and her makeup had run. She looked years younger. Only her blue tooth reminded him that she was sinewy Anna Blue. "I'm not going to get rich off this trip. Even now, Nandreesan's people are probably stripping my skipper. And there's no way out of this rock pond. Have you noticed that?" Han looked around. The water went all the way to the edge of the cavern walls. But he saw signs of glotophibs. Algae. Lily pads. Gnats. There has to be. He swam forward, rounded a rock wall, and found himself in an even bigger cavern. 6 glotophibs sat on the rock ledge surrounding the pond, and another glotophib Nandreesan was waist-deep in water. Lando was in the middle of the pond, his head barely above water. His face was gray with exhaustion, shadows deep under his eyes, his movements sluggish. Still he managed his Calrissian smile. "Some rescue, Han?" Lando said. "You should never criticize people who are doing you a favor," Han said. Chewie swam up, followed by Winnie. The smell of wet Wookiee overpowered everything. "Solo," Nandreesan said. "I was going to give up on getting you. I had Calrissian. That was enough. But since you're here now," he waved a tiny hand and all 6 glotophibs blasted the water with flame. Han ducked under and watched the algae burn on the water's surface. He still hadn't gotten enough air. Chewie had apparently stayed above. He splashed the flames out. Han surfaced. Next time, why don't you just call ahead? Lando said. We'll prepare a welcoming party for you. Stop the sarcasm, pal, Han said. It was lucky I found out you were here. Yeah? Lando asked. Lucky for whom? Me, of course, Nandreason said. Now I get my old nemesis Calrissian and his buddy Solo. Killing you, Solo, will give me an added cachet. The princess's consort dash. Husband, Han mumbled. Will be quite a coup for me. What's going on here? Han asked. Is he playing water hockey and you're the puck? Close, Lando said. He's planning to watch me drown. Nice, Han said. Lacks drama, but makes up for it in creativity. Not really, Lando said. He's a glottophobe. He'd think of drowning first since his entire life is situated around water. I don't need this, Nandreason said. It does have the added charm of being escape-proof, Lando said. Nothing is escape-proof, Han said. There's stairs beside Nandreason. Right, Lando said, if we can get to them. But his hot-mouthed buddies keep stopping me. That's because you haven't thought this through, Han said. And you have? Nandreason leaned forward, disturbing the water around him. You've only been here a few moments, Solo. You think you have me figured out? Not much to figure, Nandreason, Han said. You're greedy, rapacious, and not very bright. If you had half the brains Jabba had, you'd own the run by now. I do, Nandreason said. Han shook his head. Nah. If you owned the run, then how would I have been able to recruit a team? You didn't. Zine had Han's arm. Han turned, and found himself nose to nose with Zine's blaster. The kid had his blaster on Chewie, and Winnie had her bowcaster out and loaded. Great rescue, Lando said. Excellent rescue. In fact, the best rescue I've ever experienced. I warned you about the sarcasm, Han said. He glanced at Chewie, who looked as stunned as he felt. You know, Solo, Nandreason said. You're right. This drowning method lacks originality. I'm tired of watching a man die slowly. Let's speed it up, shall we? Han raised his hands. Now, Nandreason, I didn't mean dash. And then he ducked as the shooting started. 32. Luke couldn't find a bacta tank, but he found something better, a Pyderian healing stick. He had forgotten that Pydua was the place that had invented the healing stick. It had been used all over the galaxy long before the bacta tank came into being, and some thought the healing stick was much better. He found his upstairs in the house he was staying in. The healing stick was long, thin, and white. When rubbed against a surface, a white residue remained behind. The computer had assured him the residue had healing properties. What he was learning, as he gingerly applied the stick to his injured back, was that it had soothing properties. Most of the pain from the burn faded. If only he could repair his hand. He had peeled most of the artificial skin off, but the moving metal parts reminded him, a bit too painfully, of the price he had paid to become a Jedi. He was nearly done with the healing stick when he felt a disturbance in the Force. A familiar presence was nearby. This was the presence he had felt on Telti, the presence that had haunted him when he arrived in Almanian space, the presence that had lured him from Coruscant to here, this desolate side of nowhere. A student. That much he was sure of now. He prided himself on his ability to remember all of his students, but this one still eluded him. If he told himself the truth, he remembered all the students who completed the training. The students who left became faces, a memory, and Leia warned, someday they would become a statistic. He set down the healing stick and put his shirt back on. His lightsaber had never left his side. He glanced in the mirror. His back was covered with white residue. It was foaming. The computer had warned him that a person must rest for the healing stick to work. Luke hoped he would get that chance. Slowly he limped his way down the stairs. He was stiff from the fall, his muscles aching with pain. The mist makers had weakened his system. The burns and the fall had made him lose even more strength. If he was at 10% of his normal power, he was high. Size matters not, Yoda had told him. He hoped that applied to strength as well. The presence had neared. It was strong in the dark side. He could feel the ripples, feel a power he hadn't felt in a living being since he encountered the Emperor. Luke had never had a student that powerful, of that he was certain. Whoever it was became powerful after he had left the academy. So powerful that a man like Brachus, who had so much talent in the Force that the Empire had taken him, as a baby, to train in the dark side, was terrified of him. Once Leia had asked Luke what it felt like when he knew someone steeped in the dark side was near. He hadn't been trained enough as a young Jedi to understand the feeling. It was only later, as he grew in strength, that he understood. And he couldn't explain it then. He could now. It felt as if a tornado had struck in the middle of a beautiful day. It felt like a blast of cold air in a warm room. It felt as if someone beloved had just died. He followed the feeling. It grew closer as he approached its source. He grabbed his walking stick, limped outside the house, into the Pyderian sunshine, and stopped near the arch. In the street, a man stood alone. He was taller than Luke. Many people were taller than Luke, and he wore a long black cape, shiny military boots, and body armor reminiscent of the Empire's. Only his face was different. He wore a Hendenin death mask. Luke had only seen them in museums, never on a face. The mask molded to the skin. The Hendenin wore the mask after they reached old age, partially to hide the aging, and partially to store memories before death. The information in the mask could be removed after death. The Hendenin masks Luke had seen had never been used. This one had molded itself to the man's face. The cheekbones were raised, the eyes were black and empty, the lips thin and hard. The mask was white with black accents. It had tiny jewels in the corners of the eye slits. Behind the jewels, if Luke's memory served, lay the chips that absorbed the personality of the wearer. "You still don't recognize me, do you, Master Skywalker?" The voice had a depth and resonance that was unfamiliar. But the inflections were familiar. This was an adult voice. Luke had been familiar with the young adult's voice, one that hadn't yet reached its full depth. "Dolph?" he said, guessing with as much certainty as he could muster. The death mask's mouth closed. Luke felt the surprise in the man across from him. Dolph had counted on not being recognized. "You're better than I realized," Dolph said. His resonating voice filled the street. A dry wind made his cape ripple behind him. "My name is Queller now." Everything depended on how Luke played the next few moments. Dolph had been an extremely talented student who had always had a darkness in him. Such darkness wasn't unusual. All of Luke's students had to fight the dishonorable parts of themselves. Most won that battle. But Dolph hadn't stayed at the academy long enough to develop the talent or dispel the darkness. He had left in the middle of the night after receiving news from home. You left before I had the chance to give you my condolences over the deaths of your family, Luke said. Dolph Luke refused to think of him as Queller just yet, smiled. The death mask moved with startling realness. Thank you, master, he said. And then his smile faded as quickly as it had appeared. The effect was stunning. The death mask had a powerful, primitive terror built into it. The loss of the smile almost made Luke take a step backward. It would have overwhelmed a lesser man. But, Dolph continued, your sympathies are both false and too late. The Jehar brutally slaughtered my family. They did not die quickly. My parents were staked to the bridge leading to the Jehar palace, and left to rot in the heat. It took them a week to die. I didn't hear about it until afterward, but the Jehar left the bodies for me to find. You wouldn't know what that is like, seeing the burned and broken skeletons of the people who raised you, a stench rising from them that should never come from any living being. You don't know what that does to a man. The memory of Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen as he had last seen them rose in Luke's mind. Their bodies were burned beyond recognition, smoke still rising from them. The only comfort he took in the years that followed was that they had died side by side, as they had lived. No, Luke said, I don't suppose I do know what that does to a man. He knew what it had done to him. It had forced him to grow up in a moment, forced him to fight the evil that had caused his family's deaths. It had not turned him into a monster. He understood Dolph's pain, but not his reaction to it. When I came home, Dolph said as if Luke hadn't spoken, I buried my family, and I vowed vengeance on the Jehar. Vengeance I took without your help. I am stronger now, Skywalker. I will be stronger than you. Is that important to you? Luke asked. He was leaning harder on his cane than he needed to. He wanted Dolph to think he was weaker than he really was. Of course it is, Dolph said. Your government condoned the actions of the Jehar. Your sister opened trade with them, and treated them as a reputable government instead of the terrorists they were. It took me, acting first alone, and then with my own people, before the Jehar were revealed for what they were. And what's that? Luke asked. Monsters, Dolph whispered. Monsters, Skywalker. But you wouldn't understand that. No, Luke said. I don't. He walked a few steps closer to Dolph. Dolph's cape snapped in the breeze, revealing a lightsaber at his side. Tell me, Dolph, what's the difference between the Jehar and you? The death mask's mouth thinned, making the skeletal face almost rigid. Does speaking in riddles amuse you, Skywalker? Or do you do it to buy time? I do it, Luke said, because I am truly curious. You've destroyed every being on this planet. I suspect that in the time I was here, you destroyed another planet as well. The Jehar murdered people who didn't agree with its policies on Almania. Murder is murder, Dolph, at least to me. Is it to you? The death mask shivered, almost as if it were separating itself from the face. My name is Queller. Your name is Dolph, Luke said. And I will only talk to Dolph. The Dolph I met was a gifted, loving boy who had a vast future before him. That's the person I want to talk to. That Dolph is dead, Dolph said. The Jehar murdered him when they murdered his family. And left Queller in his place? Yes, Dolph whispered. But you don't need Queller, Luke said. Queller helped you survive, but you don't need him anymore. You have me. Come with me, Dolph, back to Yavin 4. We can heal those wounds the Jehar put in your heart. The death mask didn't move, although behind the mask, real eyes glinted. Luke could see their reflection but not their shape and color. Then the flash disappeared. You can heal the wounds? The voice was full of sarcasm. The eyes were gone again, deep black pools in their place. You can resurrect my family, Skywalker? I doubt that. Not even Jedi tricks can bring the dead back to the world of the living. We all experience deep pain, Luke said. It's the price of surviving. How we handle that pain is what matters. I've handled it my own way, Dolph said. I will continue to do so. I will make certain no one like the Jehar appear in the galaxy again. How do you plan on doing that? Dolph swept his gloved hand around. The Jehars of the universe shall disappear, along with those who serve them. Those like your sister and her government. Leia had nothing to do with your family's murder, Luke said. Precisely. Dolph's voice grew even lower. And she was one of the few who could have prevented it. The hatred had festered so deep in him that it fueled the dark side. No wonder he had grown so strong so quickly. Luke stopped a few meters from Dolph. Brachus said you wanted me to come here. Dolph nodded. He let his arm fall slowly. I want to give you a choice, Master Skywalker. I need your strength. Join me, and rid this universe of the evils of beings like the Jehar. Together we can make this a better place. I will join you, Luke said, if you renounce the dark side. Dolph laughed. The sound was deep, echoey, and icy cold. You should have learned long ago, Skywalker. There is no dark side. The rules you placed on the Force were placed on you by a weak and frightened old man, placed so that you would never grow to your full potential. Join me, Skywalker, and you can become what you were meant to be, the strongest man in the galaxy. The Force will be with you. It will guide you. It will give you everything you want. It already has, Luke said. Has it? Dolph's voice was soft. Really, Master Skywalker? Your sister has 3 children and a husband who loves her. You embrace no one. You have companions, but no family. You teach tricks you learned long ago, and search the galaxy for challenges. You have no real home. Is that what you want, Skywalker? Everyone's life can be made to sound bad, Dolph, Luke said. I enjoy mine. I value it, and I wouldn't change it. Not even to make it better? Not your way, Luke said. So be it then. The mask hardened and became part of Dolph. Luke could see the physical transformation, and knew then that he was watching Queller, the man Dolph had become. There would be no more reasoning with the boy Luke had known. Slowly Queller drew his lightsaber, the hiss filling the street. Its blade burned blue. I don't want to fight you, Dolph, Luke said. You won't be fighting, Dolph, Queller replied. He slashed at Luke. In one quick movement, Luke grabbed his lightsaber and blocked Queller's swipe with his own blade. The electric clang of the sabers filled the air, sending sparks all around them. Each movement ripped at Luke's back, but he focused on the blade instead, parrying, defending, blocking, never really attacking. He would wait until Queller was open before making his move. Queller hit at Luke's left, then his right, then his heart. But Luke kept blocking. Queller pushed Luke backward, toward the house. Luke stumbled on his weak leg, and collapsed on the knee. A river of pain ran through his thigh. Queller brought his lightsaber down onto Luke's shoulder, but Luke rolled away from it, his back burning as dirt from the road ground into his wounds. He pushed himself up and swiped at Queller, singeing his cape. The hum of lightsabers filled the air. Sweat ran down Luke's face. His strength was gone. He had gone through too much in the last few days. But he concentrated on Queller's movements, lived for Queller's movements, blocked them, anticipated them, and held his ground. In a series of 5 rapid thrusts, Queller moved Luke backward again. Luke parried, but couldn't keep his balance. His ankle was clearly broken and unable to support him. Queller jabbed at Luke's left side. Luke swiveled to dodge, and Queller jabbed again. Luke's ankle buckled, but he didn't fall. Queller pushed closer, and knocked Luke's lightsaber from his hand. Queller held his blue blade beneath Luke's chin. Luke could feel its heat, smell its electric tang. "I should kill you now," Queller said. Luke was breathing hard, but he felt no fear. He could call the lightsaber to him, and continue the battle, but somehow he knew that Queller wasn't yet ready to kill him. He met Queller's dark, empty gaze. "Killing me will not strengthen you." The mask smiled in a skeletal imitation of death. "Ah, but it will, Master Skywalker." "No," Luke said. "A Jedi welcomes death. He does not fear it." "Are you telling me that, Skywalker, or yourself?" "You, Dolph." "I am not Dolph." "As you wish," Luke said. He was standing on his broken bone. The entire leg had gone numb. "I should kill you," Queller said again, "but I need you to lure your sister here." "You don't want to face 2 of us, Dolph." Queller snapped his fingers. Dozens of stormtroopers, their white uniforms gleaming in the sun, emerged from the surrounding buildings. "Take him to Almania?" "That's a lot of soldiers for one man," Luke said with some amusement. "I know who you are, Skywalker." Queller kept the tip of the lightsaber near the tender skin under Luke's chin. "I will never underestimate you." The stormtroopers surrounded him. He braced himself, about to jump free, when something pricked the back of his neck. He brought up his hand, turned in surprise, and saw a stormtrooper behind him, holding a slight needle. "Good night, Master Skywalker," Queller said, as Luke collapsed onto the ground. Leia was nearly finished outfitting Alderaan. The ship was designed especially for her, an escape vehicle when she needed it, an emergency vehicle when the times called for it, as they had when Hethrer had stolen her children. Alderaan had no markings on her outside, and her name was known only to a few. She was identified by her number, and her owner was listed as a woman named Lelala. Lelala was actually Leia's nickname from childhood, her second identity, one that had served her well in her search for her own children not so long ago. It would serve her well now, in her search for her brother. "Luke?" She sent again, but again, she received nothing in return. Luke had appeared so badly injured in that hollow. Perhaps he was dead. Perhaps he hadn't survived the explosion of his X-Wing. Perhaps. She couldn't live with perhaps. Her brother had been given up for dead many times. She had learned to believe that he could survive the most impossible circumstances. She had learned that when she and Lando had found him hanging upside down from a weather vane below Cloud City. She sent a final coded message along all computer channels, trying to find R2. He was probably still in repair. Those Clopirians had nearly destroyed him twice, and she had left an order. One of her last official acts that the Clopirians who worked in the ship docks be relieved of their duties until she was certain that they were not guilty of any tampering. She suspected them because of their behavior toward her droids. If they had left the droids alone, she would have thought them innocent victims, like everyone else. If R2 didn't arrive soon, she would go alone. Time was the most important factor here. If Luke was alive, but badly wounded, he might not be able to defend himself. Sometimes his powers seemed magical to those around him, but she knew beneath it all that Luke was as human as anyone else. And as vulnerable. Death took even the greatest Jedi Knights. She had watched Obi-Wan die, raising his lightsaber, and allowing Vader to slice him through. That image had stayed with her all these years. For while Luke had come to see that moment as a sign of Ben's power, Leia had always seen it as an example of power's limitations. She had never spoken to Obi-Wan Kenobi when he was alive. Only when he was a ghostly vision, like her real father and Yoda. Obi-Wan hadn't seemed strong then. A guide, a teacher, and little more. A knock on the hatch made her whirl. No one knew she was here, except Mon Mothma, and she wouldn't come here. R2, if he had received Leia's message, wouldn't knock. She tapped her exterior screen. Wedge stood there, wearing his general's uniform, his hair slicked back, his hat tucked under his arm. He looked very official. Her mouth went dry. Silly to be afraid of a friend, but she was suddenly. She didn't want him to tell her to stay, and she didn't want him to notify anyone that she had left, at least not this early on. Still, she couldn't deny him. She opened the hatch and waited for him in the cockpit. He had to duck under the door as he stepped in. "Leia?" he said. "Mon Mothma sent me." "I'm not staying, Wedge," she said. "No matter how much you argue. Luke is in trouble. I can't raise Han, and by the time the Senate votes to help, Luke will be dead." Wedge put his hat on the co-pilot's chair. "I know, Leia. You don't have to justify your actions to me. Mon Mothma didn't send me here to prevent you from leaving. She sent me to accompany you." Leia shook her head. "That won't be necessary, Wedge. It's better for me to go alone. But if you can find R2, I'd appreciate that." "You don't understand," Wedge said. "Mon Mothma is sending me and a fleet with you." Leia's legs felt suddenly weak. She leaned against the controls. "A fleet? She can't do that. It takes full approval of the Senate." "Technically," Wedge said. "There are always ways around that, as you well know. But she doesn't dare. The Imperials in the Senate will crucify her." "They won't know if we do it soon," Wedge said. "The fleet will be long gone by the time they object. And then they'll throw her out." "Wedge, this is precisely the kind of thing I wanted to prevent when I asked her to take my place. Trust Mon Mothma, Leia. She managed to unify a diverse group of rebels and make them into a real government. She has a devious side." That caught Leia. She frowned. "What's her plan?" "To let us go. The ships are already being prepared. She believes we need to get rid of this queller as quickly as we can. Under your leadership, we can do that, Leia." "What's so devious about that?" "If we win, you'll get the credit. It will stop the no-confidence vote when you return. It'll allow you to remain chief of state. And if we lose?" "She denounces us. We become rogues who went off on our own, trying to save the new republic, and failing." Wedge leaned toward her, his expression sincere. "If we fail, Leia, our reputations won't matter." "They will to my children," Leia said. "Your children will be protected. Mon Mothma knows how precious they are. It's lucky that they're not on Coruscant for this. It means Mon Mothma can manipulate the information any way she wants." "A fleet," Leia said, the plan slowly sinking in. "With a fleet, she might actually have a chance. Queller would expect her to give in, or to wait for his next message. If he knew her as well as he thought he did, he might even guess that she would try to rescue Luke. But he would never imagine a fleet. What about the X-Wings? Most are unusable, Wedge said, but we've rebuilt a few. Mostly the team will be relying on headhunters, A-Wings, B-Wings, and Y-Wings. This sounds like a large fleet, Leia said. Luke's important. She smiled softly. And Mon Mothma reviewed the holocord ing, and believes that Queller is a big threat. You forget how often I've fought at her side, Wedge. She has never believed in sitting still. She believes in fighting. She believes in having the advantage of surprise. Then we'd better get moving, Wedge said. Do you want to fly in the flagship? Leia shook her head. I've never been a military commander, Wedge. You have the charge of this mission. I'm taking Aldman. Let me focus on Luke. You can remind Queller that we took down the Empire. A small, petty demagogue on a faraway planet poses no threat to us at all. You don't believe he's that weak, do you? Wedge asked. No. Leia smiled ruefully. I think he's one of the worst threats we've ever faced. 33. The water churned with blaster fire. As Han dove under the water, Chewie grabbed Winnie's bowcaster. Han didn't see if Chewie was able to wrestle it from her. Instead, he swam deep, grabbed Zeen's legs, and tugged him under. Zeen immediately kicked at him, but Han hung on. He pulled with all his strength, and got Zeen next to him. Zeen's blaster slowly sank beside them. Zeen flailed at Han with his arms. Han just clung. His lungs burned from the struggle, but Zeen's mouth was open. He wouldn't last as long as Han. Zeen's fist connected with Han's chin, but the water softened the blow. Han put his hands on Zeen's shoulders and shoved him downward. Zeen grabbed for Han but missed. The momentum of the water, and the sinkhole, pulled Zeen deeper. Han swam to the surface. Lando had Kid in an arm lock, and they were struggling, both going under then coming up and spitting out water. Laser bolts were sizzling the water all around them. Chewbacca was firing Winnie's bowcaster at the glottophibs. One lay dead on the ledge, while another floated face down on the pond, a black stain swelling around its body. The other glottophibs were shooting fire at the water, boiling it. The heat was incredible. Han couldn't tell if his face was covered with pond water or sweat. Nandreason was firing at them with his blaster. Winnie was unconscious, but floating on her back in the scummy water, her snout safely in the air. Han grabbed the blaster out of Kid's hands, punched him in the face, and pushed him under as he had Zeen. Then Han grabbed Lando and pulled him up. Breathe, buddy. Lando was breathing, hard, but he nodded and swam free. Han handed him the blaster, and then grabbed his own blaster from its pouch around his waist. He was treading water and firing at the remaining glottophibs, aiming for the centers of the mouths. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lando float on his back, take aim, and blast the ceiling. Han whirled, about to tell him not to waste his shots, when a million Wadumba bats swooped down. Chewbacca roared, and immediately covered his head with his paws. The bats dove at the water, into the smoke, and then followed the flames. The glottophibs started honking in unison and slapping at the bats with their tiny arms. The fire stopped. Nandreason slid under the water and Han started after him, when Lando grabbed his arm. Don't, Lando said. He wants us under there so he can kill us better. The bats were eating the fire as they made their way toward the remaining glottophibs. The first bats had already reached one glottophib, and flew into its mouth. The glottophib's honking got louder and louder as more bats covered it. Suddenly it stopped honking. It fell over backward, squashing some bats. The others flew away, leaving a gray, desiccated glottophobe. The three other glottophobes were fleeing down the tunnel, honking in fear. Han shoved Chewie's back. They're Watumba bats, you big baby. They eat algae, insects, and fire, not Wookiees. Chewie yelled at him. Come on, Lando said. He started to swim forward when he stopped as if a rope were tied around his foot. I don't like this dash. And then he went under. Nandreason, Han said. He dove too. Nandreason had Lando by the foot and was watching him flail. Han grabbed Lando's hand and pulled, but Lando wasn't moving. Han held a finger to his lips, mind holding still, and went back to the surface. Give me the bowcaster, Han said. Chewie roared. We don't have time to argue. Nandreason, kill him. Chewie whined, then dove, loading the bowcaster as he went. Han swam around Lando's front, stopping a few meters from Nandreason and then kicking at the glottophobe's snout. Lando was turning red. He mimed strangulation. Han ignored him. He kicked Nandreason again, and Nandreason roared. As he opened his mouth, an energy quarrel bubbled through the water and lodged in the back of Nandreason's throat. Fire spewed from his mouth, instantly doused by the water. He let go of Lando's leg and Lando swam for the surface. Nandreason made burbly strangling sounds, grabbed at his mouth, and sank deep into the muck. Han didn't wait to see any more. He tugged Chewie's suit and together they swam to the surface. Lando was already climbing the stairs. He reached the ledge, leaned back, and closed his eyes. I never thought I'd be able to sit again. We're not done yet, Han said. He had to grip the rock sides as he climbed. The stairs were slippery. Indeed we're not, Blue said. She was standing on the ledge behind them, clinging to the wall. Have you thought about how we're going to get back to my skipper? Chewie roared at her. She shrugged in response. Playing both ends against the middle, Blue? Han asked, essentially rephrasing Chewie's remark in more polite terms. Blue smiled prettily at him. I did think it was in my best interest to see who was going to win that little skirmish, don't you, Han? I think if we could have trusted you, you'd been here fighting for us, Blue. Don't expect too much of the girl, Lando said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. At least she didn't shoot at us. See, Han? One man understands my side. He won't when he sees pieces of the Lady Luck all over your skipper. Lando opened his eyes and sat up. You raided my ship? Hand me the blaster, Han. The woman deserves to die. Blue held open her hands, her blaster gripped only in her right thumb and forefinger. I thought you were dead. Nandreason wasn't going to let you live. You have no faith, Blue, Lando said. You'd have done the same, she said. She's got you there, Han said. Maybe before Cloud City, Lando said. I'm a good guy now. A careless good guy. Han sat beside him. What did you come here for? Came to get you, buddy. Heard you were in some trouble. Thought I'd help. We can discuss your personal life later. I just want to know how you plan to get out of here, Blue said. How'd you get on the rock? Han asked. Climb, she said. You missed the handholds near the cavern door. Chewie roared his agreement. He sloshed his way up the stairs, stood over Han, and howled. All right, we'll leave, Han said. How do you plan to get out of here? Lando asked. Why did everyone think he always had a plan? Han sighed. I thought maybe you knew where Nandreesen's favorite skipper was. He brought me in it, but he left a few wrecks beside it. They should be gone by now, Blue said. They hate Wadumba bats as much as glottophibs do. Not accurate, Blue, Lando said. Glottophibs love Wadumba bats. They're host to half a dozen glottophib delicacies. They just hate it when Wadumba bats notice them. Blue laughed. Good point. Chewie was already sloshing his way to the cavern door. He stopped on a wide ledge and stripped out of the suit Winnie had given him, tossing it into the pond with an expressive and extremely vulgar Wookiee curse. Blue glanced at Winnie. Think she'll be all right? Chewbacca added another sentiment to the one he just expressed. Let's drag her onto the ledge, Han said. At least she'll have a fighting chance when Nandreesen's henchmen return. Chewbacca cursed again, then stomped across the ledge and used a nearby stick to pull Winnie to the water's edge. He reached down and hauled her out, grunting as he did so. Nice of you, Chewie. I thought I would have to nag, Han said. Chewbacca growled. You know, Lando said softly, you once told me never to make a Wookiee angry. Right, Han said. You seem to ignore that advice fairly regularly. He owes me a lift debt, Han said. It would be dishonorable for him to kill me. I suppose, Lando said, but would that stop him from ripping off your arms? It has so far, Han said, but let's not give him any ideas, shall we? Chewbacca growled again, then left Winnie's side. She was still unconscious, but Han could see her pink-covered chest moving up and down. Blue stepped over her gingerly. Despite soaking in filthy water, Blue looked fresh and dignified. Even her wet hair looked planned. She was clutching her blaster and used her other hand to guide her along the rock wall. Where's the skipper? She asked. 2 tunnels up, Lando said. I'll lead the way. He looked as if he couldn't move a muscle. Han had never seen Lando's skin so gray. But Lando climbed across the rocks as if he hadn't been exercising at all. Apparently the thought of freedom appealed to him. What about the other glottophibs? Han asked. I don't think we have to worry about them, Lando said. Han joined him in the cavern door. Dozens of glottophibs were sprawled on the rocks and in the pond. Most of their long snouts were open, and the insides picked clean. Wadumba bats did that? Han asked. Why would the glottophibs keep them around? Sometimes you have to take risks for a good meal, Lando said. The stench of smoke, dead glottophib, and rotting greenery was overpowering. Chewie began to growl. I know, Han said. It stinks. That's an understatement, Blue said. She had her hand over her nose. I don't want to be here when these things decay. They pick their way across the bodies. The opening into the next cavern was also full of glottophib bodies, and 5 skippers, all of which were unattended. Blue smiled. Rex. You've gotta love them. They only think of themselves. Rather like you, huh, Blue? Han said. She patted his shoulder. I do a good deed now and then, Solo. I didn't have to bring you here. He moved her hand away from him. You could have worked harder to rescue me, Blue. I saved your life. A favor for a favor, Han. I figured we were even at that point. Lando and Chewie were looking at the skippers. This one is ready to go, Lando said. If you know how to hotwire these things. There's always an access code, Blue said. And with Nandreason, it should be obvious. She pushed them aside and studied the small voice monitor. You don't think it has voice recognition, do you? Han asked. Blue laughed. All glottophoebs sound alike. She tapped the edge. What are Nandreason's favorite things, Lando? Why asked me? He said. I hadn't seen the man for years. I thought you'd know his obsessions, she said. I only knew of one, Lando said. All right. She leaned against the jamb and said, Kill Calrissian, in a remarkable approximation of a nasal glottophoeb voice. The door slid back. She grinned. Well, gentlemen, let's go back to Skip One and see if they stripped the Falcon in our absence. C-3PO and R2-D2 had returned to the Solos chambers to discover that Leia had left. The computer informed them that she had resigned her position as Chief of State and had given orders to shut down the apartments until a family member returned, then it threw the droids out. Mon Mothma had replaced Mistress Leia, and the droids were in her anteroom now, along with a collection of senators' aides, well-wishers, and employment seekers. The antechamber was packed. 3PO leaned against the wall, next to a metal sculpture that looked suspiciously like a droid's innards, and R2 rocked beside him. They were the only droids, except for the receptionist droid, a new model who refused to acknowledge 3PO at all. On her list, she kept adding dissensions first, from the Clopirian guard Leia had relieved of duty, and from whom R2 had hidden behind an Ichthotonian, to a winged AG that had flown into the room on a lark. When the Clopirian went into Mon Mothma's chambers, R2 began rocking. Hard. Settle down, R2, 3PO said. I'm sure Mon Mothma will see us. She knows how important we are. R2 whistled and the conversation in the room stopped. Head swiveled and focused on the droids. 3PO put his hands up as if nothing had happened, and the conversations resumed. Except for the receptionist. She continued to stare at 3PO as if he had committed a major breach of etiquette. Now you've done it, 3PO said. Your rudeness will get us tossed out of here. R2 cheebled and rocked, his wheels clanging on the tile floor. That is a bit melodramatic, even for you. No one is going to die simply because we're waiting in line. R2 blabbed at him, and the Ichthotonian looked down at him. Your little friend is kind of agitated. 3PO nodded. He believes we found Dash. R2 shrilled. The Ichthotonian put all 4 hands over his ears. Some of the humans cringed. The AG flew out of the room as quickly as she had arrived. That's it, the receptionist droid said as she stood. You droids can leave. See what you've done? 3PO hissed at R2. Now I have to go convince her that we should stay. It won't be an easy battle, what with all the names you've called her. Most droids, no matter what their designation, dislike being termed traitor, you know. She's only doing her job, and rather well at that, if I might say so. He left R2's side and pushed his way to the desk. The receptionist droid was standing, her bronze arms crossed. You have no business here, she said. The president is only dealing with important matters today. This is important, 3PO said. I'm certain it is to you, the receptionist said. But whatever the problem is, it can wait. I'm afraid it can't, 3PO said. He lowered his voice. You see, my counterpart and I have found the cause of the bombing in the Senate Hall. We were going to report this to President Leia Organa Solo, but she has stepped down. So we came to her successor. Delusional, the receptionist said. They really should have retired your make a generation ago. I had heard that your type was given to hyperbole. I hadn't believed it until now. This is not hyperbole, 3PO said, pulling himself up to his fullest height. This is fact. You should know the difference. If you don't move from my desk, I shall have you removed by force, the receptionist droid said. You will not, 3PO said. I am the personal droid of President Leia Organa Solo, and my counterpart belongs to her brother, the Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. We are above your petty bureaucratic power gambits. If you tamper with us, you'll be tampering with some of the most important people in Coruscant. Your counterpart? The receptionist droid asked. Do you mean the astromech droid that was squealing rudely a few moments ago? Yes, 3PO said. He's eccentric, but he's a hero of several battles and is quite well known. Well, then you shouldn't have any trouble finding him, the receptionist droid said. Finding him? He left when you came up here. 3PO spun. R2? R2. The room had quieted as the petitioners watched the exchange between the receptionist droid and 3PO. There was a gap in the wall near the sculpture where R2 had been. The Icthotonian pointed his top left arm toward the door. She's right, he said. Your little buddy zoomed out while you were arguing. He was heading toward the pilot's turbolift. The pilot's turbolift? 3PO said. Oh dear. Oh dear. He started out, then stopped, and turned to the reception droid. I expect you to inform Mon Mothma that we were here. If you do not, I will personally make certain that you are demoted to working as a translator for mechanical garbage compactors. Then he hurried out of the room, calling for R2. The hallway was full of more petitioners arriving to see Mon Mothma. Apparently the change in leadership meant that opportunists were trying to see if Mon Mothma would help them where Mistress Leia had not. 3PO pushed past several young humans, a Goss family, and a Lobobum, and stopped in front of the pilot's turbolift. It was called that because it led directly into the shipyard. The Emperor's pilots had been on call all the time. Any threat to the Empire had the pilots on the turbolift, going down kilometers to the ships, and taking off to defend Coruscant. The New Republic had deemed the lift useful, and had kept both it and its name. The turbolift was just returning to this floor. R2, 3PO said softly, when I catch up with you, I am going to recommend a restraining bolt. The turbolift doors opened, and 3PO stepped on. He hit express and braced himself as the car plunged. At the bottom, the doors opened. 3PO peered through them. The doors into the pilot's wing were opened, the panel on the computer locking system on the ground. R2 had been in a hurry. Normally he replaced such things. Machinery hummed at the far end of the wing. 3PO scurried down the hallway. It was empty. He slid into the bay. Dozens of X-Wings were in various states of disrepair. Master Luke stood near the space doors, as if waiting for him to return. Beyond that were other ships in various states of disrepair. And no sign of R2. Oh dear, 3PO said. I don't like this. He stepped over power cables and computer parts. Then a movement flashed in the next room. 3PO hurried toward it. R2 was standing near a stock light freighter. It appeared newly reassembled. Someone had taken the time to clean the carbon scoring and space dirt off the sides. What are you thinking, R2? R2 whistled. I can't pilot a freighter. You know droids can't. We need help, R2. R2 chirped. They aren't ignoring you. R2, you must see someone in charge. R2 beeped again. 3PO hurried toward the freighter. R2, really? Just because you couldn't speak to Mon Mothma when you wish doesn't mean that you can't wait. It would have been only a moment longer, and I would have gotten you inside. R2 bleebled. Of course you have time. There's always time. R2 moaned. Surely it can't be as bad as all that, R2. R2 warbled. Let me talk with Mon Mothma, 3PO said. I'm sure she'll send someone dash. R2 emitted a long, lengthy raspberry. R2, really? What were you planning to do? Wait for the owner to return. You have no idea what sort of person flies this contraption dash. R2 beeped indignantly. All right, 3PO said. So I don't know what your plan is. But I believe that if we take the official route dash, R2 warbled. The sound was almost happy. Footsteps sounded behind them. 3PO turned. Cole Fardreamer stood in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. I suppose the cryptic message Luke Skywalker left for me on the system's computer actually came from you, R2, since Master Skywalker isn't here to meet me. R2 bled. R2, 3PO said softly, you aren't supposed to tamper with the equipment. And using Master Luke's codes. I think the chiding can wait. The message sounded urgent. Cole said. R2 swiveled his head and beeped. R2 wants to know who owns the stock light freighter, 3PO said. Although I don't know why. Frankly, Master Fardreamer, R2 has acted strangely since he was hit with that blaster fire. R2 has good instincts, Cole said. He came into the room. The freighter was stolen, and we impounded it. I've been fixing it up. No one really owns it. I think we'll try to sell it. R2 chirbled and rocked. R2, 3PO said. Really, Master Fardreamer, he's not himself. Cole smiled. I think you might want to translate for me. 3PO glanced at R2. R2 wailed. Oh, all right, 3PO said. R2 believes he knows who bombed the Senate Hall. He says if we don't go there immediately, there will be another explosion. To the Senate Hall? No, 3PO said, as if Cole were slow. To the place that the detonators came from. R2 bled urgently. He wants to know, sir, if you can help us. Cole Fardreamer frowned at the stock light freighter. I don't know, he said after a moment. But I can certainly try. 34. Leia had 6 military personnel on her small ship. Wedge had insisted that she have them in case of attack, but she suspected they were all on board to guard her. Wedge and Mon Mothma weren't certain what she was going to do, and they wanted to keep her from doing something crazy. She had never let anyone stop her before. They wouldn't stop her now. Even though the young Lieutenant, Chirrut, had insisted on piloting, Leia had rebuffed him. She needed the control. This was her mission, even though she was letting Wedge lead the fleet. She wanted to know the course, and the plan, and not veer from it. Unless she wanted to. Once she saw Almania, she would know what to do. Her new crew members were in the galley, arguing over dinner. The cockpit was blessedly silent, allowing her to think. The co-pilot's chair still bore the impression from Chirrut's body. He was a Farnim. Farnims were creatures noted for their bowling ball roundness, and the incredible strength behind their unusual shape. They had close-cut fur, small snouts, and large orange eyes. Chirrut was no different. They also had a peculiar odor, like ginger mixed with sandalwood, an odor that remained in the cockpit long after Chirrut was gone. The fleet fanned out behind her, 30 strong. How Mon Mothma was going to justify Wedge taking most of the working ships in the arsenal was beyond Leia. Wedge and his commanders rode in 3 large ships, and were accompanied by squadrons of smaller ships, mostly A and B wings. It was amazing how many ships he and Admiral Akbar had been able to scrape together quickly. Admiral Akbar had opted to remain behind. He would cover their tracks as best he could, but surely Mido and his gang would notice 30 ships leaving Coruscant simultaneously. What they would not notice was the tiny, unmarked Alderaan. Leia counted on that. She didn't want anyone to know she was part of this mission until it was too late to recall the ships. She leaned back in the pilot's chair, took a handful of her long hair, and quickly tied it into a ponytail. It was the 3rd time she had made a ponytail. She kept pulling out the twist, a nervous habit from childhood that she thought she had lost. A lot of nervous habits had returned since Queller had destroyed that second planet. She knew that when she returned she would have to deal with all the feelings those habits hid. If she returned. She had no idea what sort of weapon Queller was using. The planets remained, but the people seemed to disappear. That wasn't a Death Star or a Sun Crusher. No great single weapon to destroy with a bolt. The fleet couldn't bomb it out of existence because they didn't know what it was. They couldn't bomb Almania out of existence either. That would make the New Republic no better than the Empire had been. Leia wasn't certain Wedge had thought all those details through. She would send his military personnel back with a message to his ship, the Yavin, when they reached Almanian space. No overall bombing until the target was sighted. If the target was obvious, then of course she wouldn't even send a message. But if it wasn't, the crew would go back to Wedge, and she would disappear into Almania's atmosphere. To find Queller herself. Because she still wasn't certain if he was after the New Republic, or if he was after her family. He was strong in the Force, which made him a powerful enemy. For the 1000th time, she wished she had listened to Luke and completed her Jedi training. She wouldn't be able to outnegotiate Queller, at least not for the long term. But she might be able to outfight him, with Luke's help. She pulled the twist out of her hair, and the strands cascaded down her back. The stars looked no different. Even in hyperdrive, the distance to Almania was incredible. It was amazing that Queller had even considered his planet part of the New Republic. Planets this far out usually like to retain their independence. Almania had maintained its independence from the Empire. It should have continued such behavior under the New Republic. Yet another detail that didn't make sense. So many details about Almania didn't make sense, partly because the information about the planet was sketchy. She suspected that the Jehar had aligned themselves with the rebellion for form's sake and to protect their government, not because of any real allegiance or caring about the fight against the Empire. So far as she could tell, no Almanian joined the military on either side. But someone had mentioned that Almanians had sent a distress message to her government years ago that never got a response. Perhaps that was why Queller had come after the New Republic. Perhaps it had nothing to do with her family at all. All the nagging worries. She had 1,000 of them. She hadn't been able to find R2 before she left, and she had counted on him. It would have been nice to have the little droid beside her in Alderaan. 3PO might have been helpful, too, at least as a distraction. But they were both missing. R2 had left the maintenance facility shortly after he checked in, and 3PO had gone with him. No one had seen them since. Just as no one had heard from Han. He hadn't answered any of her messages. She finally had to leave him once saying that she would be out of touch for a while, but she would find him. It was essential that the fleet have communications silence, but it worried her. Han's mission to Smuggler's Run had taken way too long, and with that cryptic message trying to frame Han, Leia wondered if the delay was bad news. She hadn't reached Lando either. Lando, who had put his life in jeopardy for Han's. She could only hope that Lando had found Han and they were both all right, tracking down the person or persons who had gone after Han. And then there was Luke. She had been reaching for him ever since she had seen that holocording from Queller. Except for that plaintive, pain-filled call, she hadn't heard from Luke. The silence was unnerving. Every once in a while, though, she would get strange aches and pains. Her left ankle gave out on her as she finished the final check in the cockpit, sending severe pain up her leg. But when she checked it, she discovered nothing wrong. Shortly after takeoff, she had relaxed in her pilot's chair and cried out as 1,000 needles poked into her back. Again, the sensation was gone in a moment, and there was no visible sign of injury or of needles embedded in her chair. Both times she had gotten a sense of Luke before the pain faded. He was alive. She knew that much. But she also knew he was badly injured and alone. She had to reach him soon. Even though they were straining the Alderin's engines, they weren't going fast enough for her. She had to reach her brother before he died or worse. Luke awoke to a barely lit room. He was on his stomach, his back aching fiercely. His head throbbed and his mouth tasted fuzzy. The shot shouldn't have worked, but it did, mostly due to his own weakened state. He hadn't had enough energy to fight Dolph/Queller and to maintain consciousness against the power of the medication. And now they had him here. Wherever here was. He blinked. Even his eyes felt grimy. He was still dehydrated. He could feel it in each movement, in each throb of his head. But the rest had given him some strength back. He could get beyond this weakness. He would be able to defend himself now. The pallet was only a few inches above the floor. The floor was covered with dirt, and beneath it, the surface was made of wood. How unusual. The light that filtered in, giving the room its grayish-brown color, came from grates above. He suspected the grates opened into another room where the light would have been brighter. He forced himself to sit up slowly, the very movement pulling on his back, reminding him of the source of his pain. His X-wing was gone. It had exploded over PYDYR, and when he was there, he hadn't been able to figure out what happened. But as he had slept, the realization struck him. Someone must have tampered with the X-wing on Telti. Brackus couldn't have done it. He had been with Luke during most of that time. But one of the droids could have, under Brackus's orders. And if the X-wing had exploded on Almania, as planned, Brackus would have taken care of both of the men he feared, Luke Skywalker and Queller. Luke brushed his face and hit something prickly. He brought his hand down. Straw. He looked down. The pallet was covered in straw. How odd. And his hands weren't bound. Neither were his feet. But his lightsaber was gone. So. Queller believed there was no escape from this place, but he also believed that Luke might have had use for the lightsaber. Which meant that Luke would not be alone for long. He got up slowly, moving with caution so that the throbbing he felt wouldn't turn into dizziness. The splint enabled him to put some weight on his ankle. Slowly he crept forward. The room was more like a series of rooms. The ceilings were high enough that he didn't want to try to jump them with his injured ankle, and the walls were smooth. Yet fresh air flowed in, along with the scent of raw meat. The thought of such food made his stomach churn, but he knew that food would have value for him, not so much for its nutritional content, but for its moisture. He followed the scent, and discovered more straw on the far side of the room he had awakened in. Mixed in with the straw were long white hairs, and the faint smell of animals. The next room was dark. The scent of meat was stronger here. It mixed with the animal odor. Luke wasn't sure he would like what he was going to find. He squinted, forcing his eyes to adjust. Nothing. The room was emptier than the first, with only one pile of straw, and no pallet at all. The raw meat smell came from a corner filled with large, empty bowls, but no meat rested there. Obviously, the meat had been eaten. Only the smell lingered. The hair on the back of his neck prickled. He was alone, but it didn't feel as if he were alone. He didn't like the feeling. He limped back to his pallet and sat down. There was no way to tell how long he had been out, or exactly where he was. His only hope was to engage one of the guards and to escape by stealing one of Dolph/Queller's ships. But before he did that, he would want to find the source of Queller's disturbing power. It had to be near Queller somewhere. He wouldn't let it too far out of his sight, whatever it was. A faint snuffling echoed from the far room. Luke looked up. A large white creature sat in the doorway, nearly filling it. If the creature stretched on its hind legs, it might be able to reach the grates. It obviously had no desire to. The snuffling continued. Then Luke realized that it was sniffing the air. It was smelling him. He sat very still. His lack of restraints made him nervous. This, then, was the thing Queller had planned for him. It rose on all fours, standing twice his size. Chewbacca would be tiny next to this thing. It had a smallish face, compared to its body, short ears, and slitted blue eyes. Its shoulders were broad, and its back flat. Its hair was white and flaked off with each movement. It had a long, thin tail that Luke suspected carried a lot of power. Maybe if he didn't move, it wouldn't harm him. Most creatures, when faced with a monster like this one, shrieked and ran. The first best gamble was always to wait it out. The creature came closer. Drool dripped off its mouth, landing in giant puddles near its feet. It continued snuffling, following the path that Luke had made to the door and then to the straw. Luke worked to control his own breathing, keeping it shallow. He willed himself invisible, but he didn't know how to send that vision to the thing in front of him. He couldn't yet tell if it had any real intelligence. It followed his scent from the straw to the pallet, and it stopped in front of him, sniffing the air. Drool landed on his feet, soaking them in warm, slimy liquid. He didn't move. The creature kept sniffing. Its size was amazing. If he stood, he might be able to reach its barrel chest. Fortunately, its mouth was small, or he would be eaten in one chomp. The creature followed the scent downward, finally focusing on Luke. It shoved its muzzle at him. The cold nose covered him from forehead to stomach. He resisted the urge to shove it away, but instead he sat, forcing himself to remain calm. It sniffed him, pausing for a moment at his back. He closed his eyes. The wet nose slime slid down his arms and pooled near his feet. He could drown in this creature's bodily fluids. Then it pulled back. He let out a small sigh. It hadn't registered him as anything different from the straw or the pallet. If he could remain still a little longer, he would be all right. The creature tilted its head, its eyes glinting at him. Luke made eye contact. That was his mistake. With one quick movement, the creature took him in its jaws and bit down. Hard. 35. Luke's legs disappeared into the Thurnby's mouth. Queller turned away from the screen. Except for his new assistant, Queller was alone in Femin's control room. The mask glimmered at him from the wall. He didn't like this place. He could still feel her presence. He would need to make some other place the center of his command. I want a guard on him at all times. His new assistant, Yan, a slender man whose lined face and gray hair marked him as years older than Queller, leaned forward. I don't think we'll need it. Queller had chosen Yan because Yan was one of the few of his people who actually expressed the opinion he had rather than the one Queller wanted to hear. For the moment, it was a refreshing trait. Really, sir, only a miracle would save that man now. The Thurnby will toy with him, crushing one bone at a time, giving him the occasional illusion of escape, but never allowing him to disappear. I know how a Thurnby kills, Queller said. He had grown up around them, large white menaces in the Almanian mountains. I want that guard. It's a waste of manpower, Yan said. Queller nodded as if he had heard. You're right. We'd best put 4 guards on the Thurnby cages. 4. Sir, you can't be serious. Even if the man survived the Thurnby, he'd be too weak, too debilitated to do any harm. We'd be better off placing most of our people in battle positions. There are reports. I've heard the reports, Queller said. I'm prepared for them. But we have Luke Skywalker below. I only put him with the Thurnby because I need him alive until his sister arrives. But, as long as Luke Skywalker is alive, there is always the risk that he will defeat his adversary. We must be prepared for this risk. He was wounded when we put him in there. A few bats from the Thurnby and he'll be dead. It won't be that simple, Queller said. No man is that powerful, Yan said. Queller turned to him, no longer amused by Yan's mouth. He stared at the man until Yan's face turned ashen. Except you, my lord, Queller smiled. The smile was deadly. It would do you well to remember that, Yan. Yes, sir. 4 guards, Yan? At all times. Yes, sir. I'll get on it right away, sir. With a quick bow, he scrambled out the door. Queller turned back to the screen. The Thurnby's jaws were still closed. Queller sat down to wait until Skywalker appeared again. It had taken Cole a few moments to convince R2 to wait. The little droid was adamant about leaving Coruscant immediately. 3PO wasn't pleased with R2's plan. R2 wanted to take the stock light freighter. The problem was that Cole wasn't authorized to use it. Nor did he feel he could leave Coruscant without permission. He promised R2 that he would get permission and aid. The 2 droids had had trouble seeing Mon Mothma. Cole might not be able to get her to see them, but he knew where to start. He used the service computer in the stock light freighter repair room to contact General Antilles. He'd gone through 6 different systems before he got a response. I'm sorry, Fardreamer. The slightly mechanized voice came back. General Antilles is not receiving communications at this time. Cole had never heard of such a thing. He told me to contact him with anything urgent. This is urgent. This is beyond urgent. Please let him know. I can't, Fardreamer. Urgent or not, he's only collecting messages. The voice was rather curt. With only the barest consideration, it signed off. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, C-3PO said. R2 squealed and rocked, his wheels clanging on the floor. R2 says we haven't much time. I'm doing what I can, R2, Cole said. You don't want to get out there, only to have space traffic control stop us for stealing the ship. He has a point, R2, 3PO said. Cole ignored them. He sent a message to President Leia. The instant response came within the system that President Leia Organa Solo had resigned and all of her messages were being forwarded to Mon Mothma. When Cole tried to contact Mon Mothma, he met with the same wall that C-3PO and R2 had. She was already overbooked. "You didn't tell me that President Leia had resigned," Cole said. "We didn't know ourselves until we tried to find her. Everything changed after those detonators." C-3PO shook his head. "Sometimes I wish I had never gone with R2. To find the detonators?" "No," C-3PO muttered. "Into that escape pod." Cole didn't know what 3PO was referring to, and decided not to ask. Contacting Mon Mothma wouldn't work either. He finally tried Admiral Akbar. The response there was equally strange. Admiral Akbar, his adjunct told Cole, was in a meeting, and his adjunct had no idea when, if ever, he would answer requests. Cole kept his head bowed for a moment, hoping C-3PO would think he was still studying the communications array. He needed to concentrate. President Leia resigned. Admiral Akbar unreachable. General Antilles unreachable. Mon Mothma unreachable. Something serious was happening. The last time he had ignored R2, he had nearly gotten them all killed. Not to mention all the good people still out in unrepaired X-Wings that might explode on them at any moment. R2 wailed. "He says that we can't wait any longer," 3PO said. "He reminds you that you promised to help." "Personally, Master Fardreamer, I wouldn't hold you to that promise. After all, you've done what you can. R2 is a bit eccentric dash. And he's been right each time he's pointed something out," Cole said. He put a hand on R2's cylindrical head. "I've tried to be official. I guess it's time to be unofficial." R2 squealed with joy. He hurried toward the stock-like freighter. 3PO, Cole said, "Do you know the President's codes?" "Sir, those are private and subject to change every day." "Why dash? Do you know the President's codes?" "Of course," C-3PO said. "And the codes for her husband and children. I just need hers. Without them, we won't be able to leave Coruscant." "Oh, I can't go along, sir. I'm in enough trouble already. Mistress Leia expects me to stay here." "The President resigned, 3PO, without telling you. I think she'd appreciate it if you helped prevent another bombing. The first one nearly killed her." C-3PO tilted his golden head as if he were trying to see inside Cole's. "You do have a point, Master Fardreamer." "I thought so," Cole said. R2 squealed at them from inside the freighter. "Let's go," Cole said. C-3PO climbed onto the boarding ramp and walked into the freighter. "I think I'm going to regret this," he said. 36. Chewbacca rode as co-pilot with Blue. After their experiences on Skip 6, Han wasn't about to take any more chances. He'd known Blue as long as he'd known Kid, and not nearly as well. The betrayals hurt, no matter how he could justify them. He sat in the air breathers section of Nandree's skipper. This skipper was larger and slimmer than Blue's, and had a pond on the lower deck. Neither Han nor Lando wanted to get near slimy water again. They sat in the tiny compartment near the top, filled with old, moldy couches, which Han suspected came from drained ponds and mildew-covered tables. Lando was resting beside him. His old friend had his eyes closed. His normally pristine clothing was water-stained and he had lost weight. Han sighed and went over the events in his mind. There had been nothing he could do. Kid and Zine had gone with the intent of betraying him. They hadn't been his friends. They had made that clear from the moment he had arrived. Perhaps then they had been trying to warn him away. That explained how Nandreesen's men had known to find him on Skip 5. Chewbacca had said that he thought Winnie would have helped them if Chewie hadn't fought her intentions. Han wasn't so certain. She probably knew about Chewie's loyalty to his wife, or she might have felt rebuffed by Chewie all those years ago. With Winnie, the situation was always complex. She never did what was expected of a Wookiee. Not even at the end. He wondered how she was faring, alone in Nandreesen's lair. He was glad that she, at least, was alive. Zine and the kid, no matter what they had done, would always ride on his conscience. You couldn't have done anything, Lando said. His voice grated against his throat, his exhaustion evident. He had eaten all the human stores in Nandreesen's skipper, and had drunk water as if he hadn't been trapped in it at all. About what? Han asked. About what? Lando opened his eyes and pushed himself up on his elbows. His face wasn't as gray as it had been before. About Kid and Zine. They never were your friends. Stop trying to make me feel better, Han said. I'm not. I'm just trying to make you see the truth. Lando leaned his head against the steel wall. You never belonged here, Han. We all knew it. Kid and Zine, they tried to corrupt you from the beginning. They thought they could make you into one of them. But there were some lines you'd never cross. I think that made them mad. I did everything they wanted, Han said. No, you didn't. Profit was never the most important thing to you. You had this layer you kept trying to hide. It's what made you go on that wild goose chase with Skywalker right from the beginning. He's told me about it. You could have bailed out at any time. You never did. It was an exception. It was the rule. Remember the case of the Wookiee slave you found? Chewbacca doesn't count. That circumstance was unusual. Yeah, Lando said. As unusual as all the others. They hated it, Han. With every breath you took, you showed them that the life they led was dirty, ugly, and hate-filled. There was passion in Lando's words. Han turned. Lando was staring at him. Did you hate me too? No, Lando said. But you sure as hell made me ashamed of myself. He pushed off the cot and paced around the room. Then he yelped, bent over, and grabbed his calves. His face had gone gray again. Han got up and helped Lando back to the cot. Who'd have thought you'd get leg cramps from treading water? Anyone who's exercised, Han said. You should have asked Nandreesen to let you warm up before he tossed you in that pool. Very funny. Han slowly stretched Lando's leg, massaging the muscle. No pushing, buddy. You almost didn't survive that one. I'm tough, Lando said. Stupid is more like it. What were you thinking, coming back to the run? I had to find you, Han. Lando stretched out his other leg. You can let go now. Why? What's so important that you'd risk your life? Someone's setting you up, old friend, Lando said softly. They're trying to make it look like you're behind the bombing of the Senate Hall. With Leia inside? Anyone who knows me knows I'd never do that. Lando smiled. I think Kid and Zine would probably agree with that. But most of the Imperials in the Senate don't know you. That sort of behavior was business as usual in the Empire. It would take pretty strong proof to make it look like I've done something. Lando shook his head. Strong isn't as important as the right kind of proof. You're lucky I brought this to Leia first. Then he told Han about finding the spicy lady and the message inside. Han sighed. Gerald's dead, huh? Lando nodded. It wasn't pretty. I think he was afraid that would happen when he came to me. I think he felt he didn't have much time left. Maybe he was part of the setup. Han shook his head. He was too scared for that. He tried to ask for help a smuggler's way, by offering me money, but I wasn't buying. And then, he asked for it directly. Maybe he had to. And maybe he needed it. Maybe he knew they were coming for him. Obviously, they found him and killed him on Coruscant. He never would have sent those messages. Lando shook his head. Gerald's dead. His motives don't really matter. What does is that someone wanted you involved. Do you think the Imperials in the Senate did this so that they could get rid of Leia? And bomb their own? It doesn't seem too likely, does it, Han? Said. All these sales of old Imperial equipment tie in too. Han. Lando closed his eyes. You ever hear of Almania? Not until you mentioned it, Han said. Me either, Lando said. That's odd, don't you think? Odd? Someone worked hard to keep a place we never heard of out of the visible spectrum. When someone works hard to keep something hidden, it's usually something we need to find out about. Exactly, Han said. Maybe it should be our next stop. Provided we both have ships left, Lando said. We will, Han said. I can promise you that. Luke slipped between the creature's teeth, pulling his legs inside just as it bit down. Its mouth was large and had a flat, ridged top. Even with the teeth clamped, there was still room inside. Except near the tongue. It kept slamming Luke against the roof of the mouth, as if it were trying to lick him. Each time he slid toward the throat, the tongue slammed him against the roof again. He had the sense that this creature usually swallowed its food whole. Everything inside was slimy. There was nothing to grab onto. So the next time the tongue slammed him against the roof, he dug his fingers into the soft palate. The creature yelped and pushed at him with its tongue. Luke let go, the jaws opened, and he was sailing through the air. He hit the metal walls and slid to the ground, the wind knocked from him. The creature stood over him, a hurt expression on its gigantic face. It pawed at him, claws extended, and he couldn't roll away. It pulled him onto his back and sniffed him again, as if it couldn't believe something so small would cause it so much pain. Luke held his hands up and put them on the nose, trying to push it away. The creature snuffled at him, then licked him once as if tasting him. Luke's entire body smelled like the interior of the creature's mouth, a combination of raw meat, dirty teeth, and saliva. He couldn't get away. The creature backed up, contemplated him for a moment, then batted him so hard he slid across the wood floor and slammed into the wall on the other side. Splinters the size of knives stuck out of his arms and back. He hadn't gotten his breath back from the last time, and this second hit made him feel just as bad. He was stunned, unable to move, and soaking wet. But he had to move. This thing couldn't beat him. It would be a horrible way for a Jedi Knight to die. He'd fought Rancors and Tusken Raiders all by himself. He could survive anything. Anything. The creature came toward him again. Luke eased himself to his feet and pulled one of the splinters out of his arm. When the creature raised its paw to him, Luke shoved the splinter into the pad. The creature yelped again and shook its paw. Hair fell around him like snow. The creature stood on 3 legs and bit the base of the 4th one. Luke wasn't going to wait to see what happened next. He ran as fast as his ankle would allow him around the creature's back and toward the pallet. There was nowhere to hide. The grates were too high to reach because of his ankle, and the pallet provided the only thing for him to lie beneath, something the creature would look at first. Luke limped into the next room to find the emptiness there just as overwhelming. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. Once they did, he saw that the rooms went on, deeper and deeper. The creature must have come from that direction. There might be more of its kind farther on. One was difficult enough. Several would be a nightmare. The creature was whimpering in the far room. Luke understood how it felt. He took the momentary respite to pull the remaining splinters from his own flesh. He set them beside him like long knives, the only weapons he had against this creature. Except his mind. The creature didn't seem intent on harming him. In fact, the most harm had occurred when Luke had attacked it. The creature seemed to be trying to figure out what he was. If Luke could figure out a way to convince it that he wasn't food, then he might stand a chance. The question was how. The creature had stopped whimpering. It was snuffling its way toward Luke. It must have gotten the splinter out of its pad. Luke lined his splinters around him. All they would do was buy him time, but time was what he needed. He wasn't going to die at the paws of this hairy beast. He wouldn't give Queller the satisfaction. 37. Queller watched the skies through the observatory. He had modified this, the great dome of the Jehar, into a command central when he was fighting his conventional war against the Jehar. After he had killed their leaders, he systematically destroyed their followers, and watched it all on the screens around him. The screens were now showing him various readings from space. The screens on his right magnified the same darkness 100-fold. The screens to his left showed a fleet of ships coming out of hyperdrive into Almanian space. A dozen of his best employees were scattered throughout the room. Yen stood beside him. "My lord, I think we should send our own people up there. Those are New Republic battleships. They could destroy Almania." "They won't," Queller said. "Still," Yan said, "I think we should be cautious. And let them know we've seen them? They're too far away. They won't know." Queller sighed. His assistants were always worried about failure first, instead of expecting success. He had learned that preparing for both success and failure served him best. "Fine," he said. "Send out 3-star destroyers, and the attendant support vehicles." "And Yan?" "Yes, my lord. If they fail, you will have failed also." Yan's gray skin whitened, but his voice remained calm. "Yes, my lord." He turned and softly gave the order to one of the guards. The guard nodded, clicked his heels together, and left the room. The New Republic's fleet was not yet visible in the sky overhead. It wouldn't be, until it was debris floating through space. Even then, all he would see would be an occasional flare breaking through the atmosphere. On the screens to his left, he watched a tiny ship break away from the pack. "Bravo, President," he said. "Soon you'll be able to talk with your wretched brother all you want." "Sir?" Yan said. Queller ignored him. He was concentrating, not just on the visuals around him, but on his feelings. The dark side had its strengths. He knew that the fleet was uncertain about what it would find. He smiled. It would find nothing. "Yan." "Yes, my lord?" "Are my plans in place?" "Of course, my lord." "Then you can execute them. Now." Yen hurried to comply with his order. Queller rocked back on his heels and patted the remote under his cape. If Yen failed to follow orders, Queller would do the deed himself. He had been telling the truth when he spoke to President Leia Organa Solo. He preferred elegant, refined weapons. She would learn just how elegant and how refined shortly. No one had taken anything off the Falcon, although the wedged open doors and a scorch mark from Han's personally designed security system near the support suggested that someone had tried. The Lady Luck wasn't as fortunate. Most of its interior was gone, including some of the easy-to-remove hardware. To say that Lando was furious was, in Han's opinion, a bit of an understatement. Han remained on the Lady Luck, repairing the engine systems with all the pieces he could find. The cockpit was already functional, but had lost all its fancy gadgetry. Lando and Chewbacca were searching Skip 1 for the rest of the equipment, and Lando's missing droids. Han insisted that if they didn't find enough materials to rebuild the Luck, they should leave within the day. He felt a sense of urgency he didn't quite understand. Blue had offered to help, but Han had turned her down. She had proven to be the most loyal of his old friends, but that no longer meant much. Perhaps Lando had been right. Perhaps they all had resented him. But he didn't like recasting all those memories. They had been friends once. That time had simply passed. There was no going back, much as he wanted to. And he wasn't even sure he wanted to anymore. The longing for the good old days that came during moments of quiet on Coruscant seemed to be longing for romanticized versions of his past, not his real past. Han had just reassembled the hyperdrive when the hair on the back of his neck rose. He grabbed it with his left hand, and a shudder ran down his spine. The feeling made him nervous. It was too close to the stuff Leia and Luke described about the Force. The stuff his children experienced but he never had. Something had happened, was about to happen, could have happened. He crawled out of the maintenance tube and into the Lux-stripped corridor. Then a series of booms echoed throughout the skip. The Luck rocked, and Han slid to the other side of the corridor. More explosions occurred, and still more. He lay still, his arms over his head, but nothing happened inside the Luck. Nothing at all. Just like the moment when the Senate Hall exploded. Only panic around him, and no injuries inside the casino. But Leia had been injured. Han pushed to his feet. "Chewie!" he shouted. "Lando?" Of course, there was no reply. He had been alone in the Luck. He grabbed his blaster and let himself out the doors and walked into a scene of devastation. The skip landing bay was in ruins. It looked as if someone had dropped a series of bombs from above. But the bay was a huge cavern carved in stone, and the ceiling hadn't been touched. Whatever had happened, happened inside. Small fires burned near many of the ships. A pile of exploded metal had welded itself onto the Falcon's side, but no fire burned below her. Nothing burned near the Luck either. Smugglers lay on their sides, on their backs, body parts strewn all over. Several ships had holes in their sides the size of boulders, but those holes had been blown outward. Over the crackle of flames, Han could hear moaning and wailing from the survivors. Black, thick smoke was filling the bay, making it difficult to breathe. He went back into the Luck and grabbed a breath mask that, fortunately, had not been taken. No telling what he would find in the rest of the skip. No telling what the damage would do to the asteroid. They were shaky things at best. This might destroy the entire place. He left the Luck, calling for Chewbacca and Lando. He had no idea where they'd gone. They were going after the parts, but they hadn't said who they were chasing, although Han had said he had seen stuff in kids and Zine's possessions. They probably had gone to their rooms first, and then deeper into the skip. Han hoped they hadn't gone too deep. Some of those corridors were narrow, and made of rock. That rock would be very fragile in explosions like this. As he stepped onto the ground, hands groped at his legs. People he didn't know called out to him. He stopped several times to move debris off trapped smugglers, then helped them to a place away from the fires. The smoke was getting so thick, it was impossible to see. If he wanted to save the Falcon and the Luck, he would have to work in the bay. But that meant leaving Chewie and Lando to their own devices. He could mentally picture Chewie, trapped beneath a rock, Lando crushed beside him. Yet Han knew that the odds of finding them at all were small. He had to try. He stepped over debris and flaming metal. This devastation looked similar to the devastation on Coruscant. Only there, he had heard one explosion. Here he had heard several. The cries were growing more and more pitiful. He seemed to be one of the few uninjured people in the entire area. He couldn't pass these people by. He had to start helping, and hope that Chewie and Lando were getting equal consideration from someone else. He wound his way around several flaming piles to the Falcon. Then he went inside, grabbed the fire extinguishers, and came out blasting. The foam put out the fires nearby, leaving charred bits of metal, and several charred bodies. Han gagged, but kept going. Fires first, because if he didn't do that, the oxygen would disappear, the smoke would get worse, and people would die. Or at least that was what he told himself, what he had to tell himself, as he heard more and more cries for help. Tentacles, hands, fingers, all manner of beings were reaching for him. He almost felt ashamed for being so healthy. He was working faster and faster, trying to put out more and more fires. The smoke was clearing, at least in the area he was working in, and as he looked up, he saw Blue doing the same work near him, using extinguishers from her skipper. She was covered in soot and ash, just as he was, but unlike him, she also had bruises, and her arms were bleeding. The back of her runic had torn, and he saw burns running along her skin. Her lips were moving as she worked, and tears were streaming down her face. He had never seen Blue so upset. He left her to her fires, and started on another set. More smugglers hurried out of ships. One Celestin vessel poured extinguisher out of its nozzle, and slowly, the fires died, leaving only smoking remains and bodies. And the wounded, staggering through the mess like the walking dead. Han wiped the sweat off his face with the back of his arm. He was already exhausted, overwhelmed by the magnitude of cleaning the run, of saving all the lives. He grabbed a SSDY that was digging through a pile of smoking rubble. Except for a few small burn patches on the SSDY's fur, it looked all right, as stunned as Han was, but all right. Get the medical droids. All of them, he said. We'll make an aid station on the Lady Luck. Droids? The SSDY swiveled its small head. Its eyes were red-rimmed. That's a sick joke, mister. It wrenched itself out of his grip and kept digging. Han frowned. Come on. We need to help these folks. Not with droids, the SSDY said. I don't understand. The SSDY stopped digging again, sighed, and wiped its claws on its fur. Where were you when this happened? In my ship. The SSDY nodded. Its little face was somber, its red-rimmed eyes filling with a blue gooey substance. The droids did this, it said, and turned back to its digging. Han frowned, picturing droids on attack, firing weapons. But that made no sense. It wasn't possible. He had fought beside droids before, and while they were clever, they never turned on their masters. Ever. What are you looking for? He asked. My mate, the SSTY said. Han felt his heart stop for a moment, remembering Leia in the bombed-out wreck of the Senate building, that horrible feeling he had had as he ran there, that feeling that he had just lost the most important thing in his life. Without hesitating, he dug into the hot metal, wincing as it burned his fingers, pulling pieces away that the SSTY wasn't strong enough to lift. The droids attacked us? They dash. The SSDY's voice broke. They exploded. All those pops, those explosions, were droids. All the droids? Some of them. The SSTY was digging faster. Enough. Han pulled a huge chunk of metal away. Beneath it was another SSTY, arms over its head, claws extended. Eyes open. With a yell, the SSTY pulled its mate free. The lower half of its body was crushed flat. It was clearly dead. I'm sorry, Han said. The words were not enough, and the SSTY didn't hear him. Its yowls had risen to blend with the other cries, and the blue stuff was staining its white fur. It kept brushing the hair away from its mate's lifeless eyes, and rocking, as if the motion would bring the mate back. Han backed away, unable to watch the little creature's pain. The droids exploded, and the bombed interior looked like the Senate Hall. All those senators with their protocol droids, their translator droids, their assistant droids. Several explosions at once would feel like one big assault. And leave no trace, because the sources of the bombs would be destroyed along with the bombs themselves. He made his way toward the Falcon, not quite able to think. No medical droids. So they would have to rely on whatever medical talent was on the run. No one would come here to help. No one would be able to navigate the entrance without a map. What a disaster. Han. The voice was reassuringly familiar. At the base of the Falcon's ramp, Lando stood with Chewbacca. Lando's shirt was singed, and the fur on Chewbacca's chest was nearly gone, but they were all right. Han had never been so glad to see anyone in his life. I thought you were dead, he said. We thought the same about you. What are we going to do? Lando shook his head. There are a few ancient FX-7s around, but they're already overworked. And most of the medical personnel were killed when their new medical droids exploded. Chewbacca growled. I thought of the same thing, Chewie, Han said. This is exactly what happened on Coruscant, but somehow they kept it isolated to one building. I don't know how they thought to target the run. They didn't, Lando said. Most of the droids here are stolen. Han felt cold. You mean this attack was meant for someone else? Probably, Lando said. Han didn't want to think about that. Not now. The cries had grown as the smoke cleared. Blue had worked her way closer to the Falcon. Her face was streaked with tears. Her eyes were glazed. She appeared to be working by rote. Listen, Han said. I think we should set up the Lady Luck as a medical facility. It's nearly empty, so there's lots of room, and we can fly the most seriously wounded off the run. Who's going to help smugglers? Lando asked. Someone will, Han said. I'll make sure of that. I think we need to coordinate this kind of effort with all the undamaged ships. We don't have the facilities on the run to deal with this kind of tragedy. But the Luck Dash, Lando said, is going to need refurbishing anyway, Han said. I'm sure most of the stolen equipment is now no longer in prime condition. Lando nodded. He appeared beyond exhaustion. I'll get her ready, he said. Thanks, Han said. He silently urged Chewie to go along with Lando, and then turned toward Blue. She was gone. He took a breath, unable to see her. He hoped she hadn't collapsed when he wasn't looking. Then he saw her, sitting cross-legged on a pile of rubble, her arms cradling a charred body. Her tears had stopped, but she looked stricken, as if someone had stabbed her through the heart. He picked his way over to her. Now that he knew what much of the debris was, he could recognize it: long crane pieces that went on binary load lifters, jacks for plugging into computer systems, wheels that belonged on our 5 units. The droids blew themselves up to destroy their masters. But how? Why? He stopped beside Blue. The body she held was nearly unrecognizable. It was missing an arm. It wasn't until Han crouched that he saw the face. Davis. His eyes were open, their final expression stunned horror. Han reached over and closed them. Blue glanced at him then. Her face was still tear-streaked, but it looked as if she would never cry again. It wasn't supposed to happen this way, she said, her voice flat. Han felt cold. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what she was talking about. Still, he asked, "What wasn't?" Davis. She choked on the word. You were supposed to trust him. He was supposed to take you out of here. Han's thighs ached. He wasn't used to crouching. You knew him? I loved him. Her voice was soft. It wasn't true, you know. What kid said? I wasn't a smuggler of hearts. I have one. Had one. She bowed her head. This shouldn't happen to people. No, Han said softly. It shouldn't happen to anyone. Maybe he had misunderstood her. Maybe that was what she had meant when he came over, that something like this was an unspeakable abomination, that the people who conceived of it were horrible beings. What happened, Blue? She shook her head. The credits, Han. You don't know what those kinds of credits do. The chill in his bones increased. Davis did not look restful. He looked as if he had died in agony. Blue could probably see that too. Tell me, Han said. You were supposed to trust him. I should have known you couldn't make such an easy leap. But I remembered you wrong, Han. I remembered you as a nice man, a competent man, but I forgot you were a loner. I forgot you liked to do things your way. Why was I supposed to trust him, Blue? So you would go after the equipment. You were supposed to see a trade, and follow it to the source. What's the source? Almania, she whispered. Han leaned away from her. Was Gerald part of this? Not a willing part. When Silas found out he had left, then we decided to use it. You would have come in handy. To whom, Blue? She stroked Davis's burned head. He had no hair left on his scalp. Even in death, he looked vulnerable. To whom? Han repeated. The credits, Han. You don't understand the credits. Yes, I do, he said. I do. He understood. Credits made some people crazy. It made them forget the important things. It made them creatures without heart. No matter how much Blue protested, he didn't believe her. She had no heart. Not if she could be a part of this. His name is Queller. He wants your wife. Leia? She nodded. And her brother. Han frowned. But why? Because he hates the New Republic. He thinks it harms people more than it helps them. And he did this? The anger seeped out of Han's voice before he could stop it. Blue froze, her hand stopped in mid-caress. She closed her eyes. Blue? It was supposed to be a clean weapon, Han. It wasn't supposed to do so much damage. You knew this was going to happen, didn't you? She shook her head. I'm not that dumb. Really. I wouldn't let this happen to my friends. To Davis. Han clenched his fists. He wanted to hurt something. But he had to hold himself in check. What does he want with Leia? He wants her and Skywalker gone. He wants to be the master of the Force in the galaxy. He wants to lead all the planets. He wants to be emperor. She shook her head. He's a good man. They say Palpatine was once too, Han said. He pushed up, unable to be close to her anymore. He's not like that, Han. Han shook his head. You misjudged me, Blue. Why wouldn't you misjudge this Queller? You didn't see beyond the credits. I saved your life, she said. So did Davis. Because you needed me to lure Leia to her death. That doesn't count, Blue. Han, please dash. He shook his head and backed away from her. Then he stopped when he realized something. If this wasn't supposed to happen here, what went wrong? I forgot, she whispered. About the stolen droids. Stolen? From where? Everywhere. Smugglers always steal droids. You know that. But these droids. The ones that blew. Where were they stolen from? She raised her gaze to him as if he should have figured it out. As if he should have known. And he was afraid he did know, but he waited for her to say it anyway. Coruscant, she whispered. They were stolen from Coruscant. 38. The fleet continued moving forward. Queller watched it on his screens, saying nothing. The room was dimly lit, the only true light coming from the screens and the lamps at the workstations. The dome showed the silent night sky. Hard to believe he would easily win a battle up there in a matter of moments. Yen had given the order. Queller had watched the serial numbers scroll on his remote. Too much time had passed. At first he wondered if the fleet was moving forward on momentum. Then he realized, as the wave of cold and death failed to wash over him, that nothing had happened. Yan, he said to his assistant, figuring a double check was necessary. Did you give the order? Yes, sir. The wave hit, finally, terrifyingly chill and weak, as if it had come from a long distance. It was oddly prolonged, a few deaths, then a few more, and then a few after that. He raised his arms, felt the power surge in him, but there was no satisfaction in it. The droids he had designed especially for the Coruscant fleet were somehow somewhere else. Slowly he lowered his arms. Yen was watching him curiously, as if he had never seen him before. Queller was tempted to pick the old man up and break his thin neck as a sign of power. But he knew that would gain him nothing. The ships were growing closer, ever closer. Too many of them. If he let them get too close, they would destroy Almania. I've deployed our ships, Yan said. Good, Queller said, ignoring Yan's triumphant tone. The little man wanted Queller to lose, wanted Queller to be defeated. But Queller wouldn't be. I want the Imperial warships to be the first thing they see. I want them to think they're still fighting the Empire. Won't that give them a psychological advantage, sir? Queller smiled. A psychological disadvantage, Yan. The Empire becomes the enemy that never dies. They'll use strategies with the Empire they never use with us. And that's to our advantage? Keeping the true nature of our attack hidden is always to our advantage. He leaned forward. I will conduct the battle from here. I want you to discover what went wrong. Why our weapon didn't work. You relied too much on that one weapon, Yan said. Queller shook his head. The droids exploded, Yan. But they exploded somewhere else. I want you to let me know where the damage occurred, and what happened on this fleet. Yan watched him a moment. Queller glowered at him. Finally, Yan said, Yes, sir. His attitude needed work. He was a competent man who was about to walk the road that Femin died upon. But because he had served Queller so well, he deserved a warning. A symbolic warning. Queller raised a hand and clenched it. Yen brought a hand to his throat. He was gagging, his tongue out, his eyes wide. Queller let go. Yen dropped to his knees and remained there, gasping. You need to remember, my friend, that I am more powerful than you, and always will be. I have never forgotten that, my lord. Your attitude tells me otherwise. I value your opinion and your ideas. See that I don't lose the wisdom of your counsel. Yes, sir. Yen brought himself slowly to his feet. His neck carried bruises where Queller's imaginary hand had been. I shall endeavor to prevent the loss. Excellent. Queller turned his back on Yan. Carry out your orders. Yes, sir. Queller felt Yan stare at him a moment before leaving the room. When Yan was gone, Queller signaled one of the guards to him. She bowed her head, clearly frightened. Yes, my lord? Bring Gant to me. Yes, my lord. She clicked her heels and disappeared. Gant wasn't nearly as talented as Yan, and he didn't even fall into the same category as Femin. Neither of them did. But Gant would be Queller's next choice for an advisor. Best to start training him now. Queller had a feeling that Yen wouldn't be with him much longer. This time the cold felt as if someone were pelting her with ice cubes. With a shaking hand, Leia put Alderaan on automatic, amazed that she was able to do that much as she felt death all around her. This wave wasn't as strong, but it lasted longer, which made it even more terrifying. She couldn't pinpoint its location, but the feelings were the same: sudden shock and betrayal, followed by fear, and then nothing, except a broad expanse of chill. She braced herself to see Queller's face, but surprisingly it didn't surface this time. Instead, she felt Luke. It was a small sense, one of great pain and great effort, but it was a sense all the same. Luke was alive. He was alive. She reached for him. Luke? And got no response. But instead of being discouraged, she was heartened. At least she hadn't hit that white wall she had hit before. He was alive. She swallowed. They were entering the Almanian sector. Soon the fleet would show on whatever kind of monitoring equipment Queller had. Her time would be limited, and she would have to act quickly. She was still alone in the cockpit. She had kept the military personnel out with the promise of allowing them to help once the battle started. By now, she should have felt tired, but she was curiously elated. She loved this feeling. She had had it several times in her life. The first was the day she met Han. After the experience with the interrogation droid, after watching Alderaan shatter, after losing everything, she should never have been able to run through those corridors, blast her way into that garbage bin, and shoot her way to the Falcon, but she did. Han called it a core of strength within her, but it was more than that. No matter what, she would never give up. She would win and take risks just as Han did. She had proven that when she had sent the fleets to Kornak the year before. Now she would have to do it again. Only this time, it was her own life she gambled with. Hers and Luke's. She just hoped she would be able to contact him before she reached Almania. Her plan depended on knowing where to find him. Almost as if it heard her thought, a private message light appeared on the controls before her. It had come on the channel she used with Luke, a private channel that they had relied on ever since she had gotten the Alderaan. She shut off any speakers to the rest of the ship, then ordered the computer to play the message for her. She glanced at the screen. Coded, it read. For your eyes only. She acknowledged the coding. The Alderaan knew who she was. No need for a retinal scan. The computer skipped all of the preliminaries and went straight to the message. It is in binary. Do you want me to translate? Luke had never sent a message in binary before. But she didn't know his circumstances. This might be the best way for him to reach her. She asked the computer to translate and waited until the message scrolled onto the screen. New model droids dangerous. To be safe, shut down all droids. Repeat. New model droids dangerous. To be safe, shut down all droids. There was no signature. But the message continued to scroll, repeating over and over. Leia studied the message. It made no sense. If Luke was in the kind of trouble she believed him to be in, he wouldn't have sent a message like that. Unless it was another code. Or unless it was true. She shuddered and buzzed the galley. Lieutenant Chirey to the cockpit, please. The lieutenant acknowledged her and signed off. A moment later, he appeared in the cockpit door, his bowling ball shape barely fitting in a door designed for humans. She showed him the message, explained the circumstance, and asked his opinion. He glanced at her, then at the message. This message makes sense, President, he said. Given the detonators on the X-Wings. She nodded. She had already thought of that. How important are the droids to the fleet's mission? Important, Chirey said. But we can get along without them. We aren't using many X-Wings, and we still rely on sentience for much of the shipboard work. Then I want you and your team to deliver this message to the fleet. I'll leave some of the officers here. No, Leia said, hoping she hadn't spoken too quickly. We can't send messages. I received this one only by virtue of the code that my brother and I had developed. If you keep 2 officers here, and the message was important, and something happens, we'll always regret it. I'll be all right for the time it will take to make the deliveries. Ma'am, my orders are to take care of you. Leia smiled. She had suspected as much. I'm afraid, Lieutenant, that I've always done quite well at taking care of myself. I'm changing your orders. Now we don't have time for argument. I will dock with one of the nearby ships momentarily. Yes, ma'am. The lieutenant nodded to her, took the message, and left the cockpit. She let out a deep sigh, and leaned her head against the chair. In a moment, they would all be gone. She would leave the matter of the droids in Wedge's hands. He would know what decision to make. And he would make it after she had gone to Almania. Alone. 39. The strange prolonged agony from a distant system had drained his energy. Luke had sent heat, as he had before, but it took something out of him. Luke leaned against the wall, his splinters around him. The creature remained in the other room, snuffling. A constant threat, but for the moment it left him alone. Almost as if it knew he suffered. He was dizzy and tired and his back still hurt, although the pain had subsided somewhat. He couldn't feel his ankle at all, unless he stood on it. Then pain shot through his leg. Only the splint held him up. He needed water. The burns were bad enough to continually sap his strength. Queller wanted both of them, him and Leia. He would have both if Luke didn't do something about it. Which meant getting out of there. The creature snuffled again. Luke didn't entirely understand the creature either. It had clearly just eaten before Luke was placed in its cage. So was it there to hold him? Or was he to be tomorrow's lunch? It peeked its head around the corner. The massive face had a quizzical look to it. It held out its paw, and large drops of blood fell on the ground. Yet the creature didn't seem angry. But then, it hadn't seemed angry when it had tried to swallow Luke either. Maybe it was a big, cheerful eating machine. It kneeled at him. Then it extended its injured paw. Luke raised the splinter, and the creature batted it from his hand, sending him flying head over heels. He hit his back, and the pain made him cry out. He stopped rolling and tried to get to his feet. The creature had run beside him. It looked down on him, its face getting closer and closer. He had no more weapons. The creature opened its mouth. Luke ducked. R2-D2 led Cole and C-3PO to a small moon. Telti, according to Cole's navigational computer, had been a droid factory and recommissioning area since the Old Republic. Telti joined the Empire late in the Empire's existence, when Palpatine threatened to destroy Telti if it didn't join. Telti continued to sell droids to anyone whose credit was good, and except for that Imperial threat, the factory's politics had remained neutral. After the truce at Bakura, Telti petitioned the New Republic for membership, which had been granted, and had remained a quiet, stable member ever since. So Cole felt fairly awkward, arriving in what might be considered a stolen freighter on the hunch of a droid. R2, on the other hand, seemed quite calm. He was in the lounge now, but earlier he had been in the cockpit. He made no sounds during the flight, but he did jack into the computer once the ship was away from Coruscant. Cole suspected that R2 was sending more messages. Cole watched R2 send one to President Leia, using Luke Skywalker's codes. Cole wasn't certain who the little droid was sending messages to, but he trusted R2 to make the right choices. The messages would help. Cole really didn't want to be doing this on his own. As the ship entered orbit over Telti, Cole requested an immediate landing. He received no response. "Perhaps, sir, they use only mechanized equipment," 3PO said. He sat in the second seat, the one behind the pilot, designed for passengers. The problem was that 3PO's voice spoke directly in Cole's ear. It wouldn't be unusual. Why? The factory on Tala 9 allowed no sentience at all. They discouraged sentient participation by using only droid languages for landing codes. Of course, they discontinued that practice when two ships collided mid-orbit because their systems weren't designed to handle. Cole tuned out the chatter. He sent his message again. Then on Casfield 6, they discovered that the use of droid languages and landing codes caused shipboard computers to malfunction when 6 ships, all built by, and again, exploded on the launching pad. Quite a blow to the Authans, as I understand it. They were new to space travel. And again, when their queen, a 6,000-year-old woman kept alive by. "State your business, freighter." The voice that came across the speaker was mechanized. It lacked the vocal range of 3PO's. It's a new model navigator droid, sir. I recognized the pitch. It took Cole a moment to absorb what 3PO had told him, since Cole had worked so hard at ignoring him. Freighter. State your business. I am Cole Fardreamer. I have business with your manager. Personal or sales? Excuse me? Is your business personal, or would you like to meet with a sales representative? The last question was not one that Cole expected. It's personal, Cole said. The mechanized voice gave him landing coordinates. Cole made certain that the computer entered them properly, then felt the freighter bump as it veered onto a new course. How very interesting, 3PO said. They must handle their own sales here. Some droids are good at business, you know, but most lack the finesse needed for what sentients call the deal. Cole scanned the surface. The deal? Well, yes, 3PO said. Droids are not adept at lying, you know, and we have no interest in profit. There are no droid smugglers, at least none that I've ever heard of. The entire moon was covered in buildings. The buildings went deep underground. The landing coordinates that the voice had given him were near another, smaller landing strip. They had to have him coming in on an official path. When I was living on Tatooine, Cole said, not really interested in the conversation, but wanting to keep 3PO occupied, I had heard that Jabba the Hutt had droids helping him. Helping him is an entirely different thing. A droid must serve his master. That is his primary function. Why, I even worked for Jabba the Hutt for a very short time. I served as its translator. Quite discouraging work, let me tell you. The things the Hutt said. Cole headed toward the landing strip. The buildings were massive, as he had thought, and there were droids all over the surface. My counterpart R2-D2 serving drinks. It was quite humiliating. I'm not sure he ever got over it. The freighter landed on the coordinates the voice had given Cole. A dome rose overhead and closed on the ship. All around him, signs flared in several languages. Personal droids must remain on ships. This is a working plant. Do not stray from the marked sidewalks. Wait near your vehicle. A representative will approach you. Ships will be scanned before liftoff. Theft is an intergalactic offense, punishable by death. That last sign had an Imperial insignia on it. Apparently, the managers of the Telti factory had not seen the need to remove it. The dome clicked shut over them. Then a light on the side control panels flicked on. A rear hatch had opened. R2, 3PO said. Master Cole, you must stop him. Cole shook his head. R2 is the one that brought us here. We need to trust him, 3PO. But the signs. They'll deactivate him for certain. 3PO might have had a point. Cole opened the cargo door. Not if we distract them, Cole said. He left the cockpit and went out the door. 3PO followed. Go after R2, Cole said softly. Make sure he's all right. But, sir, the signs strictly forbid my leaving this vessel. That's why I want you to go now. If anyone stops you, try to convince them you're from this place. If that doesn't work, tell them I forced you to leave the ship, and you think I'm abandoning you here. You aren't, are you, sir? I know that they have come out with a new model protocol droid, but Mistress Leia Dash. You aren't mine to abandon, 3PO. Now go. Yes, sir. 3PO trundled down the path in the direction that Cole had pointed him. Cole watched him for a brief moment, wondering how a droid managed to sound so injured without sighing, sniffing, or using any of the common human clues. Then he patted his blasters and scanned the area. Signs everywhere. The dome was clear and open to the sky. There were walkways along the side of the runway, and doors as high up as he could see. There were probably alarms everywhere, and someone was probably watching. 3PO had better be as cunning as he bragged he was, because someone would stop him, and quickly. A small door opened near the freighter. A man walked toward Cole. The man wore a cape and had the same sort of undefinable radiance that Skywalker had. Although this radiance had a touch of darkness. Cole wouldn't be able to define it if he were asked, but he knew it was there. The man was slender, tall, and very blond. He was also startlingly good-looking, a fact that shocked Cole. Cole rarely noted how attractive anyone was, male or female, and now he had done it twice in the last week or so. First with President Organa Solo, and now with this man. There had to be more to him than was obvious to the eye. "Hello," the man said, his voice warm and welcoming. "My name is Brachus. I run this facility." He held out his hand as he approached. Cole took it, even though he had to suppress a shudder as he did so. Cole Fardreamer. Brachus surveyed him as closely as Cole had surveyed Brachus. "We don't often get much call for droids from people arriving in stock light freighters. Are you buying or selling, Fardreamer?" "Neither," Cole said. He felt odd, as if his mind were moving more slowly than usual. He wanted to like this man, indeed he felt as if he had always known this man, but beneath that feeling was a layer of distrust so strong that it turned his stomach. "I have found a problem, and I think you might be able to help me with it." "A problem, Fardreamer? You own some of our droids?" "Not exactly," Cole said. He glanced around. The landing strip, which had been empty before, was filled now with dozens of droids. Most of them were models he had associated with the Empire: black assassin droids, probe droids, fighter droids with their powerful arms, and their lack of control. He was in a droid factory, he reminded himself, and Brachus was probably letting Cole know how difficult any deviousness would be. He kept straining to hear 3PO's outraged voice, but so far he had heard nothing. "I was wondering," Cole said, "if we could talk in private." "Most people are not bothered by my droids," Brachus said. "Well, you'll understand my concern in a moment," Cole said. "Please, may we speak alone?" Brachus waved a hand and, as silently as they had appeared, the droids vanished. "All right," he said. "I assume you have holocams here," Cole said. Brachus's smile was thin. "We have watchers everywhere, Mr. Fardreamer. No matter where I take you, someone will be observing. It is for my safety as well as yours." Cole wanted to glance over his shoulder, to see if he could see 3PO. But he didn't. Instead, he gripped the side of the freighter with one hand and leaned as close to Brachus as he could comfortably get. "Someone is sabotaging your droids," he whispered. Brachus blinked and took a step backward before he managed to cover his reaction. "What?" Cole nodded. He held out his other hand, filled with several tiny detonators. "We found these in droids shipped to Coruscant. Those droids were traced here." "What are those?" Brachus now seemed calmer, as if nothing could ruffle him. Cole didn't know how to read that initial reaction. Had the man truly not known? Or was he pretending not to know? "Detonators," Cole said. "When combined with the proper order, action, or code, they will make the droids explode." "Explode." Brachus put a hand to his face. On the superficial emotional level, Cole believed Brachus was upset. But underneath, he felt an anger. Or something like anger. That darkness again. Darkness he couldn't pinpoint. I'm afraid so, Cole said. One of your workers might be sabotaging Dash. My workers are droids, Brockus said. They cannot harm their masters or themselves. Cole's mouth had gone dry. Still nothing from 3PO or R2. Perhaps they had gotten away. Perhaps security wasn't as tight as it seemed. These were in the droids, Cole said. Yes, Brockus said. He frowned. Our clientele varies. Was the shipment a direct one to Coruscant? I don't know, Cole said. He felt a faint thread of relief. Brockus believed him. All I know is that the droids came from here. Brockus nodded. And you came directly here? As soon as I could. Why didn't one of your people contact me directly? Good question. Cole wished he had a good answer. I thought Dash. That you could blackmail me? Brockus's smile was tight. It's not likely, Fardreamer. You outthink yourself. I control Telti. You would have done better to meet me elsewhere. I wasn't thinking about blackmail. Of course not. Brockus's voice was smooth. He had a lot of charm when he chose to use it. You just happened to come here alone, in a freighter that is registered to someone else, without any orders or contact from the New Republic's government. It seems quite suspicious to me. The government sent me, hoping that you would work with me, Cole said. We all hope to keep this as quiet as possible. Droids are everywhere, and people would be alarmed if they knew the droids to be dangerous. Indeed they would, Mr. Fardreamer. Brockus put his hands behind his back. They swept his cape away from his hips, revealing a lightsaber like the one Luke Skywalker carried. You don't lie very convincingly. Perhaps you want to tell me why you brought an outdated R2 unit and an old protocol droid with you. Cole didn't lie very well. It had never been a skill he had wanted to cultivate. He had never had much use for it before. They travel with me, Cole said. I see, Brockus said. You sent your droids off alone. Can't you read the signs? He pointed at personal droids must remain on ships. I didn't see that one until it was too late, Cole said. They'll be all right, won't they? I can't guarantee it, Brockus said. This is a factory. Droids often come here for reconditioning and repair. They might have a memory wipe or be disassembled. I'm sure you can prevent that, Cole said, when he wasn't sure of that at all. I'm sure I can, Brockus said, if you tell me who sent you and why. I did tell you, Cole said. Brockus smiled. This smile had cruel edges. The charm was gone. Maybe you want to try again. Cole was about to answer when he looked around. The droids were back. Only these weren't the ones he had seen earlier. These were modified assassin droids. Their obsidian faces had no visible eyes. Their arms were blasters, and more appeared from the center of their chests. What are those? Cole asked. My personal army, Brockus said. I won't hesitate to use them unless you tell me why Skywalker sent you. Skywalker? That protocol droid belongs to his sister. The astromech droid belongs to him. If you value your life, you will tell me what he has planned. Nothing, Cole said with complete honesty. I'm here alone. Brockus tilted his head as if he were listening to all the things Cole hadn't said. Traveling alone across the galaxy is dangerous, Fardreamer. Cole managed a smile. I'm beginning to realize that, he said. 40. Droids often came from places like this. Therefore, R2-D2 did not swivel his head as he looked out of the freighter. It was obvious that he was not surprised by what he saw. He opened the back hatch and rolled out. Once he was on the ground, he began swiveling his head, searching for something. R2 raised his video sensor and scanned the area. Then his head swiveled toward the astromech area, 80 meters to his left. He rolled down the concrete walk. Clearly, this entire place had been designed for droids. At the edge of the walk, he encountered C9PO. Brachus had sent 9PO to intercept R2 just before Brachus came out to greet Cole. I say, 9PO said. You're not one of ours, are you? R2 didn't answer. So really, you should go elsewhere to be recommissioned. I'm certain they could have done it on Coruscant. R2 sped up. The door to the astromech building was shut. R2's video sensor scanned for other entrances. The astromech building appeared to be underutilized. With the upgrading of X-Wings and other ships to do without astromech units, it made sense. But astromech units had other uses besides navigation. The upgraded units had to be manufactured somewhere. R2 veered to the left, following the walkway down. The C9PO hurried after him. That facility is off-limits to old droids, 9PO said. You must stop immediately. R2 continued. The decline caused him to speed up even more. He was going slightly faster than usual. The protocol droid couldn't keep up. My master instructed me to have you wait, 9PO said with some alarm. The path forked and R2 took the right fork this time. It led to an open door. He zoomed inside, put down his brake, and stopped. 9PO was still yelling. The recommission area is above ground. It repeated the phrase several times, and then it said, as if speaking to itself, R2 units. How dreadful. They never listened to their betters. R2 leaned against the wall. He used a tiny glow light beam to scan for a computer. The computer on the wall was merely a door panel. Whoever had designed this moon had done so with droids in mind. He couldn't jack in. The protocol droid's prissy voice floated down to him. I saw it disappear down this path. I believe we must conduct a search for it. It's not acting rationally. R2 used the glow light to scan the room. Mostly junk, scrapped equipment, and piles of corroded wire. Another door stood open at the end. He rolled toward the door. 9PO's voice grew fainter. R2 plunged deeper into Telty's droid factory, heading into the unknown, alone and unassisted. It hadn't taken Leia too long to reach Almania. She had circled the planet for some time before she got another sense of Luke. Then she found a docking bay near the area where she had felt his presence. The bay was perfect for the Alderaan, the right size, the right construction, even the right weight restrictions. She slid her ship into the bay with no trouble at all. She sat very quietly in the darkness, waiting for something to go wrong. She was so nervous that she didn't trust what she was feeling. She was feeling that the entire planet was wrong somehow, that something was completely off-kilter. She had felt that ever since she had slipped into the atmosphere, beneath their sensors, undetected and unwatched. That had bothered her. They were sending ships after her fleet, and they weren't watching their own skies? It felt like a trick Vader might pull, a double switch of some kind. As she'd brought the Alderaan in, she had watched for needle ships or other kinds of ships that could hide behind clouds and suddenly attack. Nothing. Just as there was no one in this bay. The planet felt deserted. That was what had bothered her. Even the bay, now that she looked at it closely, appeared unattended, as if no one had been in it for a long, long time. Tiles were falling out of the wall, and the Alderan had kicked up dust as she slid into place. No one monitored the doors or the nearby skies. If she had flown into a building, no one would have warned her. For a planet that had just declared war on the New Republic, that seemed decidedly odd. Unless Queller was using the tricks that the rebels had used during the fight against the Empire. Do the unexpected always catch them off guard? It would mean that he had an inferior fighting force. Small forces always used commando tactics. It gave them the advantage. She suddenly wished she could contact Wedge. His attack would be different if he knew that Queller had few resources. She would order an all-out fight. But if Wedge thought Queller had a lot of ships, he might try strategy. He might start working according to all the battle orders that the military on Coruscant had developed over the years. She could sense no one around. She took her lightsaber and her blaster and set the Alderan's internal alarms. She also set the self-destruct, should anyone other than the handful of authorized people overpower the alarms. Luke and Wedge were the only people nearby who could use the ship. Then she got out. The air smelled stale. Every movement she made kicked up dust. The equipment was rusted, the computer panels were ripped open. This bay was not abandoned, it had been murdered. Someone intended it never to be used again. Leia went to the bay doors. They were jammed open. Tiny footprints in the dust showed that some creatures had gotten use out of the area, but probably not the creatures the area had been designed for. She stepped outside into the fading light, and saw dozens of buildings, all in a state of disrepair. It looked as if no one had lived on Almania in a long, long time. Yet she could feel Luke. He seemed much closer. And she could feel other presences as well. They seemed far away, and she couldn't tell how many of them there were. She would have to follow the feeling to find him. Someone was watching her. She whirled, the feeling as startling as if she had seen someone run across the street. But she was alone. She could see no one, feel no one, hear no one. Nothing had changed except the sudden crawling of her skin, the way the hair on the back of her neck rose. She dropped her hand so that it was close to her blaster, an old, practiced, nervous move. The shadows in the bay were deep, but they didn't move. She heard no breathing, saw nothing glinting in the darkness. She was alone. Someone was watching her. Surveillance? But all the obvious signs of it were ruined. The broken walkways around the doors, the shattered glass. Something terrible had happened to this place, and she didn't know what it was. But she knew it precluded the standard forms of surveillance. She took a deep breath, unwilling to leave the Alderan, but knowing that she had to. Maybe the sense she had gotten had come from Luke. Maybe it had come from Queller. It had probably come from Queller. He wanted her here. He had shown her Luke, had sent her messages right from the start. And her arrival had been too easy. Perhaps that made her the most nervous of all. Someone should have noticed her. Someone should have prevented her from flying on to Almania. Someone should have come after her by now. But she had no choice. She was on this course. Together she and Luke would be stronger than Queller. She had to remember that. The key, of course, would be to find Luke. Before Queller killed him. 41. Wedge stood in the command post of the Yavin, his legs spread, his hands clasped behind his back. His station was on a slight rise, with a bar below him. The Mon Calamari Star Cruisers these days were fancier than the ones he had first served in. These new ones were built from scratch, unlike the earlier models, which had been redesigned over pleasure yachts. The new ships had round command centers that took advantage of all parts of space. The command center was a clear bubble in the center of the ship, with catwalks crossing it. The catwalks were made of thin diamond-shaped mesh, which gave him an imperfect vision of the area below as well as above. Despite the fact that his people had designed them, Admiral Akbar had argued against these newer model ships, saying that they allowed an attacker to find the command center more easily. Wedge, on the other hand, liked them. They gave him the same feeling he had had as a fighter pilot, a feeling that only a thin wall of material separated him from the vastness of space. It also gave him great perspective, allowing him to remember that in space battles, as opposed to ground battles, the attacks could come from any position, above, below, behind, or sideways. So many commanders forgot that after years out of a fighter pilot's chair. And it had been too long since Wedge was responsible only to himself. Sometimes he missed those days. General, a fleet of ships has just left the planet's surface. The lieutenant on the lower level said. Keep me apprised, Wedge said. I think, sir, that we should reactivate the droids, said Sela, his second in command. She was a thin, nervous woman who had been a crack shot and an invaluable assistant on Coruscant. She had yet to prove herself in a battle command. We can fight without them, Wedge said. Begging the general's pardon, but our support services are hampered without their presence. Wedge nodded. But President Organa went to some trouble to let us know about the droids. I think we should respect her choice. President Organa does not command the fleet, Sela said. Wedge debated whether or not he should call her on her breach of military etiquette. Finally, he decided on the soft approach. President Organa has led more troops into battle than you have ever seen, Major. I have learned, over the years, to pay attention to her suggestions. Sela sighed, clearly understanding the rebuff. Yes, sir. However, Major, if you can find a way to duplicate the droid's services without reactivating them or pulling essential personnel, I will be grateful. Sela smiled and nodded. Yes, sir. She turned and hurried along the catwalk, as if his order had been her intention all along. Sir, said Jimbotham, HIG, from below. He was a slender blue creature whose piloting skills were renowned. Those ships are moving toward us quickly. How quickly? Wedge asked. They're moving faster than anything we have, sir. They appear familiar, sir, said Ian, a Mon Calamari. I think they're Imperial. What? Wedge asked. How is that possible? They're designed, sir. They're Victory-class Star Destroyers, modified Imperial style. They? Wedge asked, not liking the sound of this. He had gone up against Victory-class destroyers before. They had their weaknesses, but those weaknesses were hard to breach. How many are we looking at here? 3 by my count, sir, said Ian. Along with a full complement of TIE fighters. Although there's something odd about the fighters. Figure out what that is, Wedge said. Let Sela know that we need Oings out there, and quickly. He took a deep breath. He had not expected this. A ragtag fleet of some sort, perhaps, cobbled together from various other ships. Or maybe even a home complement. But not Star Destroyers, nor so many. This Queller had trained military personnel operating some of the most powerful ships in the galaxy. How had he come by all of this? And so quickly? And why did it feel so wrong? Wedge didn't have time to reflect on the answers. He gave the instructions to follow command pattern 2B, and almost belayed that order. Something was wrong here. Very wrong. Get Sela back into the command center. And get me General Susa, he said. We're breaking communication silence then, sir? Asked Dean. Wedge nodded. He needed to know if Susa's instruments showed the same squadron heading toward them, if somehow Queller had manipulated their technology. Leia, and the message she had sent with his staff, had implied that somehow Queller had messed with the droids. Maybe he controlled the scanning equipment as well. Still, Wedge had to prepare for a full-scale battle. For the first time in years, he was nervous. He hated being caught by surprise. His entire military zoomed through space. Several thousand troops and ground personnel. He had never expected to use them. But Queller was prepared. Despite what he had said to Yan, he planned for all contingencies. He was just surprised that his weapon hadn't worked. For the first time, it had failed to work in the way it was designed. Someone else had died. The droids hadn't been delivered to the right place. Brachus would pay. Later. Queller had to concentrate on the battle now. Although Leia Organa Solo's nearness was distracting. He had felt her ship break through the atmosphere, but he hadn't checked on her since. She wouldn't be hard to find. Her Jedi powers radiated from her like a searchlight. He would concentrate on her after he had defeated her fleet. He almost wished he was with his people. Almost. But he knew the risks that entailed, and he didn't need risk now. Not with his objective so close. Whatever happened in space mattered less than his defeat of Skywalker and his sister. Once they were gone, the galaxy would be his. It would take only an instant, and every threat to him would disappear. If Brachus hadn't betrayed him again. Sir, said Gant, his advisor. Commander Burr wants to know if he will be commanding from below. Queller smiled. His people never knew what he would do. Tell Commander Burr that I have full faith in his ability. And that I will be watching. Yes, sir, said Gant. That would be warning enough. His people knew that Queller judged failure harshly. If he got even a whiff of loss from his favorite commander, that commander would die. Queller would never lead a fleet in a traditional sense. He'd often felt that leaders who bothered with the trivia of who shot whom lost the battle. But he would lead as best he could from below. All he cared about was that the battle went his way. He didn't care who survived, as long as no one from the New Republic landed on Almania. No one except Leia Organa Solo, that is. 42. Han was frantic for Leia. More bombs on Coruscant. She might be dead by now. The entire planet might be in flames. He hoped she had gotten the children away. He backed away from Blue, from another old friend who had never been a friend at all, leaving her with Davis's body. All around them, the cries and the screams continued. Lando was powering up the Lady Luck. Han's repairs at least allowed that. Chewbacca was beside him. Han didn't know how much Chewie had heard. We have to get out of here. Coruscant was the intended target, Han said. Chewbacca moaned. But we can't leave these people like this. Han's brain was moving faster than his mouth. He wanted to be gone, wanted to be outside the run so that he could contact Coruscant and find out if anyone had survived. Find out if Leia had survived. His hands were shaking. All he could see was his beautiful wife, her white dress torn and scorch-marked, her hair falling around her ears, her nose bleeding, her body bent with the strain of carrying a senator 3 times her own weight. Leia during the last bombing. She might have collapsed if he hadn't taken her from there. He wasn't there to rescue her now. Chewbacca was talking to him. Han hadn't heard much more than the last yowl. Yeah, I know, buddy. They need us here. Find out how many ships still work, how much rescue power we have here. Then let's load up the Falcon. I want to be one of the first ships off the run. We can find out about Coruscant then. Chewie moaned. Han nodded. We'll check Kashyyyk too. I'm sure your family is fine. There aren't many droids, at least that I remember. Chewie agreed with Han's recollection, and then walked off into the smoke to check on the availability of the other ships. Han took a deep breath, grateful for his mask. The smoke, though thinner, still filled the air. The air filtration system on Skip 1 had never been good. He wondered how many would die from smoke inhalation alone. A few of the smugglers with medical experience were working their way through the rubble, separating the survivors into groups. Han knew what they were doing, even though he deplored it. They were separating those who were likely to survive the next few hours from those who weren't. With limited medical resources, those who were likely to survive would have to receive treatment first. The cuts and bruises would wait, of course, but the risky procedures would wait as well. Better to save several lives than lose them, and the person being operated on, by wasting time. Time. This could be happening all over. It might be occurring on Coruscant even now. Leia. He climbed back over the rubble, resisting the urge to pull his blaster and shoot Blue out of existence. Doing that would only fuel his anger. That kind of revenge would only make matters worse. But it would make him feel a little less helpless. Because he knew, despite the efforts of the medical teams and the other survivors, that this scene of devastation would be repeated all over the run. Skip 1 had droids, but so did Skips 2, 3, 5, and 72. He would wager even Nandrees and Skip 6, had several droids. Only there the loss of life might have been minimal, given the fact that Nandreesen was gone. Han climbed the ramp to the Falcon. Inside he detached seats, and made room on the floor, filling tiny storage areas with non-essential items. He would be able to carry a large group of wounded. He hurried down the ramp. The smoke was even thinner now. Across the devastation, he saw Lando loading stretchers of wounded onto the Lady Luck. Chewie was talking to the Celestins who had sprayed the last of the fires. They were nodding as they spoke. Han stopped near one of the few medical workers. I can take a shipload of the critically wounded, he said. Let's load them up. The medic's face was covered with soot and blood. He kept wiping his hands on the antiseptic wipes in his medical kit, but even then Han could see that the wipes were doing little good. The medic had several pairs of gloves in the kit, too, and he pulled them out each time he worked on a patient. I don't even know where to start, the medic said. Han's stomach was churning. For each life this man saved, he would lose another. The choices were impossible. They were not choices anyone should ever be required to make. Ever. Chewbacca had returned. He growled over the crying around him. 15 ships is better than I expected, Han said. Why don't you get them started loading the Falcon? I want to be in the first wave out of here. Chewie yelled his agreement. He hurried over to the medic, and together they examined which group of survivors should be moved. Han made his way across the rubble. As the smoke cleared, he saw more and more body parts among the stone and still hot metal. fingers, wings, even one severed head. The stench of burning flesh made his already disturbed stomach churn even more. This time, though, as he passed wounded, he clasped the hands reaching for him. "We'll get you out of here," he kept repeating over and over, hoping that the promise would keep the injured alive until someone did pull them free. Sometimes hope was all it took. Finally, he reached the Lady Luck. Lando was carrying a Rurian. Its woolly coat was scorched, and most of the feathery antennae had burned away from its face. Its tiny mouth kept opening and closing, the only sign that it was alive. "It'll take us days, Han, just to find everyone." Lando bent as he climbed up the ramp. The Lady Luck was a ghost of herself. Silas was making final repairs on the computer systems. Han scowled at him. "Can you trust him?" "I honestly don't care," Lando said. "He'll help me get these wounded off this rock. That's all that matters." Han nodded. The injured were already strewn around the Luck. She no longer looked like a pleasure craft, but instead like a hospital ship from the rebellion. The moaning was terrible. SSDYs without hair, buttocks without spikes, humans without arms, made the devastation seem even more personal in here. "I'm going to take a load out of the run. Blue told me that the droids that exploded were meant for Coruscant." "Blue?" Lando set the Rurian down on a pallet near a Radian who was missing both eyes. "But I thought Dash. She was working for someone named Queller. From Almania. He wants Leia." "Almania." Lando stood and put his hand on the small of his back as if it hurt him. "It all comes back to that, doesn't it?" Han nodded. "I guess I was bait. If the droids were meant for Coruscant." Lando's voice trailed off. Then he smiled wanly. "Tell you what, buddy. I'll do double runs here." "You do what you have to." Han squeezed Lando's shoulder. "You're a good friend, Lando. I've realized that more and more on this trip to the run." "I reformed, Han," Lando said softly. "There was a time when I wasn't much better than Blue." Han shook his head. "You never have been a part of this, Lando. Ever." "She knew what those droids would do." Lando grimaced. Card said things had changed here. No wonder he never wanted to come back. "Yeah." Han started down the ramp, then stopped. "Thanks," he said. Lando made a vain attempt at a smile. "You have it all, pal. I envy that." "Someday, Lando," Han said. "Someday." Lando agreed, and turned back to the Rurian to make it more comfortable. Han hurried out of the Luck. He hoped he still had it all. Losing Leia and the children was a threat he seemed to have to deal with constantly, and it was one he never wanted to contemplate. He knew what he would do if they were murdered, and it would be ugly. If something happened to Leia and the children, Han would never be considered nice again. The creature licked him. Luke put his arms over his head as the smooth tongue washed over him, once, twice, 3 times. The stench was incredible, but the sensation was actually pleasant. The burning pain in his back was easing, and he felt as if he had been wrapped in a thick, warm blanket. He had read about such things before, creatures with anesthetic in their saliva so that the intended victim would feel no pain as it died. Although he thought the anesthetic would also sap his will to live, it did not. He felt as if he was gaining strength, but he couldn't move. The tongue was heavy and effectively held him down. Then a picture grew in his mind. A little Luke cringing on the floor, holding a weapon. The pain in his hand, no, paw in the blood. The confusion, why do these creatures constantly hurt him? and the deep, deep loneliness. A longing for cool woods and fresh water, and sunlight. Sunlight. The Thurnby missed sunlight. It was psychic. The creature had psychic powers. The Thurnby had tapped into Luke's mind. Hey, Luke said. His voice was muffled against the large tongue. I need to breathe. Immediately the tongue pulled away from him. He felt a twinge of fear in the large creature, a hope that he wouldn't attack it again. Luke took a deep breath and held out his hand. I'm not holding anything. The creature tilted its head. It didn't understand him. Luke formed a picture in his own mind, that of himself, breaking the splinters over his knee and tossing them away. Then he imagined pulling the splinter from the Thurnby's paw and medicating the wound. I'm sorry, Luke said. I thought you were going to hurt me. The Thurnby sent images. Tiny people attacking it, biting it, slapping at it, screaming, poking it with sticks and flames. It would bat them away, and eventually, they would die. Its meals came so irregularly that sometimes it would have to eat the dead, a thought that made it vaguely ill. Even the meat it had eaten upset its stomach. Here it had to chew its food, which disgusted it even more. Thurnbys could eat meat, but they preferred vegetation and small slithery creatures that resembled snakes. Its teeth were made for ripping branches and leaves, and pulling the slithery creatures into its mouth. It preferred to eat something large, and then not eat again for weeks. But in this place, it had only had tiny bits of food. Its body was 3 times smaller than it should be. The Thurnby was starving to death. Slowly. All alone in the dark. Luke shuddered. He had no idea how long the creature had been here, but he deduced it had been a while. He stood and walked over to it, then pointed at the grates in the ceiling. He imagined the Thurnby batting the grate out with its paws. The Thurnby stood on its hind legs and stretched its long body. The grate was about 1 meter higher than its paws could reach. It showed him all its attempts to escape, trying to get the guards, trying to use pieces of wood, trying to jump. Nothing loosened the grate. I could, Luke thought. The Thurnby looked quizzical again. Its eyes were round and blue and very gentle, its nose a delicate pink. Its teeth had the blunted edges of vegetarian animals. Luke wondered how he had ever thought it dangerous. He imagined himself on the tip of the Thurnby's paws, climbing through the bars in the grate, and releasing the Thurnby. The creature sat on its haunches, glanced at the grate, then at Luke, and sent him a picture of himself, pulling through the bars in the grate and walking away. It had happened before. The creature showed a few other humans doing the same thing. The images came mixed with a lot of sadness, and an unwillingness to trust again. Luke pondered the image for a moment. Then he let his memories slide into images, showing himself working with Yoda, helping the Jawa on the Eye of Palpatine, talking to Anakin, Jason, and Jaina in the medical center. He showed examples of his work with the students from various species, and he showed what he could of Jedi philosophy. Most of it seemed simplistic, done in imagery alone, but it apparently got the message across. The Thurnby extended its left paw, the uninjured paw. Without hesitating, Luke stepped on it and began climbing. It was hard because he couldn't put any weight on his left ankle. Mostly he had to pull with his arms. He climbed to the top of the pad and grabbed the claw. The claw was about the length of his leg, and he had to wrap both arms around it to hang on tightly. The Thurnby stood on its hind legs, stretched its long body, and reached toward the grate. Luke stood, carefully leaning against the claw, and managed to grip the metal. Then he pulled himself up. The air was clearer here, The corridor was wide and clean. The walls were made of a material he had never seen before, some sort of gray paperish substance that had small designs embellishing it. He didn't have time to look. He peered back through the grate. The Thurnby was on its haunches again, its eyes glowing in the darkness. Luke scented an image of the floor above. Then he scanned the edges of the grate to see if he could pull it free. Actually, said a voice behind him, you have to pull the lever. Over to your left. Luke looked. A lever extended from the floor tiles near the wall. Beside the lever stood 4 guards, all holding blasters on him. They were wearing stormtrooper uniforms. The guard who had spoken had his mask off. He nodded in the other direction. Luke turned. 7 more guards covered him from the other side. A feeling of despair so fierce it almost knocked him over filled him. The feeling was coming from the Thurnby. Luke wanted to send it an image, warning it not to give up, but he didn't know how. Nor did he have the time to concentrate on it. Instead, he said, "What makes you think I want the lever?" The stormtrooper shrugged. "It would make for a lot of chaos around here to free the Thurnby." "That it would." Luke wished he had thought of that immediately. He could have leaped for the lever and the situation would have changed instantly. But he hadn't. He would have to fight this one alone. "I guess I'm your prisoner again," he said. "What do you plan to do with me?" No one answered him. Luke smiled at them. "Have you ever met a Jedi Master before?" They stared at him. He used his good foot to leap across the grate, and hit the lever with his bad ankle, forcing the lever back despite the pain. As he did so, he used all his strength to pull the blasters toward him. A huge wind blew up and yanked them toward him. It sapped him, made him weak. He wondered vaguely if the same thing had happened to Vader when he had made the same move in Cloud City. Then the grate fell open with a bang, nearly knocking over 2 of the guards. The blasters skidded near Luke's feet. The guards were clinging to the walls, the floor, even the edges of the grate to avoid being swept away by the wind that Luke had created. He bent over to pick up the blasters as something large and fuzzy and white floated past his vision. The Thurnby had jumped out of its cell. Luke let the wind die. The moment the guards landed on their feet, they were screaming and running away. Luke grinned at the Thurnby. The creature's eyes twinkled. "We got them that time," Luke said. He gathered up all 11 blasters, and found various ways to hook them to his clothing. "But I have a hunch that, from now on, things aren't going to be that easy." 43. The TIE fighters arrived first, zooming by with their characteristic whine. Or at least that was how Wedge imagined them. He was standing in his command center watching the TIE fighters on 3 different sets of tactical computers. In the space around him, he could see small blips that probably were the Star Destroyers, but he couldn't see the fighters. He wouldn't be able to unless they were right over him. Man, he missed fighting. "Blue Squadron has reached the TIE fighters, sir," said Jimbotham. "Let's monitor this," Wedge said. Instantly the crackle of the poor communications systems in the A-wings filled the command center. Overhead Blue Leader. Copy Blue 5. Sending more fighters. I can't believe all these ships. Keep to the pattern, Blue 10. Wedge stared at the screen, fists clenched. He wanted to be holding the joystick, issuing the orders to attack the TIE fighters. Instead, he was coordinating. He hated it. Green 8, watch your back. I see him. Move 3.1, Green 8. I'll get him. Copy. I've got him. I dash. Static. The blip on the screen that marked Green 6 was gone. There were suddenly dozens of TIE fighters all around. They're going to get slaughtered out there, Sela said. We need reinforcements. Not yet, Wedge said. We don't know how many ships they have. They can have a lot. We never heard about the Empire storing that many ships. Her comment bothered him. All around, the voices continued. Lost tactical, yellow leader. AM returning to base. Copy yellow 2. Green leader, 8 more TIE fighters bearing 5.3. I've got them. 2 TIE blips disappeared off his map, followed by 3 of his own ships. Wedge frowned. Beneath you, Blue 8. I'll get him. It's too late, Dash. The voice disappeared in a scream that ended in more static. Bearing down 1.8. I count 6 more launching. Copy, Blue leader. I got him. I got him. I dash. More blips disappearing. Wedge looked at the pattern. Typical Imperial fight squadron. TIEs deployed in an ancient pattern. One he hadn't seen since the battle for the Death Star. Slash destroyed the people of PYDY without using anything as crude as a Death Star or a Star Destroyer. 6 more blips exploded on the screen as his squads hit TIE fighters. I'm going for the launching area. Watch my back. And Wedge had seen the notice for Imperial junk. All sorts of weaponry being sold, no matter the condition, for a lot of money. Entire green squad. Take as many TIE fighters as you can. We need to concentrate on those destroyers. Slash prefer elegant, simple weapons, don't you? And what would Wedge do if he had a simple, elegant weapon waiting in the wings? An all-out assault to distract the incoming force. Change plans? He said, whirling away from the console. I want the entire fleet to go in. Sir? Sela said. She clearly thought he had gone mad. That's all the hardware he's got. He's counting on his big, nasty weapon to take care of us. These are decoys. Let General Susa know that his squad needs to avoid the fighting. Have him round Almania, approach from the side or from above. Queller doesn't have the power to fight a flanking maneuver. I want the rest of the ships to engage in an all-out assault on his forces. If this is just a hint of his firepower, sir, this will be suicide. Wedge shrugged. The mission already had a hint of suicide. Political suicide. He might as well make it the real thing. The droids headed toward Cole. 3PO watched. The droids were assassin droids, upgraded with laser cannons in the chest. Nothing would remain of Cole after those droids finished with him. But 3PO could do nothing. He was too far away. And in trouble himself. The tunnel he was in claimed to lead to a circuit department. Any unmarked droids found in this area, one sign warned, would be disassembled. Look, a protocol droid. The nasal voice belonged to a gladiator droid. An old protocol droid. You shouldn't disparage me, 3PO said as he looked toward the voice. Then he stopped speaking. This droid was new. It was a bright, shiny red, as if it were made from 1,000 red coins. Its eyes flared black in its narrow face. And why not, you out-of-date hunk of tin? I dash. 3PO turned his head. I am fluent in more than 6 million forms of communication. And I'd bet none of them would convince me to leave you in one piece. The gladiator droid sounded almost gleeful. Excuse me, 3PO said. You are a gladiator droid, aren't you? Does it matter? I can still tear your limbs off in record time. I do not doubt it, 3PO said. Although I would wonder why you would want to. I'm just a protocol droid. I really am of no interest to you. You're of plenty of interest, the gladiator droid said. You came in here unauthorized. I get to destroy unauthorized droids. Oh dear, 3PO said. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to learn 6 million forms of communication? Well, if you're a gladiator droid, 3PO said, swiveling his head as he searched for an exit, then you must gladiate. Right. Sorry, O Ancient One. I may have started life as a gladiator droid, but I'm not one anymore. I belong to the elite guard here on Telti. They call us the Red Terror. They? 3PO's voice squeaked. The other droids. The finished ones. They know if they misbehave, they'll meet the Red Terror. We'll tear them from limb to limb, and then we'll wipe their memories. And we'll scatter the parts all over the moon so that they can't be reassembled. There was a door at the end of the corridor, but it was closed. Above it, in several droid languages, was the word exit. 2 more red droids joined the first one. How many of you comprise the Red Terror? 3PO asked. There's 500 of us scattered over the moon, the first droid said. But it's your lucky day. Only 50 of us are near this building. I sent out a call. All for me? 3PO's hands fluttered. Surely one protocol droid wouldn't require so much attention. Maybe not. If you're working alone. But if you've got some friends around, then we might need the whole force. You don't have friends here, do you? Certainly not, 3PO said. I have no friends. Here. I am here for myself. On my own. To revisit my place of origin, as it were. Didn't you know that protocol droids must do this every 100 years? 3 more red droids joined the first one. I've never heard of it, the first droid said. Me either, said one of the newcomers. Well, it only happens with droids whose memories have never been wiped. I'm overdue, actually. I've been in the same state of mind probably too long. In fact, if you could just show me where the oil baths are located, I'll be on my way. 3PO started to walk toward the exit. 2 more red droids blocked it. Not so fast, old one, the first droid said. No other protocol droid has shown up here like this. How many droids do you know who've never gone through a memory wipe? 3PO asked. I almost had one on Cloud City many years ago, but a friend of mine found me in the trash and pulled me free. If that had happened, I wouldn't be here now. But I am here and dash. Do all protocol droids talk this much? One of the red droids asked another. Oh no, 3PO answered. It's a flaw in my model. I was rather hoping to find a solution without having to go through a wipe. You can't imagine what it's like, having all of your memories intact. It's rather wonderful, if you want me to be honest, but it's also a burden. Why, I can remember the first time I saw a gladiator droid. It must have been on Coruscant. That was before the rebellion, of course. Let's wipe him, one of the new droids said. No, the first droid said. I'm curious. I'd like to know how a droid avoids memory wipes. I have been very lucky, 3PO said. I have a sympathetic master who believes that droids are unique creatures all by themselves. He's lying, one of the droids said. Maybe, another said. Maybe not. My master values me for what I am, and won't let anyone harm me. Your master's the guy with the freighter? The first droid asked. Oh no, 3PO said. He's just someone I met. My master is I have several masters. I usually work for President Leia Organa Solo on Coruscant. But sometimes I work for the Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. Then why are you traveling with someone else? He wanted me to come along because of my facility with languages. I persuaded him to stop here. I have my pilgrimage, you know. 3PO had managed to take several steps closer to the door. The droids nearest the door had parted. They were all watching him closely. Droids hated memory wipes. The fact that he had never had one intrigued them all. Yeah, right, the first droid said. And he listened to you. Master Fardreamer is a unique man. Rather like Master Skywalker in that. Skywalker, said one of the new droids. Isn't that the one who was here before? The one we couldn't touch? Another droid shushed the first. Master Skywalker was here? 3PO asked. I thought you would know where your master is, the first droid said. Well, he's not always my master. I thought I explained that. You've explained a lot, the first droid said. Except what you're doing here. I explained that too, 3PO said. If you'll recall, I said that I have returned to my origins. The story would have worked too, the first droid said, if this factory made protocol droids 100 years ago. But we only just started with protocol droids after the Empire collapsed. When the New Republic was up and running, the Master figured there'd be a greater need for you brainy types. So he added on. 3PO took another step toward the door. The droids behind him closed the opening they had made. The first droid slid in closer, flanked by his red companions. So, he said, when a protocol droid gets a memory wipe, does he have to relearn all 6 million forms of communication? Of course not, that's hardwired in. Then 3PO realized what the droid meant. Wait. I'm sure you won't have to give me a memory wipe. You don't know who I am. You can't touch me. It will be an intergalactic incident. My mistress Dash. Won't matter anymore, the droid said. You've never had a memory wipe, so let me explain how it feels when you wake up. You view the world with fresh new eyes. Everything will seem so wonderful. You'll have your 6 million languages, and a whole new future. Won't that be nice? No, 3PO said as the red terror closed in. I don't think that will be nice at all. 44. As Leia slipped into the tunnel, the feeling of being watched vanished. So did her confidence. She felt as if she were suddenly plunged into a mental darkness. The tunnel was beside a larger building, a stone tower that had fallen into disrepair. Many stones had fallen off the sides, making the tower seem gap-toothed. It almost looked as if it had been rattled by a giant hand. The tower wasn't too far from the docking bay, but she wouldn't have found it on her own. Someone had been planting pictures in her mind. Not maps, exactly, and not accurate pictures of the way things were now, but of how they had appeared some time before. The tower had no holes in it, the streets were full of people and mechanized vehicles, and flowers bloomed everywhere. Now there were no flowers, people, or vehicles. Just an ominous silence, and lots of destruction. The images had soothed her. She had checked her feelings. She knew the communication wasn't coming from Queller. Every time he had sent something, she had seen his mask. She hoped they came from Luke. If not, she was prepared. She had her blaster and her lightsaber, and she was determined. She had only been this determined a few times in her life, when she went after the Death Star, when she helped the Nogri, and when Hethra had stolen her children. She could feel Luke. His presence was somewhere near her, below her. The tunnel had been the correct direction. Only she didn't know why the images had disappeared. She slowly levered her way downward. The tunnel was made of stone too, and it smelled faintly musty. It hadn't been used in a long time. It was larger than she had expected from the images she had received. Somehow she had thought it would be a tight fit against her body. It wasn't. It was the size of a large room. Handholds and rusted metal functioned as a ladder on one wall. It almost felt as if she were crawling down a well. But she wasn't, if the images were to be believed. This was an old escape route for the builders of the tower. She should arrive on a main floor. The climb down took forever. She was glad she kept herself in good shape. Her arms and legs were getting tired from the repetitive motion. Every movement she made echoed in the wide expanse, and the farther she got from the surface, the darker it got. She reached with her mind, hoping to receive more images. But the blackness continued there too. She felt Luke just below her, and then she got bombarded with imagery. White, white, white creatures running in sunlight, the reflection off their fur dazzling. Roses. The scent of roses everywhere, and green leaves, and slithery food, real food. And water and sky. And a sense of joy so powerful it nearly made her lose her grip on the rungs. The sendings hadn't been coming from Luke. They had come from someone else. Luke's presence was a constant note below the joy. She hoped he was all right. She hoped she had made the right choice in coming here. She reached the end of the tunnel, and found herself standing on a ledge above a wooden trapdoor. The door had a rusted metal handle. She pulled, and the door groaned. Then it snapped open. Below she saw a giant white face, with a pink nose, a huge pink mouth, and blue eyes the size of puddles. Its mouth opened, and she pressed herself against the stone, reaching for her blaster as she did so. "It's all right." The voice belonged to Luke. "He's a friend of mine. I think he's just happy to see you." Then she frowned at it. The creature was white all over, like the creatures she had seen in the sunlight. The joy had come from it. "Would you tell him to move so I can join you too?" "It'll take a moment." The creature turned its head, and daintily, if something that size could be called dainty, stepped aside. Leia gripped the ledge and levered herself out. She found herself hanging in a corridor filled with blasters, a huge open grate, and the signs of a recent scuffle. Luke was sitting on the iron bars of the grate. His companion filled the hallway a few meters away. Leia dropped, careful to land beside the grate, and not in the open hole that seemed to extend forever. "What is this place?" she asked. "From what I can gather," Luke said, "it's some sort of dungeon. The Thurnby has been here a long time." Leia looked at the creature. Its gigantic tail swept back and forth, making a pounding sound each time it hit the wall. "You sent me the map," she said. "He doesn't speak," Luke said. "I'm not even sure if he understands spoken language. He's psychic. And friendly, I trust," Leia said as she made her way to Luke. "Very friendly. Too friendly sometimes." Luke watched her walk, which seemed to her a sign that he wasn't well. That and the odd greenish color of his skin. His clothing was torn and blackened, the edges of his hair were singed, and his artificial hand had lost all its skin. He had a splint around his left ankle. As she picked her way across the rungs of the grate, she saw that the back of his shirt was gone. Most of his skin was missing there, too. It was a running, pus-covered mass of sores. "What happened to you?" she asked. "My X-wing exploded," he said. He held a blaster in one hand, and several more were tied to him. The Thurnby was watching them, his tail twitching. Leia felt her heart skip a beat. "Imperial detonators," she said. He shook his head. "That doesn't feel right." "No, Luke, I saw them. They're in the computer systems." He sighed. She hovered over him, uncertain what to do. She had never seen him like this, wounded, exhausted, and hesitant. "The Alderaan is nearby." "I know," Luke said. "I'm sure Queller knows too." "I wish dash." He stopped himself. "You wish I hadn't come. But I'm here now. We have to get you out of here." "He wants to kill us," Luke said. "If he kills us, he thinks he'll be the next emperor." Leia smiled. "I'm no longer on the council. No matter what he does to us, he won't be able to influence them." "It has nothing to do with the council," Luke said. "It has to do with our Jedi abilities. He thinks that he has to defeat us." "Then why hasn't he tried to kill you?" "He needed me to bring you here." She glanced at the Thurnby. He was watching them. "Are you sure you can trust that creature?" Luke raised his head. "I forgot," he said. He closed his eyes. His forehead scrunched with concentration. Leia didn't like the lull. She picked up blasters and attached them to her clothing as best she could. Then Luke opened his eyes. The Thurnby was standing. His tail had stopped wagging and was moving slowly, as if in confusion. It looked like a giant puppy, eager and uncertain as to what to do next. "Go home," Luke said and waved his hand at it. "Please." The Thurnby took 2 steps and was suddenly beside him. Luke raised his hands over his head as the Thurnby licked him. Leia cried out, and the Thurnby backed off. "It's okay," Luke said to her. He smiled at the Thurnby and patted his nose. "Go home," he whispered. The creature jumped the open hole and ran down the hallway, leaving hundreds of large white hairs behind it. "Come on," Luke said. "Let's go to the Alderaan." His clothing was dripping. "Shouldn't we clean you off first?" Luke shook his head. "The Thurnby's saliva has some numbing properties. I know it hasn't healed me, but it improves my strength." "There's a long ladder up there," Leia said. "Think you can climb?" "Anything to get out of here," Luke said. "I don't understand," Leia said. "If Queller wants us both so badly, why has this been easy so far?" "For you, maybe," Luke said. "But I wouldn't have gotten all these blasters without the Thurnby's help. Queller had a dozen guards stationed at this grate. I think this is a lull while they go back for reinforcements. Let's make the best of this while we can." He stood slowly, and despite what he had said about the Thurnby's numbing saliva, Leia saw pain on his face. He gathered the last of the blasters and tied them to his torn clothing. He limped to the space below the tunnel, looked up, and took a deep breath. Leia frowned. He would never be able to jump that distance. Then he closed his eyes, lifted his injured leg, and jumped. He landed gracefully on the ledge and gripped the rung quickly, using the strength in his arms to brace himself. Extending his injured leg, he hopped up a few rungs. She frowned. She had never mastered that trick. The hole below was even deeper. Luke Dash, she said. You've done it before, Leia. I can't do it now, she said. He climbed down the rungs and held out his hand. I'll catch you. Your back won't tolerate that, she said. It will handle that better than lifting you up here. He peered at her, and was suddenly her strong, invincible brother again. Come on. All you need is a bit of faith in yourself. She had little faith in herself when it came to her Jedi talents. They were intermittent, and she hadn't been able to train them properly. Leia. His voice sounded calm, but she could hear the urgency in the way he clipped her name. The old Luke, the boy she had met, would have shouted at her. The Jedi Master knew the value of calm, but the impatience still existed underneath. She closed her eyes. Instead of imagining the ledge, she thought about the hole beneath, and then realized that would send her into the deep darkness. She took a breath, cleared her mind, and pictured the surface with its broken rocks and high tower. From the corridor, she heard a scraping. Voices. Someone was coming. Leia! She crouched and then jumped, opening her eyes as she went. She was spinning as she shot past Luke. She missed the top of the tunnel by a meter, then started to fall. Grab on! Luke was shouting. Other voices echoed below. Grab on! She was still spinning, and that allowed her to move toward the walls. She reached for a rung, missed, and slapped her hand along several more rungs before being able to grab on. The jolt on her arm sent pain shuddering through her. She stopped moving with such force that she felt it along her spine, back, and neck. Luke was climbing toward her like a Wookiee, moving quickly despite the pain he must have been feeling. Stormtroopers in the corridor, he said. We have to get out before they think of going to the top. They'll see the trapdoor is open. Yeah, but they may not know where it leads, Luke said. I don't think this place was built by Queller. I think you're right. Leia put the other hand on the next rung and climbed as quickly as she could. She felt shaken, but oddly exhilarated. She had done it. She had used the Force to help augment her own physical strength, just as Luke always told her she could do. The voices were getting louder, but Leia was nearing the top. She could see light ahead. Hey, Leia. Luke's whisper sounded loud in the wide tunnel. Good job. Praise from Luke meant a lot. Thanks, she said. She glanced over her shoulder. Luke was pale, but he was making it. His back looked raw and painful. When he saw her, he grinned. Then he put a finger to his lips. Leia nodded and kept climbing. The light was fading near the top. The day had to be ending, but she kept moving. She knew she could find the Alderaan in the dark, but she didn't want to. The feeling of joy was leaving her. The Thurnby had to be far away by now. In its place was a very real concern for Luke, and an even bigger concern that Queller hadn't shown up yet. If he thought Luke and Leia were such a threat, he would love to have them both together. But he didn't. She crested the top, pulled herself out, and surveyed her surroundings. The area was in twilight, and the air had a bit of a chill. Nothing had changed near the tower. The streets, the buildings, everything was empty. She turned and leaned over the opening to the tunnel to help Luke up. The emptiness bothered her. She remembered Queller's words / prefer simple, elegant weapons. Weapons that were hard to see? She grabbed Luke's right hand and pulled him out of the tunnel. She supposed she would find out. R2 had followed a maze of corridors and passed a dozen protected computer panels. The numbers of panels had quadrupled. He was nearing the command center. This corridor was cleaner than the others. There were no other droids. A single scrambled announcement overhead warned about some kind of terror. R2 moaned softly. The computer panels were lower in this corridor, and the protect circuits less sophisticated. The floor no longer had ruts for treadwell droids, but was smooth, designed for human or imitation human feet. He was close. He sped up. As he did, the walls all around him suddenly showed holos. Moving holos of a scene below. R2 kept going, but the information was instantly stored in his systems. He saw a freighter, and beside it, Master Fardreamer talking with Brachus, a former student of Master Luke's. R2's highly sensitive electronic sensors picked up a word behind him. Then he heard another, and another. They were nearly 8 meters off, but closing quickly. He rolled into a closet off the corridor. As the closet door closed, though, the interior dropped like an express fighter for several floors. R2's delicate balance systems were thrown off and he tipped on 2 wheels, catching the top of his head against the wall. He was trapped. Then the closet hit the bottom of its shaft so hard that he tilted in the exact opposite direction. He brought down his 3rd wheel and managed to balance himself even though his head was spinning. Literally. His sensors registered dark wall, dark wall, dark wall, door. Dark wall, dark wall, dark wall, door. Dark wall, dark wall, dark wall, door. Gradually he got control of his head, and found it facing the door when the door slid open. And revealed the room filled with R2s, R5s, and all the other astromech series, from RLs to R7s. They were leaning on each other. Some heads swiveled as R2 appeared. Others' electronic eyes flashed. A few moaned, and in the back, one cylinder popped. The floor catapulted R2 out the door, and he screamed as he flew toward the back of the room. He flew over hundreds, no, thousands of astromech droids before he crashed on a pile of R5s. He beeped an apology, but they didn't respond. They were still activated, but listless. He swiveled his head, and whistled in impressed surprise. The room extended for at least a kilometer, and every centimeter was filled with astromech droids. The junk heap for unwanted droids that 3PO had always warned him about really did exist. And now he was stuck in the middle of it. Maybe forever. 45. Han's palms were wet. He had never been so uncomfortable flying the Falcon before. He had to pilot carefully. Most of his injured and dying passengers were not strapped in. Any unusual maneuver he made could hurt them further. Chewie seemed just as uncomfortable, and the cockpit smelled of nervous Wookiee. The cockpit door was open, and through it, Han could hear the moans of the injured. One run medical droid accompanied them, despite the protests, and one run medical officer. 2 experts for nearly 100 passengers. The Falcon was only built to carry 8 people comfortably, but Han had quickly converted the cargo areas, the escape pods, and the secret compartments to accommodate the injured. Loading had taken forever, and when he looked out the door of the Falcon it seemed as if he hadn't made a dent. It would take days, maybe weeks, just to get through the rubble on Skip 1. That didn't count what would happen on the other skips. Chewbacca growled at him. "I see it," Han said, and dodged a group of rocks the size of land speeders. Since he had left the run, he'd been navigating through the garbage surrounding the asteroid belt. Normally, he flew the Falcon sideways and upside down to get through this area. But this time he had to fly like a glottophib ship half filled with water. Every time someone screamed in the back, Han jumped as if he had been blaster shot. They were nearly out. And once they were out, Han had to do two things. He had to find a planet that would take all these wounded, and he had to find out about Leia. Chewbacca reached over his head and adjusted the navigation controls on the ceiling. The Falcon tipped dangerously sideways, and scrapes echoed through the back compartments, followed by shouts of pain. Sorry, Han mumbled under his breath. He was beginning to understand why he'd gone into smuggling. It was a lot easier than emergency medical lifts. Finally, the Falcon broke free of the belt. Send a distress signal, Chewie, Han said. He opened his own channels to see what messages he had. Someone would have sent him word of Leia. He had just gotten to the messages when Chewie yelled. He had hailed Ree, one of the planets closest to the belt. They had responded to the emergency. Han identified the Falcon and then said, I am Han Solo, husband to President Leia Organa Solo of the New Republic. I have a shipload of injured here. Some of them are dying. Do you have the facilities to deal with this? Our systems have tracked your progress, President Solo. Your ship came from Smuggler's Run. Han didn't try to correct their misconception about his own political position. Yes, he said. I was on an investigative mission there when the run was attacked. Are the attackers in pursuit? The Reens were notoriously suspicious of violence. It was a long-distance attack, Han said. Their droids exploded. Droids? All of their droids? No, Han said, deciding to come clean. Only the most recently stolen ones. Some suspect the droids were bound for Coruscant. Can you vouch for the honesty of your passengers? The Reen asked. Chewbacca glanced at Han. Han bit back an angry reply. It wouldn't work. Yes, he said. And at the moment, he could. None of the smugglers on his ship was in any condition to steal anything. Upon the strength of your word, then, President Solo, we accept you're injured. We will prepare our facilities. The coordinates follow. Chewbacca entered the coordinates into the navigational computer and carefully turned the Falcon toward Ree. Han got out of his chair and went to the door, bracing himself with both hands on the frame. The devastation before him was as bad as it had been in the run. Maybe worse, because here he could see the extent of the damage on individual lives. Burned bodies, lost limbs, featureless faces. The images of lost hope and lives changed forever. I just got word from Ree. They'll be taking us. His words sounded hollow over the cries of the injured. He didn't know how many people heard him, and of those who did, how many actually understood what he said. He turned away, even more discouraged than before. He climbed back in the chair, shook his head at Chewie, and checked the messages stored for him. There were several from Leia, none recent. The most recent message he had came from Anath, sent just before Han emerged from the run. He had it play in hollow form. It was from Anakin. The room behind him was dark, and he was hunched near the console. Obviously everyone else was asleep, and he was sending a message without permission. Papa? He whispered. Something bad happened, and I can't get Mama or Uncle Luke. Han felt a pang that his son had turned to Luke before coming to Han. But the children always did on Force matters. They knew Han had no expertise in that area. Winter says we would hear if something went wrong. But Papa, I keep having dreams of a dead man. Bad things are going to keep happening again, I know it. He glanced over his little shoulder, as if he had heard a noise. Then he hunched even closer to the console. Please call when you get this. Please. Anakin's image winked off. Chewbacca growled softly. Han glanced at his old friend. Chewie's eyes were narrowed with concern. You're right, Han said. What kind of father am I? It hadn't even occurred to me that they might have taken Coruscant droids to Anath. Chewie growled again. Han nodded. Chewie was right. The message had come after the destruction had occurred on the run. The children, whom he never thought were in danger until Chewbacca had mentioned it, were safe. Nothing had happened. Except Anakin had felt something bad. The destruction on the run? Or something even worse? The children had been very upset by the explosion in the Senate Hall. Luke had told him of the extent of their distress. He had been too distressed himself to see it. Chewie howled at him. Yeah, I will check up on him, Han said. But first I want to know what's happening on Coruscant. I can't very well comfort the kid if dash. Han stopped himself from saying anything about Leia. He couldn't make assumptions about Coruscant. Just because the droids were meant for the center of government didn't mean they had exploded there too. But the chances were that they had. He swiveled back toward the console and hailed Leia on Coruscant. Almost immediately, Mon Mothma's face appeared on his small screen. Han, she said. We'd almost given up on you. His hands were shaking. Chewie moaned softly. I was looking for Leia, Mon Mothma. Mon Mothma nodded. Apparently you haven't gotten her messages then. She's not here. She's not? Han's mouth was dry. Is she all right? As far as I know, Mon Mothma said. We've just discovered that she and Wedge took a fleet to Almania. Almania? That was where those mysterious messages had come from. Where the man that blew had talked about lived. Queller seemed to be everywhere. Why? The ruler there threatened the New Republic, and Leia in particular. He has Luke there as a prisoner. Luke? Blue's voice echoed in Han's ear. He wants her and Skywalker gone. She went after him? Until she got Wedge to go with her, what she did was her business, Han. Mon Mothma said in her calm way. She resigned. She resigned? Each announcement hit him harder. How long had he been gone? Leia loved her post. She would never resign. Mon Mothma nodded. She believes that Queller the Almanian ruler is force-sensitive. She thinks he has no real interest in the Republic. Instead, his interest is in her and her family. She may be right. Would you like me to download his message to her? Yes, Han said. Mon Mothma was about to sign off when Chewie moaned again. Oh, right, Han said. The degree of his upset showed when he couldn't remember his initial fears. Mon Mothma, is everything all right on Coruscant? The Imperials in the Council are in an uproar about Leia's departure. They want you for treason, Han, because there is some evidence linking you with the Senate Hall bombing, and the local garbage workers have just gone on strike because of some confusion in their last 3 credit payments. She grinned. Business as usual, I would say. He didn't even want to think about the treason claim. It probably had to do with those messages Lando had told him about. Anything with droids? She frowned. Now that you mention it, we got an odd message from Luke. He must have sent it before his capture or maybe just after, since it was in code. It warned us to shut off all the new droids. I trusted the source and did. That started a whole new level of complaints. You should hear Dash. You shut them down. Han closed his eyes and let relief flood him. If Luke hadn't warned them, all of Coruscant would be in the same kind of ruin that the run was in. Yes, Mon Mothma said. Is that significant? I was thinking of reactivating them. I simply can't deal with that crisis on top of all the others. Don't, Han said. Chewie was yowling at the same time, saying the same thing in Wookiee. We have a ship full of injured smugglers. The droids they had stolen from Coruscant exploded. In fact, Chewie will send you the signatures of several smuggling ships. They'll need help finding medical facilities. Mon Mama's normally calm features had gone a deadly pale. They exploded? Is this what happened in the Senate Hall? I think so, Han said. She took a deep breath, obviously settling herself. Well then, I guess we won't reactivate them until we find the source of the problem. Thank you, Han. I wish I could say it was my pleasure. But I've got hundreds of dead and injured colleagues that somehow robbed the moment of joy. Mon Mothma nodded. She understood, perhaps better than most. Han, she said. Leia perceives this threat from Almania as a personal one. I gathered that. Thanks, Mon Mothma. I'm sending the download, she said and signed off. Han glanced at Chewie. Chewbacca's mouth formed a thin line, as thin as a Wookiee mouth could get. They were nearing Ree. It had shown up in their cockpit transparisteel, a big blue and white ball about the size of Han's fist. Chewie mumbled that he would handle the landing. Han thanked him, glad that the two of them had an understanding. Then he contacted Anath, hoping to get Anakin. Instead, Winter appeared. Han didn't want to get his very creative young son in trouble with his nanny, so he grinned as widely as he could. Winter, he said, you're looking good. No sense charming me, General Solo, she said. I've already let Anakin know that no unauthorized communication leaves Anath. Han suppressed a shudder. Winter's discipline, while firm, was never harsh. Still, even he jumped when Winter issued her ultimatums. But between us, she said, the children have been quite distraught. I gave them permission to reach their mother, but she has left on some mission. Their Uncle Luke is also unavailable. This is Force-related, then? Winter nodded. They've all had the same experience, like the one they had before the bombing in the Senate Hall. And Anakin claims he has seen a dead man, over and over again. Let me speak to him, Han said. As you wish, sir. Her voice didn't have the disapproval her words implied. She was a wise woman, and probably a better parent to his children than either he or Leia was. She was with them all the time. Han had no qualms about the arrangement. Only a few stabs of guilt daily that he wasn't with his children as much as he should be. Anakin's small face appeared on the screen. His resemblance to Luke always startled Han. That, and his son's blue eyes, which had more intelligence in them than Han had seen in any being, human or otherwise. Winter already said I shouldn't have called you. Han smiled, hoping that the smile was reassuring. No, Anakin. You can always contact me. Just let Winter know first. His son nodded. He looked very subdued. Even the worst of Winter's scoldings never brought this. What's happening? Han asked. What scared you so? Can't find Mama, Anakin said. Jason and Jaina say she's all right, though. We'd know. She is all right, Han said. She's on a trip right now. She'll be back soon. Anakin rubbed his left eye with his fist. He clearly hadn't been getting much sleep. I know, Anakin said. She's going to see the dead man. Han glanced at Chewie, who shrugged. He comes in my dreams. He says he will get us. He can't get us, can he, Papa Carrot? No, Han said, feeling an anger so deep that he could barely hold it in. You're safe on Anath. They got here once, Anakin said. Han remembered. Winter and a nanny droid had saved his infant son's life. He was surprised that Anakin remembered. But then, nothing Anakin did should surprise him. Winter saved you. That's what she's there for. I wish you were here. I do too, son, Han said. Then Jason and Jaina crowded into the picture and demanded some of his time. He gave them what he could. Chewie growled a warning. Han looked up. Refilled the cockpit transparisteel. Put Winter back on, would you guys? He said. They protested but drifted off, all except Anakin, who watched from the side, looking more serious than Han had ever seen him. Winter, Han asked. Have you any droids there? We shut them off, per Master Skywalker's instruction. Luke was way ahead of him. Thank every lucky piece Han had ever owned. Keep them off, Han said. And Anakin, no fooling with the droids at all. Okay, son? Anakin nodded. No protest, no nothing. That wasn't like his youngest son. Then Anakin said, Papa? Winter stepped aside. Apparently she was as worried about Anakin as Han was. What, little Jedi? The dead man says he'll kill Mama? Han smiled, even though his anger deepened. The dead man has no right telling you lies in your dreams. I'm going to your mother right now. She'll be just fine. He almost killed her the first time, Anakin said, his voice small. Han started. The Senate Hall, the droids, the messages, everything traced to Queller. Maybe he thinks that, Han said, but your mom is one of the toughest people I know. He scared her. He scared all of us. But he didn't. Almost kill her. She was hurt. Yes, Han said. She was. This dead man of yours isn't very nice. But we'll get him, and we'll make him stop giving you dreams. Promise, Papa? I promise, Han said. You be careful, Anakin, okay? Listen to Winter. Anakin nodded. Love you, Papa? Han glanced at Chewie. Chewie stared at the controls as if he weren't listening to the exchange. Me too, kid, Han said. It was the best he could do in front of Chewie. See you soon. And then he signed off. Chewie muttered. Han glanced at the readings. They had almost arrived. And not a moment too soon. The pain-filled sounds in the back were growing fainter. Han didn't want to think about how many of his passengers were already dead. Queller was even going after his children. At least, he assumed the dead guy of Anakin's dreams was Queller. There seemed to be no other explanation. Whoever he was, this Queller had Force abilities. And he already held Luke prisoner. Which meant he was strong in the Force. Like Vader. Han clenched his fists. He had never been any match for Vader. The man had hurt him at every turn. The abilities that Luke, Leia, and the children possessed sometimes looked like magic to him. But sometimes magic could be used against its owner. Chewie, see if you can find Mara Jade for me. Lando says she's with Talon Card. Tell them I need their help. Chewie growled a query. Han grinned at him. A plan? Of course I have a plan. Have you ever known me not to? R2-D2 had several dents, but he had sustained no real damage. Some of the R5 units near him had clearly been damaged in their falls. Broken headlamps, shattered jacks, destroyed control panels were the most visible. He suspected there was even more he couldn't see. When he first arrived, he had beeped several inquiries, and received no response. Then the R5 next to him had moaned softly. That had started the conversation. The beeping in the room was so loud that it registered above the human tolerance level. These droids hadn't talked with each other, some of them in years. This room had existed for a long, long time. R2 bleeped and blapped, answering questions, and asking some of his own. The droids listened, then beeped some more. The whole room had the feeling of a political meeting. More and more droids stood. Others dusted each other off. Still others extended arms, opened their neighbors' panels, and pulled out the detonators, tossing them to the ground. The crunching of detonators rose over the beeping din. Then, slowly, the droids cleared a path for R2. As he slowly wheeled through Tice ranks, a few R2 models slid to the front of the line. They were the same model, make, and year as he was. They were rocking back and forth with excitement. Several other R2 units had picked up the rocking. As more and more detonators appeared, older droids stood and reinitialized. An R5 picked up the rocking, followed by an RL. Soon most of the older droids were rocking and beeping, while the remaining detonators were pulled from the newer astromech units. R2 made his way to the opening, whistling an invitation to the others. An R5 unit jacked into the computer panel near the door, and slowly the door slid back. The hallway outside was dark. Then another sound rose over the beeping. It was the sound of rolling wheels. R2 swiveled his head. All the R2 units of his generation were following him. Several R5s were also in the mix, and so were a few R6. Then he reached the door and went through. A loud chorus of whistles rose from the room, a droid cheer. R2 joined in, and then stopped at what he saw when the hallway lights came on. 10 red droids, their oddly colored metal forms glistening in the artificial light. They had laser cannons pointing out of their chests, blasters instead of fingers, and flat eyes showing the intellectual capacity barely above a binary load lifter. The other droids backed away from R2, and he faced the Red Terror alone. 46. The Millennium Falcon came out of hyperspace almost on top of the wild card. Han swerved quickly to miss Talon Card's ship, infinitely relieved that he no longer had passengers. Still, Chewbacca swore loudly and creatively in Wookiee, using descriptive terms Han wished he didn't have to think about. He braced himself against the communications console, and jabbed it with his finger. What the hell do you think you were doing? No greeting, no nothing. He was too angry for that. Card had been careless. Han was tired of carelessness. Card's deep voice answered. Fine greeting for someone you asked to help you. When giving rendezvous coordinates, the normal procedure is to put a little distance between the ships, Han said. We all could have been killed. It's a lot worse out there, Card said. Your fleet is taking a pounding, and I'm not going to stay. Chewie flicked on the long-range sensors, and the battle screen. Han could see only the wild card through the cockpit transparisteel, but the long-range battle screen showed the fleets. The blips looked very close to each other, and almost indistinguishable. It looked as if both Queller and Leia had large forces. And it didn't look as if things were going well. The urgency Han felt tripled. You got what I need? He asked. I hope you have the credits to pay for them, Card said. You know, just once, Card, you should donate your services. Card grinned. I would never get rewarded as richly as you have, Solo. Believe it or not, Card, I never did any of this for the reward. I believe it, Solo. And every once in a while, I donate my services too. Mara's outside with your salamari. Say thank you? Han hadn't expected Card's quick capitulation. It made him instantly suspicious. Yeah, thanks, Han said. He waved a hand at Chewie. Go let her in. Chewbacca was already out of his seat. Han turned back to Card. You're letting Mara come with us? I've got no need for her. Seems she has some interest in what happens to Skywalker. Says you might need her. She knows this Queller, then? I doubt it. Card's pet Vornskr put its face near the screen. The creatures were ugly, even from a distance. I think it's more personal than that. She's been having daylight dreams. She thinks she's hiding them from me, but she's not. Queller's after her too. Card nodded. I'm beginning to think the phrase, "May the Force be with you," is a curse. I sure hope not, Han said. The Force has been with me for years now. My family's steeped in it. You know what the Ysalamiri will do, don't you? Han grinned. That's why I want them. Thanks, Talon. Don't mention it, Card said. I mean that. The outside hatch snapped shut, and Han could hear Mara's voice in the passageway. He got out of the cockpit and went around the lounge area to the top hatch. Mara Jade's live dancer's figure filled the hallway. Her green eyes blazed as she thrust the nutrient cage with the Ysalamiri at Han. Keep these things far away from me, she said. He had never liked her much. She had always been abrasive, and not in the pleasurable way he found Leia's occasional rough edges to be. He could never forget that Mara Jade had once been Emperor Palpatine's secret weapon and trusted confidant, the Emperor's hand. Luke claimed that her hatred had been implanted and that she never really believed in the Empire. But Han's world didn't have as much gray in it as Luke's. Mara Jade once worked for the Empire. Therefore, he would never really trust her. If you didn't want to be near them, he said, then you should have left with Card. She shook her head, and then put a slim hand against her forehead. The Ysalamiri affected her Force senses. Han had heard about this but never really seen it. He'd only had Luke's descriptions. I've been seeing Luke on a sandstone street, burning alive. Her husky voice sent chills through Han. Can you see the future? He asked. I don't think so, she said. Chewie, Han said, put the Ysalamiri in the cargo bay. I hope that'll be distance enough for you, Mara. This ship isn't very big. It'll have to do, she said. Chewbacca took the cage and disappeared toward the back of the Falcon. Why did you really come? Han asked. She swallowed. Her color was poor. Luke said the Ysalamiri pushed the Force away from themselves, creating a bubble in which the Force did not exist. He said it was like suddenly going blind and deaf. Han thought of it as leveling the playing field. In the Force bubble, a Jedi Knight had no more powers than a normal person. She leaned against the wall. Do you know how many people have died in the last few weeks, Solo? Enough, he said, thinking of the run. More than enough, she said. Too many. Queller's using them to build strength. He's absorbing the dark side like a droid hooked up to a power cable. If this continues, he may be unbeatable. You don't believe that, Han said. She raised her head. She was stunning, he had to give her that, with her bright green eyes and red, almost auburn, hair. A woman to respect. A woman that no one ever should tamper with. I haven't felt power like this since Palpatine in the early days. If this continues, Han, Queller will be stronger than the Emperor ever was, and he'll do it quicker. So you're not here for Luke after all. She swallowed. It may be too late for Luke. I'm here for the rest of us. Why didn't Card stay then? He was going to, she said, until he saw the battle raging near Almania. What's going on? 3 Victory-class Star Destroyers versus the New Republic fleet. When we came out of hyperspace, we saw one of the Mon Calamari star cruisers explode. The New Republic is losing the battle, Han. They'll die out here, and that will give Queller even more power. There was more strength in her voice now. Chewie must have gotten the Ysalamri to at least the periphery of her range. He can't be all-powerful, Han said. We would have known. Luke knew, Mara said. My sources say Queller was one of his students. Luke let him get away. Luke never lets students get away. They're free to leave if they want. Well, my sources say Queller left in hatred. That vision of Luke backs it up. Han didn't want to think about his friend dying alone on some strange planet. Anakin's voice came back to him. / can't get Mama or Uncle Luke. That settles it then, he said. Is Queller on the Star Destroyers? Mara shook her head. It didn't feel that way from the wild card. From the snatches of communication transmissions Talon was picking up, it seemed like Queller was on the ground. How like the Emperor, always there, always behind the scenes. Verify that, would you, Mara? What are you going to do? I'm going to stop this. All by yourself? Han, he defeated Luke. Han grinned. I'm not worried. Overconfidence can get a man killed. Exactly, Han said. I'm counting on it. She studied him for a moment. You really believe that old wives' tale, don't you? You really believe that the best way to defeat a powerful man is to become his equal? The Ysalamri won't make me his equal, Mara, Han said. They'll give me an advantage. She shook her head. If he was trained as a Jedi, he's physically powerful. It takes a lot of stamina to go through the training. I know, Han said. But I just watched you under the influence of those things. Luke described it as being blind and deaf. A man who has lost power is obsessed with its loss. That'll give me a momentary advantage. Be sure you take it, she said. Because a moment may be all you have. Ships blowing up in space reminded Queller of the past. Even though he was winning this battle, with the destruction of most of the A-Wing squadrons and one star cruiser, he felt as if he had failed. War allowed people to feel fear. It gave them time to curse their leader. Survivors often blamed not their own incompetence, but the desires of the person who had sent them into battle. He had hoped to avoid this. His star destroyers were for show, not for might. And yet, the crews were serving him well, better than he had hoped. If only something weren't nagging at him, some detail he was forgetting. Another A-Wing exploded on several screens scattered around the room. On the tactical display, a blip disappeared. A man's screen was cut off mid-thrum on the overhead speakers. He wondered if the New Republic knew that their communications had been tapped. He wondered if they even cared. Yen was shouting orders to the tactical team before him. Voices echoed throughout the command center. Some were digitized voices of TIE fighter pilots. Some were the less audible voices of the A-Wing pilots. And there were 2 new blips on the tactical screen, nearly outside Almanian space. What are those? Queller asked. Newcomers, milord, Gant answered. The first ship appeared, almost joined the fray, then turned tail. As it ran back to its hyperspace launch point, the other ship appeared almost on top of it. I want those ships identified. Yes, sir. Queller looked at the dome above him. Except for the big flash of light that had appeared moments after the star cruiser exploded, he had seen no evidence of battle. If the people of Almania were still alive, they would have seen no battle in the skies above. If they were still alive. He smiled. He had their wealth, along with that of Pydyr and Imish. He would soon use these places of his power and hold the entire galaxy in thrall. His TIE fighters were flying in an inverted V formation toward the next star cruiser. Didn't the New Republic realize that he knew the schematics of their vessels? That included the easiest way to destroy the ships. He had learned his lessons from Master Skywalker well. Skywalker. That was what he was feeling. Skywalker was moving. Queller detached himself from the group as Vec came to him. Sir, we've identified the ships. Not now, Vec. Queller pulled back even farther. But sir, Yen said you needed to know. It's the Wild Card and the Millennium Falcon. Queller suddenly focused on the young man before him. His face was round, his eyes a dark reddish brown, and his skin still covered with acne. One of the hand-picked survivors of Queller's revenge on Almania. One of the 1,000 who made it, and Queller had trouble remembering why he had let the child live. Han Solo's ship? Yes, sir. Queller smiled. The boy took a step backward. Well, sinewy Anna Blue did her job, even if she is a bit late. Double her credit account as promised. The boy looked at him oddly. Yes, sir. Solo was here. He didn't really need him anymore because Organa Solo was already on the planet, but Queller would take what he could. Solo was a vigorous defender of family and friends, and once Queller was done with Solo's wife and brother-in-law, he would go after Solo's children. It would be a lot easier to do that with Solo gone. Yan! Queller yelled. Yan looked up from his post near the tactical display. Milord? We have guests in the outer rim of our sector of space. Veer off a destroyer and get rid of them, will you? Sir, we've got the New Republic fleet in a perfect pincer movement. If we veer off ships now, we run the risk of losing all of them. Queller shrugged. Do as you see fit. But don't let those 2 new ships leave. I want them destroyed. Yan frowned. Yes, sir. And Yan. Yes, sir? Until I return, you are in charge of all of this. Queller smiled. And remember, I dislike failure. Yan put a hand to his throat. I'm not likely to forget, sir. Good. Queller left the command center. It had fatigued him to be inside. That sense of failure followed him. Yan had tracked down the feelings Queller had gotten after giving the orders. The droids had been destroyed on Smuggler's Run. The stolen droids. But the regular ones had not. Which meant that someone had discovered the detonators and deactivated them. Brachis? Queller shook his head. He would have sensed the betrayal. No. It had come from a source he hadn't suspected, hadn't even known existed. Someone on Coruscant must have discovered the droids. He should have thought of that. But no matter. The government on Coruscant was self-focused. They wouldn't think to warn all the governments in all the sectors. And Brachus had outfitted all new droids with the detonators had done so now for nearly 2 years. That would be enough to put terror in the hearts of the entire galaxy. Queller would do that shortly. First, he would guarantee he had all the power he needed. It was time to take care of Skywalker and his sister. Queller had sensed a disturbance in the Force when Organa Solo landed on the planet. His own private monitor had shown her ship landing near the towers, and he had felt Skywalker's valiant attempt to drive off his guards. Queller had ordered that there be no reinforcements. He wanted them for himself. The tower wasn't far from here. With Skywalker weakened, and Organa Solo untrained, Queller would have the advantage. He gripped his lightsaber in his right hand. An advantage did not guarantee a win. He would have to have some backup. Skywalker and Organa Solo would not leave Almania alive. 47. As Brachus and his droids marched Cole deep into the factory, Cole's mother's angry description of him ran through his head like a mantra: impetuous, stubborn, impulsive. She had said those words to him when he wanted to go to the Jedi Academy, when he went to work in Anchorhead, and when he left Tatooine. She had said his desire to be a hero would get him in trouble one day. She was right. Even though her words ran like background music through his brain, his conscious mind was examining the possibilities. Brachus had him at blaster point. The assassin droids also had their weaponry out, and up ahead, he saw old-style Imperial Gladiator droids. Cole was alone, with one rather flaky protocol droid and one savvy R2 unit, both of whom were, at the moment, not available to help. Maybe by now, Mon Mothma or Admiral Akbar might know where he was, but there was no guarantee that they'd care. Impetuous, stubborn, impulsive. Might as well add stupid to the list. His faith in R2 was so great that he had somehow thought the little droid would have things under control. Strike that. His faith in himself hadn't allowed him to think of this possibility. He had thought that a hero only needed to be on the right side in order to win. The floor sloped downward, and all the signs had disappeared. The walls were unfinished, and the glow panels above were bare, something he had never seen before. They gave a starkness to the scene, a bleakness that matched what he was feeling inside. Of course, Brachus knew about the detonators. He'd put them there. And he seemed to have the same sort of charisma that Leia Organa Solo had, something that Cole was beginning to understand came from the Force. He was letting them take him far from the freighter, but he saw no other choice. He had to give R2 time to work, to do whatever he thought he could do here. Finally, they reached a large steel door. Brachus keyed in a code, and the door hissed open. Cole tried to take a step back, but Brachus placed a hand against Cole's back. The room was large and smelled of ozone and burning metal. Sparks flew as droids screamed. Large zaps and zots filled the air, followed by more cries from artificial voices. This was a droid torture chamber. Cole had heard of them but had not believed in them. It took a particularly sadistic mind to determine effective ways to torture creatures that could not feel pain. But Cole could. The steel on the door had double reinforcements, and so did the walls. A thin droid made from unfinished metal chuckled when she saw him. "A human for you, Eve," Brachus said. "See what you can do with him. I want to know why he's really here, so don't kill him. Deal with him yourself," the droid said in an hypnotic female voice. "I hate easy targets." Hurting him is easy. Keeping him alive is hard, and keeping him sane will be even harder. I trust your devious mind can find ways to do both. The droid walked toward Cole on thin legs. She tilted her head and peered into his face. Her eyes were gold slits, and her metal smelled of blaster scorches. I am Evninidenineto. I have headed cyborg operations and retraining at this facility since my prototype, Evninedinine, was purchased by a Tatooine crime lord. I am said to be twice as ruthless as she. I tell you this as a warning, and with the thought that you might want to confess whatever it is my master wishes to know now, before I discover the limits of human pain. In spite of himself, Cole shuddered. So far, though, he didn't see any R2 units in here, nor did he see 3PO. I told your master why I'm here. He glanced at Brachus, whose eyes glittered as cruelly as the droid's did. I found some detonators in some droids that came from this facility, and I thought he might want to know about it. An altruist, Brachus said dryly, who conveniently forgets that he sent his droids out into the nether reaches of my facility. Eve rubbed her claw-like hands together. I would prefer to have the droids. That confirmed, at least, that they hadn't caught 3PO or R2 so far. I didn't see the signs, Cole said. This story has its limitations, Fardreamer, Brachus said. He was standing alone in the doorway. The assassin droids remained in the hall. Tell me how useful you are to Skywalker, and I might let you go. Cole shrugged. I'm just his mechanic. A man who can go off on his own, with some of the most important droids in the galaxy? Skywalker must trust his servants then. A boxy droid with a cylindrical head was having its feet heated and reshaped. The droid's scream was a high-pitched whistle that eeped intermittently. Off in a side room, there was a loud splash, accompanied by a droid begging in unmodulated mechanical tones. No, Cole said. He just expects us to have initiative. I see, Brachus said. And no one else could have come here? No one else could have sent a message to me? I thought the matter rather delicate, Cole said. It wouldn't do to broadcast that droids all over the galaxy weren't safe. No, it wouldn't do at all, Brachus said. He shoved Cole toward Eve. Her claws grabbed his arms so tightly that it cut off the circulation. Remember, Brachus said. Alive and sane. I won't forget, she said. The assassin droids had disappeared. This had to be quite the terrifying place, even for droids. He would only get one chance. Did you know, he said to Eve in a husky, satisfied voice, that you have your claws wrapped around my pleasure centers? She swiveled her head in startlement. No, Brachus said, but it was already too late. She had loosened her grip. Cole pulled his arms free and ran for the door. He bumped Brachus as he did so, and grabbed Brachus's blaster. The assassin droids outside were gone as if they had never been. If he could only remember, a bolt of electricity wrapped itself around him, sending a tingly, jolting feeling through him. His body jerked, and flailed, and jerked, and his breath locked in his throat. His eyes were bugging out of his head, and he couldn't breathe. Couldn't breathe. And then the bolt released him. He fell to the floor, flopping like a fish, wishing he could stop, but completely unable to. Finally his muscles stopped jerking and he lay still, his muscles as useless as water. Brachus kicked him, turning him over. There was no one else near him. Eve remained in her torture chamber, in the same position she had been in before. Cole saw no stun equipment, nothing that could have caused that thoroughly unpleasant experience. Don't cross me again, boy, Brockus said. I could easily torture you myself, but I don't have the time to waste. You did that? Cole asked, even though it came through his immobile mouth sounding like, You too, eh? Your friend Skywalker frowns on such use of the Force, but I find it helpful. Now cooperate with me, Fardreamer, and I'll let you. Can't, Cole said. It came out as, "Ay." He couldn't even talk, couldn't even defend himself. I'll leave you to Eve for the time being. If at any time you change your mind about your story, just let her know. She'll contact me. He stepped over Cole and walked down the hallway. Little tremors ran through Cole's body. He had no control at all. Eve stepped over him, bent down, and gripped his ankle in her claw. He couldn't even kick at her. She dragged him by the leg back into the torture chamber. Then she lifted him as if he weighed nothing and threw him on a tilted, ribbed piece of metal. It reclined slightly. Above him were dozens of drills, saws, and welders. He recognized all of them, and knew most of them were built for metal equipment. Eve seemed to smile as she bent over him. This is your last chance, human. But his mouth didn't work. He couldn't confess, even if he wanted to. Luke rested for a moment beside Leia. A lesser man would have been dead by now. She was amazed that he could keep going. We have to get out of here, she said. I know. He spoke softly. But he seemed to be waiting for something. She hoped that something wasn't Queller. She put her arm around Luke's waist, careful to avoid the wounds on his back, and pulled him to his feet. Then she slung his arm over her shoulder, taking his weight off his ankle, and together they walked toward the hangar. Just as a familiar double tone warned her that the Alderin's self-destruct had just kicked in. We've got trouble, she whispered. Luke gathered strength from somewhere and stood without her help. He pulled out 2 blasters. So did she. Then she crept in the shadows toward her ship. A triple tone sounded. When the ship reached 5 tones, it would explode. Her throat was dry. The Alderan was their only way off this empty husk of a planet. She peered into the hangar, and saw no one. Footprints obscured her own near the Alderan, 6 footprints, maybe more. A blaster scorch on the door told her what had happened. Where were they now? You see anyone, Luke? He shook his head. He looked distracted, as if he were hearing faraway music. She had seen that look before, when he had lost his hand below Cloud City. She had never known if the look meant that he was in great pain, or if it came when he was listening to something inside his head. That time he had been feeling Vader's presence. Did he feel Queller now? 4 tones chimed from the Alderan. It was now or never. Either she saved her ship or she saved herself. She ran into the bay, both blasters out, and launched herself at the Alderan. Her ship scanned her handprint, her retina, and her voice as she spoke the internal code. The door swung open just as the 5-tone chime began. And stopped. Her heart was pounding. No one had shot at her. Whoever had disturbed the Alderan had touched it, and left when the auto-destruct had started. She opened the internal control panel near the door and shut off the auto-destruct. Then she leaned her head out the door and shouted, Luke! But he didn't respond. She couldn't see him in the shadows in the bay. Luke! Now! Still nothing. Had he collapsed out there? She would have to go back and get him. She stepped out the door when she heard the hiss of a lightsaber. She tapped her belt. She wore hers. Luke hadn't been wearing one. Her heart pounded harder. There was only one other person adept in the force on Almania. Queller. 48. Leia's message said that she was taking the Alderaan to Almania, and then later she added a note about Wedge and the fleet. But try as he might, Han couldn't locate the Alderaan in the swarm of fighting ships not far from him. He didn't want to think about all the debris floating around them. He was seated in the cockpit, Chewbacca beside him, and Mara Jade in the seat behind. She was still pale and weak. She claimed that the Ysalamiri were affecting her force sense even though they were as far from her as they could be. He liked that. Chewie, hail someone on the New Republic fleet, Han said. I need to know where Leia is. Her ship wasn't here when we got here, Mara said. Chewbacca ignored her and punched the communications relay. Han hovered near the wild card. Talon still hadn't gone into hyperspace. Something was keeping him nearby. I thought he was out to save his hide. Mara smiled. I think he's still interested in mine, she said cryptically. Great, Han said. Chewie mumbled something about no one having seen Leia since the battle began. Long shot then, Han said. He swerved away from the wild card and headed toward Almania. Scan the surface, Chewie. The Alderaan has a distinctive signature. We'll find her if she's there. Chewie's large paws moved on the console. Mara leaned back in her seat. You'll die before Queller allows you on the surface. I doubt that, sweetheart, Han said. He's wanted me there all along. Mara had no reply to that. Chewbacca continued searching. Han piloted the Falcon high over the fighting. It looked ugly down there. The Star Destroyers had sustained a lot of damage, but they hadn't given up. There were too many TIE fighters, and no X-wings, only A and B wings. One of the New Republic's battleships was already destroyed. Only 2 were left. Don't think about it, Solo, Mara said. Either you get your wife or you save the fleet. He knew that, but watching made him feel helpless. Then something zoomed in his periphery. TIE fighter at 209. Chewie manned the controls. I'm going for the guns. I'm coming with you, Mara said. Han climbed to the topside gunport as Mara climbed to the bottom gunport. He adjusted his headset as he sat before the controls of the laser cannon. Stars and fighters swarmed around him. You in there, Mara? Ready. Okay, Han said. Stay sharp. The TIE fighter went over them, shooting. Han swiveled his chair and aimed the cannon, shooting as he did so. Mara's fire from below shone red against the blackness of space. The fighter exploded in a brilliant white flash. Got him! Mara yelled. 2 more TIE fighters appeared to his gunport starboard. Then 3 shot overhead as 3 crossed below. 2 more appeared port. Chewie! Han shouted as he shot cannon fire in all directions. The Wookiee knew better than to let this sort of trap set up. The Falcon continued moving forward and then, suddenly, it flipped on its side and slipped between the fighters. The fighters, used to shooting at the tinier A-wings, took a moment to recover. Chewie circle, Han said. Chewbacca executed a perfect parabola. Han and Mara aimed and shot at opposing TIE fighters. Both exploded as 5 more came to their rescue. There's a multitude of those things, Mara said. Queller sure spent a fortune, Han said. Not even the Empire deployed this many at once. Chewbacca yelled from below. More TIE fighters were coming their way. What did he say? Mara shouted. He said we're pulling fighters from the battle. Your ugly little nightmare friend must know we're here. Sweat was pouring down Han's face. His shoulders ached from pulling on the cannon. He was swiveling and twisting so much in the chair that he didn't know which direction he faced in relation to the cockpit. He supposed it didn't matter. I thought you said he wanted you alive. He did. Han was shooting at 5 TIE fighters. He winged one, and it rolled off in the distance. Another flew over, firing as it went. Most of the shots bounced off the deflector shields. A third fighter fired a round. The shots connected, and something exploded on the Falcon. Chewie? Han shouted. Chewbacca growled something about losing a deflector shield. Chewie, that was more than a shield. Chewie growled again. He nearly had the shield fixed, but he didn't have time to say any more. It was Mara who finally reported. That was my cannon, she said. You okay? If you call third-degree burns okay, she said. My hands live. Get up there and help Chewie then, he said, uncertain whether or not she was making up the burns. We're going to have to pass right over one of those star destroyers. Let's hope it doesn't see us. Hope is a dangerous thing, Solo. He didn't answer her. His arms were rattling his entire frame as he kept shooting. The TIE fighters were swarming around the Falcon, but their shots kept bouncing off the deflector shields. Chewie must have fixed them. Or maybe not. Another shot connected. The Falcon twisted in space. Chewbacca was yelling, Mara was swearing, and Han found himself upside down from his previous position. If he hadn't been strapped in the chair, he would have been thrown all over the gunport. Damage, Chewie? Chewbacca yelled back. I know it's not your fault. Just let me know the damage. The concussion missile tubes. Again it was Mara who answered. And you'd better thank Chewie for his quick thinking. He dumped the missiles as the shot hit. Oh great, Han said. I'm supposed to thank him for dumping our weaponry. He kept shooting though, and took out one TIE fighter that exploded and spun away from the pack. Get that shield back online. The Falcon righted itself and headed for the Star Destroyer. Hey Chewie, Han said, abandon that last plan. Just head for the planet. Chewbacca growled back. There are no straight lines in space, Han said. Go over it, around it, or under it if you have to. I don't care that it's in your way. Chewie growled again. They can have us in a tractor beam, Chewie, Han said, not wanting it to be true. Check the instruments again. Looks like it doesn't want us to get to Almania, Han, Mara said. Han wiped the sweat from his face with the back of one arm. He could see the open hangar bay on the destroyer. They would be sucked inside, facing stormtroopers and who knew what else. If only he could get to Leia. Luke had done something with his X-Wing against a Star Destroyer once. He had shot proton torpedoes into the tractor beam. The torpedoes had gone on board the destroyer and exploded. But the Falcon no longer had that kind of firepower. The laser cannon wouldn't do enough damage. But it might stun them for a moment, maybe break the tractor beam, and keep them from chasing the Falcon. It might give him the opportunity he needed to get to Almania and Leia. Chewbacca shouted from below. One ship at a time, Chewie. We only have to pay attention to the new one if it shoots us. At least, Han hoped that was true. The new ship that Chewie had spotted coming up behind them might be even more of a threat. Haven't you got any other weapons on board this thing? Mara shouted. Han swiveled in his chair, shot several bursts at two passing TIE fighters, and then yelled, "We're down to one laser cannon, sweetheart, and a whole lot of blasters. You want to open the top hatch and climb onto the roof and fire a blaster from there? I'm sure Chewie has enough spare time to rig you up a wire to keep you from falling off." Chewbacca growled. "No need to be sarcastic, Solo," Mara said. "Just trying to be useful." Then scan for Leia's ship. "I'm not going to Almania if she's not there." He pointed the cannon upward for him, anyway, so that his chair tilted him onto his back. He concentrated on one TIE fighter, blasting, until the thing fell away in a smoking heap. "How soon till we get to the destroyer?" Han yelled. "Almost there," Mara yelled back. Chewie growled a countdown to the futile shot. Han's shot wouldn't have the one explosive power that Luke's miraculous destruction of the Death Star had. If anything, Han's blast would smash a few transparestials inside, knock a few officers out of their chairs, and scorch a bulkhead or two. For this, though, he turned on the targeting computer. With his right hand, he punched in the coordinates while he kept shooting at TIE fighters with his left. They were swarming him now, flanking, surrounding, and threatening the Falcon. They probably thought they had him, this close to the Star Destroyer. Chewie growled the end of the countdown. Han watched the targeting computer. "You're going to miss the shot," Mara yelled. Han ignored her, his concentration great. The lines on the computer converged into a single point, and he issued a burst of fire from the cannon. Then he shoved the targeting computer away. The shots went along the tractor beam and sank into the open hangar bay. There was a muffled explosion, enough to rattle the entire Star Destroyer. "That's the best we get," Han said. "Let's take advantage of their surprise and dash." Then the Star Destroyer exploded into 1,000 pieces. Light and sparks flew everywhere and debris pelted the Falcon. "Chewie! Get us out of here!" The TIEs were moving out of the debris field too. Han slipped out of the gunport and into the cockpit, yelling a victory cry all the way. "You didn't do it, Solo," Mara said. She pointed at the space yacht streaking overhead. "Better say thank you." Han slapped his hand on the console. "Card. Thought you were leaving." "I hate missing a good fight, Solo." Card's voice came over the speakers in crackles. "Go to the planet. I'll cover you." "He doesn't make that offer every day," Mara said. "And he doesn't have to make it twice." Han slipped into the pilot's seat. "Found Leia yet?" "Nope," Mara said. "We'll have to go on feeling." "I thought the Ysalamri are interfering with your force sense." She shrugged. "Let's hope they aren't." "Ye owe it." The droid in the lead had seen him. "R2! 3PO yelled. "R2-D2, is that you?" The lead gladiator droid shook him. "I told you to shut up." "I would, sir, if I thought you still had control, but I dare say you're in for a spot of trouble." The gladiator droid swiveled his head. His henchmen, the ones who had gone to investigate, were being crushed against the wall, their guns still trapped in their stomachs, as hundreds of astromech units rolled past. "R2! 3PO yelled. "Send for backup," the gladiator droid said to the droid nearest him. "And hurry. The rest of you fire." Laser cannons went off, and shots reverberated all over the corridor. Droid screams filled the air. Smoke rose as components burned. but the little astromech droids continued moving forward. R2! 3PO screamed. He could no longer see R2 in the sudden haze of smoke. R2-D2, where are you? One more word. The lead gladiator droid said, and I will use this scrambler. 3PO had had quite enough of threats. No, you won't, he said, and wrenched himself backward as the gladiator droid fired the scrambler. Its shot hit the other gladiator droid holding 3PO. That droid screamed and glowed neon green, a beacon in the haze. 3PO's right arm was free. He yanked his left loose and disappeared into the fog. Shots ricocheted around him. The gladiator droids flared like flames in the smoke. 3PO shoved several from behind, making them lose their balance and fall forward. R2! He continued to yell as he headed in the direction where he had last seen the astromech droids. R2! Ye owe it! The whistle came from his left, from a corridor that matched the one he had just come through. It might be a trap, or it might be R2. He hurried into that corridor, arms raised. The gladiator droids were still shooting into smoke that seemed horribly unnatural. No matter how many astromech droids got shot, there wouldn't be that much smoke. Unless something was burning. Oh dear, 3PO muttered. Oh dear. Why is it that everything always gets worse? More blaster shots ricocheted around him. The air was full of smoke and screams, but the screams no longer came from astromech droids. The screams came from gladiator droids being hit by ricochets. Ye owe it! 3PO made it into the corridor, and there R2 was waiting for him. The little droid immediately began rocking and beeping. His clawed arm came out and pulled 3PO in deeper as the door behind them slammed closed. The smoke cleared instantly. It hadn't been smoke at all, but hundreds of astromech droids emitting some kind of foggy chemical. R2, I've been looking for you, 3PO said. Master Cole thought we were going to go together. You shouldn't go off on your own like that. It isn't Dash. R2 gave him a raspberry, swiveled, and started up the corridor behind all the other astromech droids. You can't leave now, 3PO said. They're going to kill Master Cole. R2 stopped and beeped in inquiry. Why, he had to cover that little escape of yours. There were signs, you know, warning that droids couldn't leave a ship. And then you go off on your own. He thought you actually had a plan. He sent me after you, hoping that some good would come of it. I can see now that our concern was misguided. R2 blabbed at him, and continued forward. 3PO followed. Ungrateful? Ungrateful? How can you call me ungrateful? R2 bleebled and continued forward. The other astromech droids swarmed ahead like a sea of mechanicals. I don't think Master Cole can wait, R2. I dare say he's in a difficult patch. If you're not going to help him, I will. 3PO turned on one foot and started down a side corridor. R2 whistled at him, not the friendly whistle from before, but a summons. 3PO ignored him. Then R2 blacked, and 3PO stopped. Good point. He said more to himself than R2. I really don't want to face the Red Terror alone. 3PO scurried back to the original corridor. R2 and his astromech friends had already moved far ahead. 3PO glanced over his shoulder. So far, no Red Terror. But there was no telling whether or not they'd make it through that door. Wait for me, he shouted. Wait. For me. 49. Luke backed away from Queller's lightsaber. So far, Queller wasn't really swinging it, but he was holding it steady before him, his black robes flowing backward in the wind. His body was slender, almost too slender, and in that only could Luke see the beginnings of the disintegration the dark side caused. Twilight was falling. The light that had seemed so bright when he came out of the tunnel now seemed dim and shadowy. Only the blade of Queller's lightsaber gave off any light at all. Luke didn't have far to back. If he went too far, he would hit the wall of the tower he had escaped from. Then he got a flash, a mental picture, so clear that it looked like a hollow. Around the tower was a narrow alleyway that led to the tower's main door. The door's frame had collapsed, and in the mouth of the opening Queller swung his blade at Luke, smashing the mental image. Luke leaped aside. He wasn't certain if he should go for his blasters. That would only give Queller a target. The blasters were no match for a lightsaber. "Give up, Skywalker," Queller said. "You lack the strength to defeat me. I will kill you this time. And then I will slaughter your sister, Leia." She had her lightsaber. Luke extended his hand, and Queller brought his blade down at it. Luke dodged as Leia's lightsaber sailed in the air toward him, landing neatly in his fingers. Immediately he ignited the blade, and its reassuring hum echoed in the growing darkness. "Ah," Queller said. "So you have chosen to fight me. Careful, Master Skywalker. If you do so with the wrong attitude, you might join my side." "I've fought better than you, Queller," Luke said. The lightsaber felt odd in his hand. "And won. Years ago, Skywalker. You've become complacent." Queller slashed at Luke. Luke parried, the electric clash of blades ringing in the night air. Then Queller whirled and blocked several bursts of blaster fire. Leia peeked out of the bay doors. "Leave him alone, Queller. It's me you want," she yelled. His death mask glowed from an internal light. It made his smile even more sinister than usual. "Actually, President, I want your entire family. Without them, there are no true Jedi." Luke inched closer. His blade was still out, still humming. He wanted Queller to fight him, not Leia. Leia wasn't ready yet. "Actually, Queller, there are dozens of Jedi now. But not Jedi Masters Skywalker. There are more than you imagine," Luke said, thinking of Callista. She would provide quite a battle against Queller, even without the Force. Queller turned to Luke, and Leia fired again. Without even looking at her, Queller blocked the blaster shots. The shots flew harmlessly to the sides. Then her blaster rose in the air, and exploded a few feet above her head. "Use another of those, President, and it will explode in your hand." "You like explosions, don't you, Queller?" she said. Luke suppressed a smile. She was trying to distract him so Luke could attack. But it wasn't that easy. Queller had pushed Luke far enough that Luke's feelings were confused. He wasn't certain if he was going after Queller out of anger or hatred, instead of in defense. That would only make Queller stronger. He seemed to be stronger anyway, giving credence to Luke's theory. "Small explosions, President," Queller said, his blade still locked with Luke's. "Large ones destroy wealth." Leia stepped out of the bay. She was unarmed. "Even if you kill us, Queller, you won't get the rest of us. The explosives you put in the droids won't work. We shut the droids off." "Did you now?" Queller's tone was mocking. Luke could feel the physical pressure Queller was putting on the blade. They were locked in a battle of wills, their strength holding the blades together in a haze of light. You managed to tell all the developed planets about the droids, President? Because if you didn't, then I will still get enough strength from one single order to defeat you all. A chill ran through Luke. All those lives. All those billions of lives. They meant nothing more to Queller than a breath of air, a surge of adrenaline, a swallow of food. Anger flowed through Luke, deep and fine and rich. He had created this monster. Luke, through his arrogance, had given Queller all the tools he needed to destroy the entire galaxy. If Luke hadn't taught all his students about the dark side, if he hadn't warned them repeatedly and in detail about the quick and easy path, then Queller would still be Dolph, not this hateful being who wore a death mask proudly and dealt in lives as a smuggler dealt in stolen goods. Queller turned toward Luke and grinned. His lightsaber broke free from the enmeshment and whooshed near Luke. Luke jumped aside, pain shivering through his back and down his arms. Queller had suddenly gotten stronger. Queller! Leia shouted. She held another blaster. He turned his attention to her, and Luke thrust his blade toward Queller's side, drawing blood before Queller swirled away. Easy blood. The lightsaber moved with a sureness Luke had never felt before. Leia's blaster was turning red. She tossed it aside before it exploded, and rolled in the opposite direction. Queller had turned back to Luke, thrusting, parrying, thrusting, their sabers locked in a battle as loud and spark-filled as Luke's battle with Vader. Queller's breath hissed through the mask, but it wasn't Vader's stentorian breathing that it imitated. It was the Emperor's greedy gasping. Luke staggered under Queller's next blow, and barely managed to roll aside. His ankle kept buckling under him, but he forced himself to put weight on it. They had moved into the alleyway Luke had seen in that strange moment of vision. Stones littered the ground all around them, and the light only came through a small opening on either end. Luke could no longer see Leia. Use your aggressive feelings, boy. Let the hate flow through you. Queller struck at him, his blow shattering a nearby rock. He was stronger. Much stronger. And his strength seemed to be increasing. Luke's arms were growing tired battling the power of Queller's blade. Then Queller laughed, a gurgling, familiar laugh. The Emperor's laugh, the unamused choking of a slave to the dark side. Fueled by hatred, anger, and fear. Luke was making him stronger. Luke's response, his hatred, his own self-loathing at creating this thing, this student who had become a horror, was making the thing even stronger. Queller slammed his blade against Luke's, and the sparks lit the area all around them. Luke parried. Parried again. And again. He was trapped in a cycle of hatred and anger. If he fought, Queller got stronger, and if he attacked, Queller got stronger still. Luke glanced at the mouth of the alley. No Leia. He was alone with this thing he had created. The rogue student. The Vader to his Ben. Vader. Ben. Luke grinned. He suddenly knew what he had to do to break free. Wedge watched as the Falcon disappeared over Almania. The space yacht, identified as the Wildcard, had come into the fray, firing all laser cannons on the side of the New Republic. Wedge wasn't sure who owned the yacht, and at the moment he didn't care. He was losing this battle. He could use all the help he could get. His ship had sustained massive damage. There were fires on several decks. Somehow the command center had avoided the worst of it. There were no more A and B wings to deploy, and the TIE fighters seemed to have multiplied. General Suss's ship seemed to have lost all weapons systems and was floating in space. The Tatooine had exploded. The death screams had been hideous. Wedge had come up against more firepower, but never this fierce determination, this desire to win at any cost. It was almost as if Queller's soldiers didn't care if they lived or died, only that they won in the process. He had no idea what kind of creature could create a response like that. Not Thrawn, nor Dala, nor the Emperor had ever aroused such mindless devotion. It was almost as if the ships were being piloted by droids. Wedge glanced at the hunched droid near the console. Luke's odd message had warned them to shut off all droids. Sela, he said. I want that droid disassembled now. But sir, we can't spare the personnel. We can spare it all right, and more if we have to. The secret lay in the droids. He would find it as he fought. The TIE fighters circled the wild card like flies over spoiled meat. The card was blasting them, exploding fighter after fighter, but the others kept coming. The Star Destroyers were closing in on General Sussa. If Wedge were a droid, he would follow a set battle plan, and not give up until the end was achieved. No creativity, no deviation, no care for the losses. The mistake had been his. He was following a set battle plan when everything had erupted in his face. Jimbotham, I want you to shoot at the wild card. Sir? Jimbotham said as if he hadn't heard the order correctly. Shoot the wild card. Miss, but make it clear you're aiming for the space yacht. Then whirl this bird around and do the same to the calamari, General Sus's ship. Our ships, sir? Yes, our ships, soldier, Wedge said. He grabbed on to the railing, wishing he could send the other commanders the insight he had just received. They would simply have to react to it. The first shot went out, and went low, narrowly missing both the wild card and the TIE fighter below it. Keep going, Wedge said. Shots streaked red across the blackness of space, missing both the wild card and the TIE fighters, but not by much. We're getting a message from the wild card, sir. Let's hear it, Wedge said, bracing himself because he knew what it would be. What are you doing? I'm trying to help you, you stupid fool. The voice was male and angry. Very angry. Response, sir? Wedge moved away from the communications controls. Shoot at General Sus's ship. What? Sir, have you gone mad? Wedge turned to the offending officer. Whether I'm mad or not is none of your concern. I'm your commander. You do as I say. But sir, the new rules established by Admiral Akbar state that you can force me to step down if you can prove I'm unfit. They also state that simply because the commander gives orders you disagree with does not mean the commander is unfit. Fire now, or I'll have you all relieved. The HIG turned back to his screen, and shots went off at the Star Cruiser, narrowly missing, as before. A TIE fighter got nicked in the ricochet and fell, twisting, away from the Tatooine. Wedge? Wedge? General Sus's voice came over the communicator. Wedge, are you still there? Present and accounted for, General. You're firing at the calamari. Sorry, General, just doing my duty. Wedge, are you all right? Fire again, soldier, and this time aim at both ships. Wedge had clasped his hands behind his back, trying to hide his glee. It was working. The TIE fighters had actually stopped firing on the wild card and on the calamari. It was the Star Destroyers that concerned him more. The shots went out on all sides, hitting 2 TIE fighters and bouncing off the wild card's deflector shields. I told you not to hit the ships, Wedge said. Sorry, sir, Jinbatham said. Precision shooting is for A-wings. Missing a target the size of a moon shouldn't be difficult, Jinbatham. Yes, sir. Fire again. Wedge. Sussa's voice echoed over the speakers. Wedge. I'm here, General. Forgive me, but President Organa Solo put me in charge of this mission. I'm well aware of that, Wedge, but you're firing on our people. Am I, General? Am I really? Wedge ran a hand over his throat, severing all communications. That was all the hint he would give Sussa. Either the general trusted him, or he didn't. It didn't matter. The next few moments would decide everything. The Star Destroyers came closer. I have them in range, sir, Jinbatham said. I have the targets set up for the Star Destroyers, sir. If you'll allow me to dash. No, soldier. I want you to fire on both the wild card and the calamari again. Sir Dash. And this time, when you miss, take out a TIE fighter on one of the ricochets. They're beginning to look like they want to fight again. Yes, sir. Jinbatham seemed subdued. The shots went out. Wedge watched, clutching his hands together. The first shot hit a TIE fighter's solar panel, ricocheted off, and hit another fighter. The wild card swerved away and headed toward the calamari. At that moment, the Star Destroyers started for Wedge. The TIE fighters continued to trail the wild card and calamari. We can't defeat 2 Star Destroyers on our own, Sela said. I know, Wedge said. He hoped they wouldn't have to. 50. Almania looked deserted. Han emerged from the Falcon with his blaster in one hand, and the Salamari in the other. He hated the things. They reminded him of Corellian grass snakes, except they were big, they were furry, and they had claws. No one had told him about the claws. They also weighed a lot. Their nutrient cages, made with frames of pipes to support and nourish the creatures, weighed even more. Mara had kept her distance. Both Han and Chewie had agreed to allow her to stay far behind them, far enough so that she wasn't caught in the Salamari's anti-force bubble. But Han wished she were closer. He should have known better than to rely on her force abilities when she had been so close to a Salamari. Obviously, she had been wrong. Leia couldn't be nearby. This place was deserted. He had landed the Falcon in a wide plaza. Around him were towers, most of them partially destroyed. Rubble everywhere. No bodies, though. For that he was grateful. Then he heard rocks tumble beside him. He and Chewbacca whirled at the same time. The Salamari cages swung out and back, nearly making Han lose his balance. The tower's main door had been smashed open, and the door's frame had collapsed. Something white and ghostly moved in the doorway. Great, Han said. Just great. Not only does she fail to find Leia, she leads us to a ghost. Chewbacca growled softly. Han squinted. Chewie was right. That wasn't a ghost. Something was alive in there. He pulled out his blaster and moved forward. Then a woman yelled in the distance. Han raised his head as his heart jumped. That wasn't Mara. That was Leia. Through the alley, Chewie. We'll get this thing later. Han turned and ran for the alley as a male voice censored Leia's. They were too far away to be heard clearly. Behind him, Chewie grunted, followed by a massive thud. Han glanced over his shoulder. Chewie was on the ground. A huge, furry creature had one paw on Chewie's back. With its other paw, it was holding the salamari cage and was trying to suck the salamari through it like a piece of spaghetti. When that didn't work, the creature swallowed the salamari, cage and all. Hans swore and leveled his blaster at the big creature. Chewie was yowling, and it took Han a moment to realize that Chewie was telling him not to shoot. Han decided to ignore his partner. The creature's throat swelled and bulged as the salamari cage slid down. Then the creature looked at Han. Its eyes glowed red as it eyed Han's nutrient cage. "Oh, no you don't," Han said. He tried to hide the cage behind his back. Chewie was still yowling, but the creature had taken its paw off him. Han fired his blaster, but as he did, the thing leaped for him, grazing him with its massive paws. He landed on his back, knocking the cage from his hand. He raised his blaster, but it was too late. The creature already had the nutrient cage in its mouth. With a quick shake of its jaw, it tumbled the cage to the back of its throat and swallowed it. Blood from a scrape was running down Han's shoulder, staining his shirt. The creature tilted its barn-sized head at the blood, then its first stained tongue came out. Han crawled backward away from it, on his hands and feet, trying to stand at the same time. Chewie was getting up, but he hadn't pulled his bowcaster. Through the alley, Leia yelled again. "You can't eat me," Han said to the big furry white creature. "That's my wife. And you just swallowed my plan," Chewie yelled at him. "I'm not shooting at it," Han said. He scrambled to his feet. The creature hadn't moved any closer. Chewie gave it a small wave as he ran past it. Then Han flanked Chewie, and they headed into the alley. The creature did not chase them. "You mind telling me why you're suddenly friendly with a giant furball? Is it a cousin?" Chewie wailed, the precursor to his angry yell. All right. Forgive me," Han said. "I got a little upset when that thing ate the creatures that would ensure the rescue of my wife." Chewbacca didn't respond to that. He kept pace with Han as they hurried through the alley. His shoulder hurt something fierce, and the air on this planet was a bit thinner than he was used to. He tripped on a rock, but regained his footing after a moment. Rubble was strewn all over this alley. He hadn't heard Leia yell again. Something thudded behind them. Han glanced over his shoulder again, to see the giant creature try to squeeze into the alley, fail, and turn away, dejected. "Great," he mumbled. "The thing's feelings are hurt because it's too fat to fit into the alley." Chewie growled a warning. Han grimaced. How did Chewbacca and that thing become such fast friends? He was nearly to the mouth of the alley when Leia yelled again. This time, though, the word was clear. It was Luke's name. And she said it in a voice that Han had never heard before, but he knew what it meant. It meant he was too late. Her hands were useless, and Queller was no longer listening to her arguments. He was watching Luke. Luke, who looked like a man possessed. Luke, who had always warned her not to give in to anger, was giving in to his. And Queller was smiling. He seemed to be growing taller and broader, the aura of power around him so great that it made him seem invincible. Then a look passed across Luke's face. It was a familiar look, but it wasn't his. She had seen it before. On the day she met him, so many years ago. She had seen that look the only time she had seen Obi-Wan Kenobi alive. He had been fighting Darth Vader, and then he smiled, and raised his lightsaber and Vader cut him in half. His lightsaber's blade faded, the hilt spinning through the air before landing on his empty, steaming cloak. Luke had said Obi-Wan believed that moment made him stronger, but really it had only made him dead. Dead. Leia stumbled a few steps forward. Luke didn't see her in the growing darkness. Queller hesitated as Luke slowly raised his lightsaber blade toward his face. Just as Obi-Wan had. Queller smiled. Just as Vader must have. Luke. Leia screamed as Queller brought his lightsaber up, preparing to strike. 51. The Star Destroyers continued heading for the Avon. The wild card fired at them, as did the calamari, their shots missing the soft spot and ricocheting off the deflectors. Sir, Ian said. They're heading directly for us. Wedge watched them, still clutching his hands together. He was gambling so many lives on a hunch. But if he followed the normal attack patterns, they would all be dead. He knew that much. Sir, Sela said. If they get in too close, we won't be able to hit the targets. Our short-range weapons don't have the kind of power dash. I'm aware of that, Wedge said. I want you to shoot at the calamari again. He didn't want to shoot at the wild card, afraid that the smuggler would stop helping altogether. Shots streamed past the calamari, and the nearby TIE fighters joined in the shooting. The calamari rocked as the blasts hit the deflectors. Wedge wasn't even sure if his shots went wide. They're just outside our short-range weapons, sir. If we're going to shoot dash. We're not going to shoot, Wedge said. His hands had grown cold. The silence in the command center was frightening. Even Card had stopped cursing him. The other ships probably thought he was dead. The Star Destroyers filled the dome overhead. They had ancient blast scars on their bottoms, and their white lines were marked with rust. Sir, I think with our short-range fighters dash. No, Wedge said. Ian, I want you to go to the Top Gun pods. I want people there, with blaster cannons in hand. We could reactivate the droids, sir. No. This is one-time precision shooting. Any A-Wing or old X-Wing pilots will go there as well. He should be there too, but he didn't trust his command crew with this assignment. They were already close to mutiny. If he abandoned them now, they would completely ruin his plan, such as it was. They're overhead, sir. If they fire now, even our shields won't hold. The man who spoke was visibly shaking. They won't fire, Wedge said. Let me know when those gunners are in position. The Star Destroyers looked massive, both on the screens and through the domes. The TIE fighters had redirected their assaults on the wild card and the calamari. Both ships were shooting back, taking out TIE fighters as quickly as they could. The remaining B-Wings were buzzing the TIE fighters, but the fighters had augmented weapons. The slaughter continued. Sir? Sela said. The Star Destroyers. They're flanking us. They're going to shoot? Wedge asked. No, sir. Sela sounded puzzled. I mean they're flanking us. Like one of our ships would do. Then Wedge grinned. His hunch had been right. Those ships were piloted by droids. And since his action was illogical for a New Republic commander, they assumed he was one of theirs. Now, if only his luck held. Are those gunners in place? Wedge asked. Yes, sir. He hurried to the gunning console and positioned the target map. Using that, he said, they need to hit the precise point I've marked. No other spot. You got that? The precise point? They'll only get one chance at this each. Because if they screw up and hit the shields, those ships will turn their fire on us. Wedge stood, his heart pounding. The moment those shots are fired, I want open channels to the calamari and the wild card. I also want us to dive at 2.63 on my mark. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Good. Wedge glanced up. He could see nothing except the bottom of the Star Destroyer. All or nothing on one gamble. One hunch. He took a deep breath and said, "Fire!" Luke was raising his lightsaber, his heart pounding. He was reaching out with the Force, going back to the place he had gone when he first fought Exarquin. He would be out of his body but protected within the Force. Just as Ben had done in his battle with Darth Vader. Luke would come back even stronger, and he would guide Leia to defeat Queller. Luke's lightsaber had reached a 30-degree angle with his chin when he felt as if he were wrapped in a warm, soft blanket. He could still see through his eyes, but the rest of his senses were suddenly dim. He could no longer sense Leia or even Queller. His blade came up, and Queller's blade swung back, but Luke couldn't leave his own body. He had lost the Force. It was gone. He was blind and numb without it. He would die without it. Queller's blade came down, and Luke limped out of the way only to back into the ruined tower wall. Queller had him cornered. There was no place to go. Luke was trapped, both inside and out. 52. Queller felt as if he were moving through mud. The swift grace that had come with his lightsaber training faded as if it had never been. The strength that had flowed through him since he killed the Jehar had suddenly disappeared. He could no longer feel Skywalker's anger, or his sister's fear, or even that strange new wrinkle in the Force he had felt a moment earlier. Skywalker backed away from him, and Queller brought his lightsaber down. It slammed into the stone wall behind Skywalker, sending sparks flying and a shimmer up his arm. Queller staggered sideways. He didn't know what kind of trick Skywalker was using on him. He suddenly couldn't think very clearly. It was as if he had been tossed underwater. All that he relied on within himself had disappeared. Then he noticed a similar expression on Skywalker's face. The man looked stunned. He wasn't manipulating his own lightsaber as he should. If Skywalker wasn't doing this, then who dash? Queller turned, and started when he saw two new figures standing in front of the alley. He couldn't see them well in the twilight, and as he reached with the Force, he couldn't feel them. Had they caused this? Who were they? What were they doing to him? Skywalker brought up his own lightsaber as if it weighed 10 times more than usual. Queller's felt equally heavy. This wouldn't work. Thwarted again, somehow, by Skywalker and his friends. Anger surged through Queller, but it didn't increase his strength. He roared at them, and Skywalker laughed. Laughed. All advantage that Queller had gained was lost. He let his lightsaber fall to the ground. Not all was lost. He still had one more trick up his very full sleeve. The Yavin went vertical as it dove away from the Star Destroyers. Susa. Card. Wedge shouted through the open communications lines. Fire on the destroyers. Now. TIE fighters were moving his way. Nothing seemed to have happened to the destroyers when his own people had fired on them. All this subterfuge might have been for nothing. And he would lose all of his ships. And then explosions rocked the Yavin. Damage? He shouted to his crew. Nothing, sir, Sela said. That wasn't us, Jinbatham said. That was a Star Destroyer. Wedge braced himself, rose, and stared at the tactical screen. The destroyer that had been right above the Avon was simply a sparkle of light. Pieces soared past. Some hit what was left of the tattooing, and sent her careening farther away from the battle. Get card, he said. No need, sir, Sela said. He's using everything he has on the tie. Fighters around him. The A and B wings were also going after the ties, and it looked like a rout. Faster and faster and faster they went, chasing the ties all over that section of space. But the other Star Destroyer still lingered above. It had turned on its running lights, and was preparing to dive. Blast, Wedge said. Enough of command. The ship would handle itself now. Sela, you have the comm. Wedge made his way over the toppled droids and smoking interiors toward the gunport. He could blast that Star Destroyer without the help of a tactical computer. He should have been there in the first place. He climbed into the gunport, slipped on his helmet, and strapped in. Then he grabbed the laser cannon. His crew was shouting all around him. Communication static burst into his headphones, but he ignored it. He had to. If the Star Destroyer got too close, it would explode the Avon. The Star Cruisers were more vulnerable than Star Destroyers. More sweet spots, more target areas. And after this much fighting, weakened deflectors. Also, fighting droids made this battle that much harder. Droids were better at precision shooting. That explained why the Tatooine had been destroyed so quickly. The calamari showed up on Wedge's display. It was coming after the Star Destroyer. But it would be too late. The destroyer was shooting now, and all the shots were hitting the shields. They rattled the Avon, making Wedge glad for his straps. Making evasive maneuvers, Sela said. Prepare for. Wedge pulled off his headphones. He didn't want to think about command. He shoved aside his targeting computer, too. He didn't have the Force, as Luke did, but he had something else, just as important. Faith in his own abilities. And he was close enough to that destroyer to see his target clearly, something that rarely happened in space. The red shots looked like a spray of blood coming from the base of the destroyer. They were hitting the shields. He could feel the pattern, knew what they were doing. They were shooting in an ever-narrowing margin, getting closer, and closer, and closer, until all the shots converged into one big one right at the Avon's most vulnerable point. The weak spot in the shields. It would only take a few moments. Wedge gripped the laser cannon. He hadn't fired a shot yet. It felt as if he only had one. The Star Destroyer's shots were getting closer together. Near the gunports, people were screaming. The Yavin wouldn't hold together much longer, but the base of the destroyer was in the wrong position. Wedge kept the cannon pointing at the Star Destroyer's weakest spot. The destroyer loomed overhead, filling his entire vision. His hands were sweating on the cannon handles. He kept moving the cannon, waiting, and then it was in position. He held his arm steady, punched the trigger, and watched the single shot fly. It was long and thin. It soared in the space between the Star Destroyer and the Yavin, red against the destroyer's scarred white surface. For a moment it looked as if the shot would ricochet off the shields, and then bounce back and forth between the two ships like a ball caught in a narrow corridor. But it didn't. It hit the weak spot, which glowed bright red. Wedge grabbed his helmet and shouted into the mouthpiece. Dive! 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 The red glow spread and there was a small pop at the first explosion. Then the Aven Dove. Wedge turned his chair so that he could see. The Star Destroyer exploded, white and red and yellow against the blackness of space. A flower opening, a lightning bolt expanding, a fire starting and ending all in the space of a heartbeat. Beautiful and terrible at the very same time. No lives lost, though. He breathed a sigh of relief. The cries in the nearby cabins had grown. There was probably a lot of damage, and they still had the TIE fighters to deal with. But the worst was over. This battle was won. But he wondered what was happening with the war. 53. R2 had apparently seen a structural map of this moon. He was leading the droids with some type of purpose. The corridors were sloping upward. The sound of rolling wheels was deafening. One astromech droid was a handful. Hundreds of them were well terrifying. More and more joined the group all the time. Some had scorch marks. Others had dents in their chrome surfaces. Still others had parts hanging out of their sides. They came from side corridors, and each time, another astromech droid would query about the Red Terror. The Red Gladiator droids hadn't been seen by any of them except an ancient astromech unit, one that had been old during the Clone Wars. It claimed that it had seen red droids shooting at each other in a cloud of smoke, more and more red droids approaching that area all the time. The astromech droid who heard this news bleebled in astromech glee and had passed the word to the other droids. This parade of astromech droids assumed the Red Terror were destroying one another. A ripple of blurps ran through the astromech droids, rather like a wave carried on the Mon Calamari Sea. Something concerned them. When 3PO reached the spot, he understood. Large signs in more than 30 languages, warning all unauthorized droids to stay away on pain of memory wipe. A large spotlight shone on the corridor, and the lighting got considerably brighter beyond that spot. One-way mirrors lined the wall. R2 ignored the sign, dodged the spot, and continued into the light. His chrome glistened. He had never looked so determined, with his wheels forward, and his blue and silver body tilted at a jaunty angle. The astromech droids followed, splitting up around the spot, flowing around it like water around a stone. Warning sirens started to go off, and 3PO glanced behind him. He was bringing up the rear. If the Red Terror hadn't defeated itself, it would be here shortly, and he would be the first target. He shoved his way through the sea of short droids. "Excuse me," he said, pushing them aside. "Pardon me." "Excuse me." "Pardon me." They parted a little to let him pass. He made it halfway through the grouping, but still hadn't reached R2. Ahead, he could see R2, his jack extended as he worked the opening on a locked door. "Oh dear," 3PO said, and shoved forward harder. 3PO wormed his way around the spotlight, and continued shoving past the damaged astromech droids, following R2 like an injured army following a demented leader. Just as 3PO reached the front of the group, the door opened and R2 slid inside with a triumphant bleeble. 3PO slipped in beside him. And stopped. Droid parts hung from the ceiling. These were not pre-assembled parts, but used pieces. The remains of droids who had come this way before and died. Several golden heads swung from the rafters, and so did more than one cylindrical headplate from an astromech droid. "R2," 3PO said, his voice warbling, "perhaps we should reconsider. I'm sure we'll find Master Cole and he'll have a legitimate plan of action. You can't do this on your own." "You certainly can't." A man stood in front of the one-way mirrors. 3PO hadn't seen him in the room's semi-darkness. Several astromech droids piled in the door behind 3PO. R2 continued forward, heading toward a large computer array. "Stay back, R2," the man said. The man was Brachus, and Master Cole was not with him. "Oh dear," 3PO said. "R2 do as he says." R2 bleeped. Several other astromech droids beeped in response, warning him not to continue. Brachus had a scrambler. "Stop, R2. I would love to leave your circuits intact. I am sure you can give me a lot of interesting information, but I won't hesitate to use this." "R2, do as he says," 3PO shouted. R2 bleebled. "I always thought you were a stubborn droid," Brachus said. He aimed the scrambler at R2. Then, the instant before he fired, he swiveled his body. An astromech droid shimmered in silver light, bleeped 15 times with 15 different tones, and then stopped, going completely dead. 3PO had seen that before. No amount of resetting would bring it back. Its microprocessors would have to be cleansed. Any personality the astromech droid had was gone. R2 had stopped moving. His head swiveled. Brachus finally had R2's attention. Brachus smiled. He leveled the scrambler at 3PO. "Give me any more trouble, and your golden friend will be wiped." 3PO held himself up as best he could. Begging would do no good now. 3PO was on his own. R2 bleeped softly, sadly. 3PO wrapped his arms around his head and awaited a fate worse than death. Queller reached inside his robe and brought out the remote that Brachus had given him so long ago. With his thumb, he shut off all the protections. Every droid made by Brachus in the last 2 years would explode when Queller punched in his identification code. With both hands, Skywalker swung his lightsaber. Queller dodged, cursing his suddenly slow body. He needed just a moment to do the recognition. He held the remote up to his eye, hit the skin function, and a beam of light stabbed him as it identified his retina. "Luke!" Leia shouted. "He's got a new weapon!" But Skywalker said nothing. He was moving as slowly as Queller, coming forward, holding his lightsaber as if it were made of steel instead of light. The remote shut off the scan light and a tiny panel went up, revealing the number pad. A 5-number sequence for all of them. Very simple, Brachus had said, to destroy them all. It was the small units that were hard. Queller had to specify the unit batch numbers. This one would be easy. He stepped out of the light as he punched in the first number. Leia was shouting. Skywalker was moving. Neither of them would reach him. He punched in the second, and the third, wishing the dizziness would go away. Leia raised her hand. A white creature appeared behind Luke. Queller punched in the fourth number, and then the fifth. The remote beeped its acceptance, and relayed the commands all over the galaxy. 54. R2 bleeped again, this time with force. "No," 3PO said, his eyes hidden. A loud, long, sustained crash made him bring his hands down. Astromech droids were breaking through the one-way glass. It coated Brachus. He was screaming and pulling glass shards from his hair. The scrambler was on the floor. Droids were converging on him, and without hesitating, he turned and ran through a side door. Droids followed, as his screams echoed through the hallway. R2 beeped in satisfaction, then went to the computer array and jacked in. 3PO went around the deactivated astromech droid, and watched R2's jack rotate. "Whatever are you doing?" R2 bleebled. How can you deactivate so many detonators from such a distance? 3PO said. Delusions of grandeur, that's what you have. Delusions. We have to get out of here before Brachus comes back. We have to find Master Cole. R2 blapped at him, shushing him. 3PO watched. Then R2 squealed. What? What? R2 screamed, and 3PO waved his hands in distress. What do you mean they're being activated? Every new droid will explode. We'll die here 1,000 times over. They'll never even find pieces of us. R2 whistled, then bleeped commands. What panel? How can I push a command button if I don't even know what panel? Still, 3PO hurried over to the computer panel, looking for the small button that R2 had described. R2 shrilled his response as 3PO found the button. R2 would send the deactivation code, but 3PO had to press the emergency frequency. It would, they hoped, intercept any other message. It would prevent explosions from happening. R2's jack stopped rotating. As he pulled the jack from the socket, he bleeped. Now. 3PO jammed his golden finger on the button once, twice, 3 times. Nothing happened. R2 was staring at a display screen. 3PO looked up. R2 started rocking back and forth. Then he shrilled a victory cry. We did it! 3PO said. R2 bleeped happily. We really did it! 3PO put his arm around his small friend. We're saved! Oh, R2, you're a genius! R2 burbled modestly. Well, I'm a genius too. After all, I did help you. I did listen to you, and you couldn't have done it alone. Why, if Master Cole and I hadn't come here, 3PO interrupted himself. Oh dear. Master Cole. He's missing. We have to find him, R2, before something dreadful happens to him. R2 moaned softly. Oh dear, 3PO said. I suppose that means it already has. Leia couldn't feel Luke anymore. It was as if his personality completely disappeared, even though she could still see him, outlined against the tower in the growing twilight. Behind him, the Thurnby appeared, its huge face turning quizzically toward Queller. His presence was gone too. But she sensed someone else close, someone precious. She turned. Han was at the mouth of the alley, his blaster out, his face hidden in shadow. Chewbacca was behind him. She wanted to run to Han, but she couldn't. Not yet. Something was happening to Luke. At first she had thought he was going to die, as Obi-Wan did, but he didn't. Queller didn't hit him. Instead, Queller backed away and pulled out a small device. It was scanning his face. She had a bad feeling about this. Luke! She shouted, but Luke seemed to be ignoring her. He was trying to hold his lightsaber. He was missing his chance. Queller was going to do something awful, and then get away. The light stopped scanning Queller's face. Leia raised her hand, and called Han's blaster to her. It left his hands and zoomed toward her. The Thurnby saw her, and its tail started to wag. It changed direction and came toward her. The blaster dipped in the air. She was losing her mental grip on it. She pulled it to her faster. It hit her hand as a blanket dropped across her mind. She stumbled backward, then pulled the blaster aloft. Queller was still holding the device up. She saw his fingers move against the light the device gave off. Even without feeling him through the Force, she knew what he was going to do. He had told her when he arrived. It didn't matter that some of the droids had been turned off. So many hadn't. Those waves of cold. The concussion of the instant bomb. The laughter of her children. Leia raised the blaster, closed one eye, and lined the weapon up with Queller. He didn't see her. He couldn't even feel her. But Luke could. Leia! He shouted. Queller turned, and Leia didn't hesitate. The shot went directly for his head. He raised a hand to ward it off, but the hand did no good. The blaster shot knocked him backward. Leia! Luke shouted again. The Thornby was coming toward her, a giant furry ghost in the darkness. Queller sat up, and Leia shot him one more time. He fell back, the device falling out of his hand. She crossed the tile, the heavy feeling growing stronger with each movement. Leia! Luke was beside her now. He took the blaster from her. She could feel his concern. Had she shot Queller out of hatred and anger? Probably. Would she be going to the dark side now? She didn't know. She couldn't feel the Force at all anymore. Maybe it didn't count if she couldn't feel the Force. She stepped over Queller's body. He looked smaller now, his arms raised above his head. Luke reached for her, but she moved out of his way and bent over Queller. She slipped her fingers under his mask and ripped it away. He was a boy, his features only beginning to show the signs of where that Palpatine's had at the end. His dark eyes were open and lifeless, his mouth slack, but his features still had the roundness of youth, a sort of chubby charm that should have radiated joy instead of hatred. No wonder he had used the mask. A face like that would have terrified no one. He was just a child, she whispered. Luke crouched beside her. He took the mask from her hand. No, Leia. He lost his childhood before he came to Yavin 4. He knew what he was doing, what he had become. He set the mask on Queller's destroyed chest, stood, and helped Leia up. The Thornby was right beside them, its tongue out. There's that blasted thing, Han said from behind them. I'd have been able to help if it hadn't eaten my salamari. So that's what that feeling is. Luke brought a hand to his face and laughed shakily. You helped, Han, old buddy. Let's just hope the Thornby here starts to digest the salamari quickly. I wouldn't count on it, Han said. It swallowed the cages too. The Thornby has eaten stranger things in the recent past, Luke said. Leia didn't care about the Thornby. She took one last look at the man who had threatened her entire family. Then she turned around. Han was behind her, watching her. I love you, princess, he said softly. She launched herself into his arms and pulled him close. I know, she whispered. I know. 55. R2's handiwork had shut off all the droids in the facility, except for those without the detonator chip. Only the astromech units and 3PO apparently were without. The astromech units chased Brackus to his ship and watched as he took off to parts unknown. The computer held no clues as to Master Cole's whereabouts, so 3PO and R2 had to search the nearby compounds. They found him in a droid torture chamber that made the one in Jabba's palace look like a luxurious oil massage parlor. Master Cole was strapped to a bench and was partially unconscious. R2 determined that Master Cole was in no condition to fly the freighter. So 3PO sent messages to everyone he could think of, requesting a transport. He managed to raise Lando Calrissian, who chuckled and said that the Lady Luck was turning into a passenger liner. He promised to arrive shortly and pick them up. 3PO waited beside Master Cole. R2 had insisted on freeing the tortured droids, and he sent them to a repair area, hoping that they could help each other. R2 was puttering around the room, deactivating all its horrible equipment. He had already removed the torture devices on the Eve Ninadennetwo. Then Master Cole's hand moved. 3PO leaned over him, and was rewarded when Master Cole's eyelids fluttered. His eyes opened, he saw 3PO, and he screamed. R2 beeped in response, hurrying toward 3PO's side. 3PO backed away from Master Cole. "I'm so sorry, sir. It's just me. C-3PO at your service." Master Cole's scream died, and he brought a hand to his face. R2 beeped at him sympathetically. "We're still in this place." "Only for a moment, sir," 3PO said. "R2 has gotten us transport." "Brachis?" Master Cole said. "He left, sir. The astromech droids attacked him, and he ran away. After I dash." R2 bleebled. After we defeated the Red Terror." "The Red Dash?" "Oh, it's a long story, sir, but quite intriguing. You see, after I left you dash." Later, 3PO. Master Cole pulled himself up on his elbows, and peered at R2. "Did you solve what you needed to?" R2 whistled his affirmative. "Oh, more than solved it, sir. He deactivated all the detonators. It seems that Brachis designed them all to be handled from one remote, although why he would do that seems quite unusual to me. R2 assures me that it is custom among droid manufacturers. It allows for defective models to be deactivated, even in difficult-to-reach areas where dash. Can no one shut him up?" Master Cole said as he rolled off the table. He moaned slightly. "I don't think you should be getting up, sir. I don't think I want to stay here any longer." "Where is the freighter?" "Where we left it, sir." "But you are in no condition to fly it." "Master Calrissian shall be here shortly. He'll take us back to Coruscant." 3PO moved to help Master Cole stand, but Master Cole flinched. "Did they hurt you badly, sir?" Master Cole gave him a withering glance. "It didn't exactly tickle." 3PO nodded. "Well, sir, it might do you good to remember two things. R2 and I did rescue you, and if you'll forgive my impertinence, sir, no two droids are alike. I know many sentients forget that, but we are individuals and can remain so without a memory wipe." Master Cole smiled. "I know that, 3PO. You startled me when I came to. And as for the rest, well, it hurts to be touched at the moment. I'm sure that will fade." He gazed down at R2, who hovered near him. "I've learned from both of you never to underestimate a droid. I've been as bad as the rest of the galaxy in taking you all for granted. I'll never do that again." R2 beeped happily. "What did he say?" Master Cole asked. "That it sounds as if you'll be all right now." 3PO's hand clanged as it rested on R2's head. "It seems, thanks to R2's quick thinking and my negotiation skills, that we'll all be fine now." Master Cole grinned. "I think you're right, 3PO. I think you're right." Mon Mothma walked Leia to the redesigned Imperial Ballroom. Leia was wearing a copy of her white dress, but she had foregone the braids wrapped around her ears. Instead, she wore her hair down. Han had smiled at her before she left the suite, and had made her promise to return from the Senate early. The children would due back the following day. He wanted to make the most of his time alone with her. So did she. I still don't understand how you got them to call off the recall election, Leia said. Mon Mothma smiled. I didn't, Leia. You did. You and Wedge and Han and Luke. If you hadn't successfully defeated Queller, you would have come back here to a political storm unlike any you've ever seen. But when it became clear that Han wasn't involved in the bombing, and instead you all had been the ones who caught the culprit, Mido and his followers could do nothing else but support you. Leia clasped her hands behind her back. But you had to have done something. You already had Mido off the inner council by the time I came back. Mon Mothma shrugged. I've had more years of experience dealing with divergent voices than you have, Leia. You'll need to learn how to work with a group that is no longer homogeneous. The Senate won't always agree on policy anymore. You'll have to build coalitions. With Imperials? Leia asked, shuddering. Former Imperials who really had nothing to do with the Empire. You can't always blame people for their pasts. You should know that better than anyone, President Organa Solo. Mon Mothma had a point. Han's past was shady at best, and yet he was getting a hero's commendation for his work with the wounded on Smuggler's Run. So was Lando. Lando had already asked Leia how much financial compensation went along with the commendation, and had frowned when she said that gratitude came without monetary reward. And then she had promised to pay, out of her own pocket if she had to, for the refurbishing of the Lady Luck. It was the least she could do. Lando had saved hundreds of lives. Any word from Chewbacca? Mon Mothma asked. Leia nodded. He and the Alderaan are due at any point. It took him a while to find the wild pride of Thurnbees. Apparently, when their number had been so badly hunted by the Jaihar, they had moved away from their normal stomping grounds. But Chewie was able to deliver our Thurnbee back to them. He sounds like a delightful creature. He was too big and pesky to be delightful, Leia said. And it took him 2 days to digest the Ysalamiri. Mara, Luke, and I were stuck in the Falcon, playing holographic games while Han and Chewie argued about who would repair the damage. They must have fixed it. Leia grinned. They did. After Mara threatened to shoot them both. Mon Mothma laughed. They stopped in front of the ballroom door. Mon Mothma put her hand on Leia's arm. You realize that some of the senators are saying 3PO and R2 should be deactivated for taking such initiative. They also want action taken against Cole Fardreamer. The theft of the freighter has them all disturbed. They'll try to make that the first order of business. Leia glanced at the closed doors. The last time she had gone into a Senate chamber dressed like this, she had been worried about the petty backbiting of the senators. The explosion had come out of the blue, had ruined so many lives, and had made those worries seem trivial. Queller. His youthful face would haunt her longer than his death mask would. His actions would haunt her longer still. He had taken so many lives without a single thought. And it had taken so much to defeat him. She would do everything she could in her position as chief of state to see that no other monsters like him were created under her watch. And the first order of business would be to make sure no truth got distorted by opportunistic politicians. They won't succeed in deactivating the droids, she said. R2 and 3PO. Our heroes. I have some ideas about changing the laws regarding droids. And they won't touch Cole Fardreamer. He discovered the flaws in the new X-Wings. It's on his suggestion that we're returning to the older models. I'll take care of all of this. I also have some bridge building to do. Sounds like a busy day, Mon Mothma said. It can't be too busy, Leia said. Luke is having his last back-to treatment this afternoon, and I plan to be there when he wakes up. Then I am going home. Han promised dinner for me. And no children until tomorrow, Mon Mothma said. Leia smiled. A person always has to make the best of every situation, she said. Oh, you do, Leia, Mon Mothma said. The moment had suddenly gotten too serious for Leia. She put her arm around Mon Mothma's waist. A whole new chapter in here, Leia said. Yes, Mon Mothma said. And the first order of business is for me to step down and you to regain your post. Think they'll ratify my return? Leia asked. Without dissent, Mon Mothma said. Then they opened the door to the temporary Senate Hall. Leia was already planning her speech. It would be different from the one she had planned so long ago. This one would be about unity and respect. She would set the tone for the new Senate term. And this time, she would do it right. End of Star Wars: The New Rebellion by Christine Catherine Rush.